I'm so stoked to play with everyone again, and it's going to be crazy competition this summer.
We're excited for the opportunity to face all the other top NA teams.
The NA scene has gotten so strong. It's 8 teams going in and competing for first place.
I feel like there's a lot of hype for us, and it's just like, can we live up to it, or are we just going to get smashed? I don't know.
We're going to see a lot of people tilting, because starting off with Super Week's like brutal.
I mean, I think it's a great way to kick off the summer split.
Everybody's playing 5 games, so it's not just you.
Come here to do work. This split is to compete on a global scale.
We need top 2. It's not just North America, it's the entire world.
If we don't go to the Worlds, it would be a big disappointment for me and the rest of my team. It's just like there's more on the line now.
In order to get to Worlds, we have to win this split. That's pretty much all we're setting our sights on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to opening day of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Split. I'm Rivington III, along with Joshua Jat Leesman. And we are kicking off the Summer Split with 20 huge games during this Super Week, starting with a rematch of the Spring Split Finals, Team Coast versus the champions, Team Solo Mid.
And over the next 10 weeks, 8 teams will battle for a spot in the North American Regional Playoffs and a shot at the world title. It breaks down like this. The 6 squads with the best records at the end of the split will earn a berth in the regional tournament, where they'll fight for a spot in the world playoffs. The bottom 2 teams will not only miss the regional playoffs, they'll be dropped out of the NA LCS and have to re-qualify for Season 4.
And you can get a full schedule of the summer split, the LCS regional tournaments, and the world playoffs by visiting lolesports.com. And while you're there, you can also check out the rosters of the 8 teams that are competing in this summer split.
Those teams are the Spring Split champions, Team Solo Mid, also Team Coast, Vulcan, Curse with Edward now, Dignitas, Counterlogic Gaming with all their roster changes, and the 2 new teams, Cloud9 and Velocity Esports.
Yeah, but before we get into the action on the Rift, it's time to catch up on all of the changes that happened during the break.
And the biggest news, obviously, was Edward, formerly of Gambit Gaming, and also a European All-Star, joined Team Curse as their starting support. A lot of people wondered what Curse is going to do once Elements kind of removed himself from that roster, and now it's Edward. It's so exciting. COG also had a lot of changes, including Hotshot GG leaving the starting roster from the team, and Nian Tonso took his place over in the top lane. Tons of new roster there for COG. And GGU changed their name to Team Coast and also changed their mid laners. Shifter is back for them. For you, those of you who are dedicated fans, the first week of the last Split's LCS, Shifter was quite good for GGU.
Yep.
Then he was out for the rest of the season. Jinte was there. Now it's back to Shifter.
So that's not it. There's more. We also have 5 new teams joining the League Championship Series.
So the 2 new teams in North America are Cloud9, who qualified under the name Quantic Gaming, and also Velocity. And then in Europe, there's 3 new teams, Lemon Dogs, who qualified as Sinners Never Sleep, Team Alternate, and Meet Your Makers.
All right, so knowledge transfer complete. Let's take a look at today's games. Up first, it's going to be a rematch of the Spring Championship Showdown. Team Coast, formerly known as GGU, versus Team Solo Mid. Then Curse and Edward play their first LCS game together when they face off against Vulcan.
Our third game of the day features Scar and Team Dignitas taking on High and Cloud9, followed by the new-look COG facing off against LCS rookies, Velocity Esports.
And then we see Team Solo Mid jumping back into the Rift to battle up against Cloud9, and the opening day wraps up with Team Coast throwing down against Vulcan.
And remember, you can vote on who you think will win today's games by going to lolesports.com. Click on the matches at the top right, go to Week 1, and vote.
All right, and then keep your crystal balls out. Hit us up on Twitter and let us know which LCS player will have the most impact on their new team's success and why.
We're at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS, and we could read your answers later today.
All right, so now we have one more bit of news before we kick off the games. The LCS will be using the 3.7 patch to start the summer split, which means the Ice Witch Lissandra will be available in Champion Select.
And Lissandra, the new champion to the league, is a high-utility, kind of medium-ranged mage, not the long-range main we're kind of used for. So she's considered a mid, but if we're going to see her today, it's most likely going to be in the top lane or as a support if we see her. So her top lane works because she has high utility and tools to deal with a lot of melee champions in top lane. She can keep them at a distance. And support works because she has extremely strong close range peel. Also a fun fact here, that E she's throwing out right now is 1025 range, and the cool thing about it is it obeys the same rules as Flash when going through walls. So if it's more than halfway through a wall, it'll send you to the other side, which effectively means Lissandra can jump over anything.
And she's not the only one that's going to be jumping onto the Rift in 3.7 patch. You can bet there will be a lot more pros trolling in the Rift today.
And everyone's been playing top lane Trundle. If they're playing Trundle a lot of times, the new thing to do on him is Blade of the Ruin King, first item, and then you just run at people. If you use your R first and then Blade of the Ruin King, it's a huge percentage max health spike on an opponent. Trundle's strong in the top lane against other bruisers because he can steal so many stats, but he's weak to range champions in top lane and also heavy disengage comps because at the end of the day, Trundle can just run at people.
He just troll you. Absolutely.
A little bit.
So while Trundle is more attractive than ever, the champ who got the biggest makeover was the Winter's Wrath, Sejuani.
And Sejuani's seen the most play since the 3.7 patch of the Freljord champions that kind of got reworked. I think we can all agree with that. And there's a good chance we're going to see a lot of bans today for Sejuani.
Yeah.
She's much more competitively viable than the old Sejuani before the rework, mainly because her power is just more controllable for competitive. She's strong in most team comps, particularly against physical damage teams, and if her team has strong follow-up because her passive gives her armor but not MR. And if she has a weakness, it's against highly mobile teams. The one time we've actually seen Sejuani the new Sejuani in competitive was in the semifinals of the OGN Champions, where CJ Entus Frost played her, but Blaze picked 5 incredibly mobile champions and just ran circles around her, and they were actually able to counter it.
All right, we'll have to see what comes out. We've got to take a short break, and when we come back, it's the first match of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Split, Team Coast versus Team Solo Mid. But first, sit back and enjoy a look at the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend in Shanghai, China. The fans are starting to fill up the 8,000 seats in this indoor stadium, live from Shanghai Grand Stage in China.
World champions TPA Pickles. That was amazing ring. He's going. Oh my God! Sorry, he's managed to touch it. He's got to win it. Toy 6 down the turret. And look at the face of Messiah there. So as in all kinds of trouble now. Uses the fire, and he's going to get the first push.
Welcome back to opening day of the 2013 NA LCS Summer Split. It's time to get this party started with our first game of the Super Week. Team Coast, formerly known as GGU, versus Team Solo Mid.
TSM had the best record of the spring split. They were the #1 seed in the playoffs. And in the spring split championship, they faced Team Coast when they were known as GGU. They won the championship match, actually, thanks to Reginald's shot calling and his just awesome MVP performance. Big thing here is the TSM that won the spring split is still intact, and they're looking to repeat.
We'll see what they can do. And even though Team Coast lost to Team Solo Mid in the finals, they surprised a lot of people with the incredible play in their late run in the end of the season that included some huge upsets in the playoffs.
Yeah, people are forgetting Team Coast beat Dignitas and Curse in the playoffs. Then they took TSM to 5 games. But even after all of that amazing playoff performance, no one's really looking at Team Coast as the second best team in the LCS. I feel like they still have to kind of reprove themselves in the regular season.
It's been a little weird. There have also been a few changes to Team Coast since their championship game showdown with Team Solo Mid, besides the name.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, their original mid laner Shifter is back in action. They really started gelling with Jintei near the end of the season, so it's going to be a matter of Shifter being able to remesh with a team that he hasn't played with since week 1 of the spring split. Also, Elements is the new coach of the team. That's something that hasn't been mentioned much. Plus, they didn't have a gaming house last year.
Yeah.
Now, Team Coast is in a gaming house, so we'll see how that affects them as well.
And it's been taken into a lot of consideration, because if you remember that interview with Mashme, at the time he said it would be Jintei if they had the chance for Shifter at the point in the season, so...
Exactly. It's just a matter they've had the 6 weeks now in between seasons to hopefully re-gel.
Been some thinking. So coming into this game, the Cinderella story of the spring playoffs is confident that all those changes will make them even stronger in this rematch with Team Solo Mid.
Definitely, it is a rematch. I'm completely confident that we're even stronger now than we were back when we played TSM in playoffs.
They went from 0 to hero, from 8th place to 2nd. The NA scene has gotten so strong.
If you've seen in the finals for Spring Split, it was really close. If we just had our starting mid player, we should be able to match up against them.
And we really don't underestimate our opponents. That's like the biggest thing, is that we generally lose when we underestimate our opponents. We don't plan for them. But every single match in LCS is very important.
I think their team play revolves around just really strong objective control around the Dragon. If we can pick strong early winning lanes, we should be able to close the game out.
I'm pretty sure after, and everybody can say this, when you hear Reginald say "so strong," you get the Crumbs howl right after that.
So strong.
So strong, and then you get it every time. All right, so now that we've heard from the teams, let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Coast, and the top is Zion Spartan and Tendudax in the jungle. Shifter back in middle for these guys. Don't Mash Me on AD carry, Danger even at support.
And on the red side, it's the defending champs, Team Solo Mid. Top lane is Dyrus, jungle is the odd one, mid lane is Reginald, AD carry, Wild Turtle, top gold per minute last season, and X Special coming off his awesome all-star performance.
And that brings us to our first featured matchup of the summer split. Team Coast Shifter versus the TSM captain, Reginald.
And Shifter has never faced Reginald in competitive play, or vice versa, really. Reginald has a very commanding playstyle, so it'll be a lot of adaptation for Shifter if he's able to handle the pressure that Reginald can create on the map. It's Shifter's first time back on land since week 1, so we'll see if he's comfortable in this matchup.
And Shifter's thing that kind of revolved around him in the beginning was that champion pool, and then we didn't really see anybody that kind of played like that until Prowley came in on complexity.
Yeah.
So now we have that back. Maybe he will bring out the champions, like, you know, that Annie play that people are just going to be stunned by, even though you kind of see her all the time.
And the rest of the guys on Team Coast have so much confidence in Shifter. They're posting on Reddit saying how Shifter's going to carry them. They really think he's one of the best, if not the best, mid laners in North America.
All right, so we're now into Champion Select. First one of the summer split here as we open up into Super Week. It's going to be Coast, formerly known as GGU. For those of you who follow them, you're obviously under that Coast wing already, versus Team Solo Mid.
And we're going to see a lot of Jace bans, I think, this time. We're on the 3.7 patch, as we mentioned, so 3.8 patch went out last night for most of the players in North America and Europe, I think. And this is just the one patch prior to that. So this is really what guys have been playing on live for the last 6 weeks.
Right. Nothing new on that. Looks like we do get a few of the one of the global bans, I should say, banned out with that. Karthus it does not want to be seen on Reginald.
And it's also interesting that they banned Ryze. That's actually maybe more of a Dyrus ban. Dyrus experienced the top lane Ryze over in the All-Star game in Shanghai, China, and he said he was just going to end up playing it himself. So no thanks. You get
There
it.
are definitely things to be considered here coming from All-Stars. You know, what was this like? What was that like? And then everybody kind of showed their worth on their best champions. So you even see more things coming into the meta here. So Dyrus looking to lock in Elise for his first pick as Nunu is shown by Coast on the first off.
And I really want to talk about this Nunu because this is the Nunu that gets like buffs for stealing the jungle. That's most likely a jungle Nunu that we're going to be seeing now. He gets maximum health for golem monsters, for lizard monsters. He gets... I actually should remember all of these things because they're very important. I'll read them once they're in the game. But he gets a lot of important buffs when he's jungling, and he's much more powerful on this patch.
All right, we'll have to see what Coast decides to combine that with, as we already have a lot of aggression from Team Solo Mid on the board.
Thresh being first picked is not too surprising as he's been banned. And obviously the Kha'Zix is probably either Reginald or Dyrus thing, we can't tell yet. But that's a lot of picks coming up from Coast here.
And we have safety for whoever gets the Twitch, obviously Mash Me getting the Twitch rather, but we'll shift their pick here, something that can go in and dive, leave Twitch on the outside to clean up the squishies, or the hurt.
And I really want to talk about mainly the synergy between Twitch and that Nami pick. Bloodwater was like the only person to play Nami back in the last LCS split. He brought it out at MLG, and he just landed so many bubbles. Nami's been slowly buffed over like 5 consecutive patches, and finally at a point now that she's getting quite strong. The bubble's now a 1.5 second stun, as opposed to the 1.25 second stun, and just tons of other small buffs across the board. I really want to see how much overall speed this gives Team Coast, because Nami will speed people up with their spells, as well as Nunu speeding up with the Blood Boil, so they might be looking to control positioning against TSM here.
All right, looks like TSM actually going for quite a brutal team as they start to lock in their picks. A possible one, leaving Wild Turtle for last pick here. Not something they usually do, but it looks like they're going safe for him.
And so many glowing eyes on that team just makes them seem more intimidating for some reason. That Elise is something the Odd One has been playing a ton of over the break. He actually reached Challenger in solo queue for one of the first times, mainly by playing that jungle Elise. So he's become very fearsome on that. The rest of those picks look fairly safe.
Wow. So a lot more damage coming in with really hardly any tank for Coast on this lineup.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to be assassination focused. I think the Nunu, which is what Nintendo X is going to be playing, is going to have to be that one tank. And Nunu works fairly well as that since he's in the jungle, and he's going to be able to get a lot of farm. The Zed pick is also very interesting for them because this is the nerfed Zed that can't clear waves nearly as well as the previous versions of him.
So it's definitely going to be a lane that Wild Turtle wants to crush right away, get ahead against that Twitch, but we may have that switch up with these lanes, with that poke they bring.
These are just really cool team comps to look at. I wasn't expecting this much diversity this quickly in just the first game
we
of the
haven't
North
seen
American
these guys
LCS.
in a few weeks. Everybody went blackout on the streams so they can practice.
I've been playing less and less, and we got to remember, Riv, this is starting with the Super Week. In the first split, we start a little bit slow. Teams could kind of work their way into the season. After this week, that's 5 games of the 28 that are going to be done, so all these teams have done a ton of preparation. And I think TSM's team in particular is just hyper-aggressive right now.
And I think Cutie Pie really kind of put it into a few good words is that a lot of people could go on tilt this week.
Yeah. And we're going to kind of see which team between TSM or Team Coast is going to be doing that. Team Coast, 2nd place at the end of last split after the playoffs, and have picked a very bold composition, very low amounts of crowd control, lots of squishies, and they're really going to have to be very careful about the way they team fight because they're fast, but they can't necessarily catch people, and there's no tank.
And I'm interested to see, we talked about the matchup, Shifter versus Reginald, and with the mentality of the try different champions, try this. You're, I believe, willing to take more chances, willing to go for those 1v1 plays. We see Prolly do it and get himself kills in mid. I wonder if he can make a big enough factor to really shut down Reginald and really be able to help the other lanes, because like you said, that is an aggressive team from Team Solo Mid. They're going to be able to dive early.
And as we mentioned earlier, Shifter and Reginald have not played against each other in competitive play. And since
is he willing to take those chances?
Since they're both melees going up against each other too, if they want to have the chances happen, that could be an extremely aggressive lane from the get-go. Also, Reginald always plays like he has the Odd One behind him. And with Elise, the early ganks from Elise can be super killer. I really want to see specifically how the mid lane develops here.
All right, Jad. Moving to the 3rd, and Jad here bringing it to you live. The North American Summer Split now underway for opening day. Team Solo Mid versus Coast, formerly known as GGU, as we get your first best of 1 started on the Rift.
And this seems like a few more wards than I'm used to, specifically because Nintendo X started with a ward on Jungle Nunu. I think he's going to be going for a little bit of that throwback where he just tries to counter jungle a bit more. Elise is not the fastest early clearing jungle, and we are getting spammed with pings right now, Riv.
You wouldn't think they were wearing headphones.
Ping, 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 ping.
This is how we communicate. Nobody talk, only me. They got good wards down, so they're going to see the invade. Those pings were, yeah, get that ward at the top near Baron area as fast as possible, and then get back down here for the safety. So they're just going to play this one out for that ward, for the jungle control, or sight on the jungler, I should say, as they go back to safety.
And getting that deep ward specifically for TSM was very important against a jungle Nunu. Way back in Season 1, before any kind of Nunu changes were made, Odd1 invented competitive jungle Nunu, so he knows how counter jungling is going to be working here for Nintendo X. And when they put that ward in the Wraiths, they really keep sector control of where Nintendo X is going to be going, because if he's walking through that spot, they know where he is, therefore he can't be in the red or the blue jungle of TSM countering it.
We'll see if there's any position focus by the Odd1 or transition once he sees the movement of Nunu through the ward or after it. Moving up towards mid side, looks like a lot of pressure from Team Solo Mid is going to be put towards that top to make sure they don't lose anything. And it looks like everybody splits for this one.
And I think they snuck through that ward that GGU had actually placed in the river because the brush would have blocked the Fog of War vision. But maybe not. I wish I could. I should have been toggling the Fog of War there. Nintendo Deck still going right through the ward that he saw that was placed.
They wanted to grab somebody coming over from blue as they went to mid, and that was going to be Shifter, but Shifter's bottom with the team, and it looks like they're going to start going for, like you said, the invade here. Goes ahead, grabs the blue up, so they're going to be safe on that. Goes to the Odd1, so a little back and forth, so they are taking chances against each other. Game 1.
There's a huge amount of early action there. Even the Nami plus Twitch late invade on the Odd1, forcing him to burn Flash. And as we talked about in mid lane, they're already brawling. Reginald burning his Ignite right off the bat, potentially to get that extra 5 AD in the lane.
He's got the potions going off. It looks like it's going to be Armor and Pots coming in for Shifter. He knows he's going to be against that hard engaged lane. Good damage going down onto Dyrus in the bottom, as we did get the switch up between the AD carry and the support. We'll have to see how that's played. Vlad definitely going to have more fun in that lane.
Vlad is decent against the 1v2 in the 1v2 situations, but if he gets hit by one hook from X Special, the Draven's just going to turn right onto him, and I feel like that's why Nintendo X is trying to stay pushed up here. X Special's trying to harass him off that, and since Nintendo doesn't have his smite up, he's got to be a little bit careful with how he times his consume.
You know, this is why wards help. X Special knew this from the Wraith movement already over, so he started the engagement to walk down, and he was able to harass Nintendo X from the start of this. He knows he can just mess with his health. Whether he gets the blue or not, he's pressuring the jungle so hard right now.
And Nintendo still gets away from it. That looked really annoying, though. Props to him for sticking it out and not letting his blue get denied, because I think he's been able to take this one safely.
As Nunu, you're going to be able to consume, so the health isn't that much of a problem. But the Odd1 is a problem. There's the Cocoon, goes down. He goes for that Q. He turns into Spider. Is he going to have the engage? He can knock it back, but he forces the flash, and there's a little bit more jungle pressure for Nintendo.
And specifically, that keeps Nintendo out of the lanes. It means that the rest of the lanes can stay safe, especially X Special and Wild Turtle trying to push up on Zion Spartan. Gives them that added level of comfort and could potentially give them that turret over in the top lane.
Looks like Shifter is trying to make a move bottom. They've seen that the jungler is down. They want to try to give Dyrus help and try to act off of this here. They're not help Dyrus, hurt Dyrus rather, I should say. Turtle in the top lane as they push. X Special is going to try to do the same thing with Odd1 as the junglers just kind of mirroring each other now.
Hey man, this is what we saw at the very start of the first split, was the 3-man dives. Gotta say, TSM has the edge on this one as their lane is pushing a lot better. And this is Shifter, the mid laner, trying to come over for a gank. They might be going for Dyrus, but a level 4 Shen is very hard to tower dive.
That turret has a lot of health. He gets a few shots onto Shifter, should be all right. Shifter actually taking that for himself. Dyrus is going to be able to stay in lane, get a few more minions before he gets pushed back on that one. Zion Spartan not anywhere near his turret either. So like I said, these teams mirroring each other here just about 5 minutes in.
And first turret going down for TSM could be quite huge depending on how they capitalize on the rest of this one. If they can somehow get through without, you know, get their AD carrying support moving before Team Coast does, it'll be advantageous. But because Daydream and Don't Mash Me did get that turret down, it should be fairly close to an even trade.
Both solo lanes at that about 10 to 12 CS. Shifter taking some good damage in mid as Reginald going aggressive. So right there, already Reginald dictating mid, blowing his mana bar, knowing he needs to go back. We're going to have to see what they can all come back to lane with.
And this is a big thing. When Shifter went to roam into Dyrus's bottom lane, Reginald just kept on farming. That's why he's actually double what Shifter is right now in minion kills, which once it gets to killing time in the mid lane could be very important.
You can see Shifter not taking the chance to go back here, which becomes even more scary because if Reginald comes back and finds him there a little too far extended, it's going to be a problem. He'll probably take this, get himself back to safety, and he's just going to back right there in lane.
Yeah, he really is trying to catch up in that lane, but he's dug himself a hole. Also because Dyrus has been able to get a lot of experience. If Shifter ever wanted to go in for that Z all-in early on, it's most likely not going to work because Dyrus would be able to reactively get back on it. And since he was trying to catch up, everyone on GGU went back to shop. This looks like a fairly uncontested Dragon for TSM, unless Nintendo could come up with a miracle suicide steal.
A few unfortunate timings there, and Team Solo Mid takes the advantage. They grab Dragon up at 6 minutes into the game, something we really only saw Complexity going for, but there was no contest there. They just had full map control.
It was a smart move not to contest for Team Coast, but it was a smarter move by TSM to just make the play in the first place. And already at 6 minutes and 30 seconds, Reginald is trying to pick up that free lane farm. He is the carry of this team. If Reginald goes well, TSM goes well, and he's already top farm in the game on Kha'Zix because of that free lane farm.
And we saw that Mashme and Daydreamin stayed in that bottom lane. Like you said, top lane in that farm, 33-19. Dyrus has been forced to kind of help and just be utility for the team here. He's not going to be the tank they need him to be if he keeps going like this.
I think there'll be a point in the game once Dyrus starts split pushing, he'll be able to make up some of this off farm that he's missing right now, because the big thing TSM is focusing on is just that overall objective control, which Dyrus is helping with while Reginald gets the farm. So the other 4 members of TSM are dictating the pace to Coast while Reginald is created openings. Reginald hasn't had to lane against people to get this farm. He's just getting it alone in a lane.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid is playing super reactionary right now. They've put everyone mid, like you said, they're objective focused. They know if they lose mid, it opens up too much of the map. And we saw Dyrus there 6 minutes into the game in mid. They had 3 to guard that. So moving accordingly, Coast trying to put that pressure on continuously. Still no kills, but 1 turret to 1 in that top of the bottom lane. Let's see Zion Spartan taking some good engage. And it looks like they will just start to back off in the top lane. It's farm back and forth.
Yeah, and the big thing here for Team Coast is they got to get a little bit of control back. Nintendo Dex is still level 4. Jungle Nunu is supposed to be a monster in the jungle, especially with those earlier changes I want to talk about. And I just want to highlight them a little bit more right now. For his consume, if he can get a reptile, so like a lizard type thing, he gets 1% of his max health as damage every time he lands with attacks or spells. Also, 10% max health for golem type monsters, and 15% movement speed after 3 seconds if he kills wolves or wraiths. So like, not only is he moving around the jungle faster, he's tankier, and he does more damage if he can keep all 3 of those buffs up. But he's not able to do that if he's not leveling in the jungle.
The odd one, like you said, used to be a pioneer of the Nunu jungle. He knows what's happening. He already blew the flash in the beginning for Nintendo Dex on that blue aggression. So he's been making it hard for Nunu to even get an advantage off of those passives. We'll see Dyrus getting a ward and safety into the top lane. It's not going too bad for him, but like you said, he's making up on that CS. He was 30 down, he's only 20, so it actually is increasing as he's in lane against Zion Spartan. That should be held.
Yeah, Dyrus, with the heavy magic resist, at least right now against Zion Spartan, is able to farm kind of to his heart's content. But the big thing here is Nintendo Dex has yet to cross the path into the Odd One's jungle, which was kind of supposed to be his edge. If you're going to pick Nunu against Elise in the jungle, Elise, I feel like, has had a little bit more lane presence than Nintendo Dex right now, as well as having higher farms. So that is still advantage Odd One right now in the jungle.
So looking at Reginald items as he has purchased, we see that Zed actually has not been back. Shifter rather, he has not finished up that Brutalizer. That's in Reginald's hands, along with the tier being stacked. His blue buff as well has been going to Nuno, so he is continuously punishing Shifter. You can see the lane swap coming in here.
And it's a 2-level advantage for Reginald in mid lane over Shifter. That's why Shifter is completely avoiding fighting. It's not just the item advantage, it was the experience advantage as well. Reginald will be able to dictate, and I feel like once level 11 hits for Reginald, it's actually going to fairly closely coincide with the Dragon respawning for TSM, and they might look to try to take a bit of control there. That's what Team Coast is going to have to avoid against.
9-minute Spirit of the Spectral Wraith coming in for the Odd One. He hasn't even had any kills. That's just the 43 CS. He's been staying in the jungle and just waiting for the perfect opportunity. You really haven't seen any from him yet.
No, he hasn't been able to make that much of an impact. Trying to push up mid lane a little bit here as Team Coast, but always Reginald is coming back. He clears the wave so quickly with those Kha'Zix Void Spikes that there just hasn't been an amount of pressure that Coast has been able to put back. Another thing is with the new Zed nerf, Zed can't push back as well as he could previously on the earlier patches, and that's another thing that's keeping Coast kind of on their back foot here.
For as an aggressive level 1 as we had, these teams have just kind of paused the game in themselves. They see a fight, they back off. There's a few auto attacks, but there's really been no lane ganks, no aggression, even in the 3v1s when the junglers went to help the lanes.
And they're trading a little bit of farm because you can see Zion Spartan is up on Dyrus, and that's kind of made up for the fact that Reginald is ahead of Shifter. And also in the bottom lane, Wild Turtle and Don't Mash Me have pretty much been trading. Walking through this ward, it looks like TSM's trying to get more of a stranglehold on the map control because they put that many people straight up through a ward, and Coast just had to back away.
My gosh, Reginald level 10 right now, level 9 behind him, but everybody else is 7 and 8 on Coast and even his own team. So Reginald really trying to make moves. You saw him go to the bottom, but he says, I need to guard mid, and he may be able to give Zion Spartan some big trouble here. He knows that Noon is behind him, so he plays it safe.
And it's becoming more and more clear that the priority for these teams right now is just pushing.
Yep.
They're not necessarily looking to fight each other because TSM is accelerating the lane game just by farming so hard and so fast. Reginald doing the most of that with the Tear of the Goddess and the blue buff that the Odd One has provided him, and it's keeping Coast from being able to pull off any type of roaming.
TSM roaming is, or keeping the roam from happening is really completely stopping them from taking the turrets as well. It's happening for both sides here at 12 minutes in. 2,000 gold, however, in favor of Team Solo Mid as they are patiently just kind of pushing these lanes down. The CS a bit in their favor. Reginald, like we said, up a bit by 20. The CS and the AD carries is exactly the same right now.
And you can see TSM setting up a couple plays here. They already have a strong push middle. So if Coast doesn't respond to this, they're going to lose another turret. But that Dragon is up very shortly too. Zion Spartan having to burn his pool to get away. And there's a Shen up top that could potentially ult down, whereas Shifter would not be able to come. So a lot of advantages potentially brewing here for TSM.
Nintendo Dax taking quite a bit of poke here as he tries to get these guys away from the turret. Will they be able to engage it? It looks like the next wave is going to be too far away to take it down just yet. But the pressure still stays. They got good damage onto 2, and that's what you're saying, Jet. They may try for Dragon here.
And Shifter knows it's coming. That's why he's running down very quickly. So now it's on TSM to wonder if they're going to be poking at this Dragon or just all out going for it. And it looks like they're trying to spike this one down real fast.
Coast was walking towards it, but they said this it might be a bad idea. 1 Dragon or 2 has never cost you the game. Let's give it to him, and we'll play this safe.
And that was that playstyle from Reginald, just zoning out the entire enemy team. He jumped into that side lane river brush, and it made Team Coast scared of just checking it against him, even though he was the only one there, and Reginald wouldn't really have been able to do something there. Just the threat of his presence was enough to keep that Dragon safe for TSM.
And they are super considering what they need and how far ahead they are right now. Dyrus's first item becomes the Bulwark without even anything else.
That's more of a team fight threat than anything else for Dyrus. It gives him a bit of safety if he's trying to lane against Zion Spartan. It doesn't give him that much safety if Shifter decides to play up against him, and that's going to be a bit of a mind game now as it progresses, whether Reginald is the one that has to fight against Zion, or sorry, Shifter, and whether
sword.
they keep Dyrus with Zion Spartan as they try to push mid. 5-3.
Double bubble on the Odd One in Reginald. There's a nice Draven ulti coming across. Mash Me on the backside. Turret has focus onto him. It looks like they keep going in. First blood going out to Zion Spartan. They continue in the fight. It's going to be Special going down as well. And not having Draven there really hurt them. They get pushed down the turret. The flash Q from Spartan. The transfusion, triple kill, and maybe another turret.
And looks like Coast just kind of lulled TSM asleep there. Didn't seem like they had the hard enough initiation, but once Daydreamin' landed that bubble, it was just the initiation from there. Bubble into Tidal Wave. Coast just spammed down a bunch of Vladimir damage. Dyrus' ultimate didn't even proc, keeping it a 5v3, and they got the turret out of that. I feel like, yeah, the turret out of that and multiple kills, so they pulled the gold almost even there.
Yeah, they got a lot of kills. That was, if you will, double bubble trouble right there. And you said Daydreamin', one to pick up Nami, and you know what? Played pretty crazy with it.
Yeah, I think I got a little confused earlier because I was like, Bloodwater played Nami before, because earlier on in the last split, Bloodwater was a member of GG, which is now Team Coast. So the team has played with Nami before, but Daydreamin', this is his debut with Nami in the LCS.
Well, he's debuting very well. We know he got a triple kill with Thresh in his first one anyways, so he picks up kills. He's no stranger to the kill score.
And they picked up a lot of items off of that too. The Golem Spirit was completed by Nintendo X, and just with that item, thanks to that consume passive, also the fact that Nunu has the highest base health in the game before that, he's got 2100 health at level 8 on Nunu, so he's turning into a tank despite being behind on farm. Plus the Blade of the Ruin King on Shifter could help his spike.
There's half health as Reginald takes about 10% of his. Looks like he may want to go back in for this. No, he chooses not to. The team's coming up from behind him. Team Solo Mid has control of the bottom jungle right now, so Reginald's here to just pretty much throw out that Void Spike spam.
And Coast needs to wait about 10 more seconds if they want to try to initiate a fight, which is why TSM is pushing so hard right now. But they got to be a little careful. If Daydreamin lands another bubble, that last team fight was devastatingly effective for Team Coast, and TSM should respect that.
We'll see what they can do. They're posturing for Nintendo Dax to be in the front here. Kind of wait this one back. They still have Dyrus pushing down that mid lane, so they're keeping focus on more than one spot, which to their credit is more than Coast is doing right now, but they do put Zed over to that. Shifter's going to start pushing that lane, so they're kind of even at this point. 3 kills for Coast. Really putting them on top here. That first blood from Zion Spartan to start that first fight.
Very key in that game, but it's not really dissuaded TSM from staying pushed up.
No.
They took a hit, but they're saying, what we were working on earlier is fine. We lost that fight because Dyrus didn't make it in. He couldn't give them the benefit of the Runic Bulwark, and they're just saying we're not going to make that mistake again, as they're still trying to split push those lanes.
Dyrus actually caught up in CS now, 153 to 133. Where is Mashmi? He is still farming up, and even though they've stayed as 5, Mashmi's still keeping his farm up to Wild Turtle, who's been free farming pretty much this entire time.
And another thing we should mention about Don't Mash Me's Twitch is earlier on in the spring split, he said he was unbeatable on Twitch, or that he never lost with it. He ended up losing with it a few times, but now that we're in a fresh split, completely confident again, and he is incredibly potent with that champion, knowing when and how to open up. It's a little difficult here for Team Coast because they don't have really that hard crowd control to keep people in place, but a farm Twitch late game is more devastating than a late game Drave.
See Zion Spartan trying to hold mid as Will back. Let's see what Twitch has for himself. He's going back with 660 in gold, so he won't get himself too much. He is just looking to get back to lane and farm more. He was too pushed up in that bottom lane. So, you know, Coast can only go so far right now. They know there is a wall on this map that they have to get through with a fight and not just one by one.
And that wall really seems to be just the river. They're afraid to go even that far. They don't have more control past the river, and they're still just giving the free lane farm to Reginald wherever he sees fit. Nintendo catching X Special a little bit, but he's able to just hook over the wall while Reginald continues the split push. This could be another opportunity, actually, for Coast to push up the mid lane, but if they don't go very quickly, Reginald would take a whole bunch of power down bottom.
Coast now trying to make moves of their own, and it looks like they, well, no, they just wanted to ward. They looked like they were going headstrong for Reginald, but I guess not. Reggie actually has 2 wards for himself down there, so he probably would have been able to jump out in an easy situation.
And Reginald has kept himself out of Coast vision for quite a while now, so he's in kind of a weird no man's land right now where Coast thinks he could have gone back, and for all intents and purposes, he may have just gone back already because he's not doing anything by standing those brushes down bottom.
And Coast has put a lot of focus, 4 times 125 on that Dragon area, well, up to Dragon as well. So they are really looking to get themselves back in the game with a move here.
Pink Ward City. One of the things that could help with that is a lot of times Kazix can escape a little bit around with his ultimate, which stealths him for about a second. Anywhere in that Dragon area, he's going to go uncatched, and unfortunately, Daydreamin misses his bubble, which leaves him open.
Oh, he goes right in there. Not going to be able to see it there. Daydreamin goes out instantly. He jumps out. Nintendo Dex gets the full ulti down, but it's not going to be enough. Reginald coming in with another kill and the reset. Mashmi finds one from the outside, but it's going to be the auto and picking up another one. Reginald in pursuit of Zion Spartan. Shifter still alive, but not in the fight.
The smallest of mistakes can get jumped on by a team as coordinated as Team Solo Mid. As soon as that Nami bubble went down, TSM knew they could just go. X Special landed the great death sentence, and Shifter had not made it down to that Dragon fight yet, so TSM just rolled through Team Coast and took the Dragon afterwards.
Difficult to use a ward when you're standing on it.
Yeah, that was not the best set of circumstances for Team Coast. If they landed the bubble on X Special, maybe they could have had that fight, but TSM was already collapsing around from all angles. It might have ended up being like a 3-for-2, but it still looked like TSM just had the positional advantage with or without that bubble toss. I'm not sure.
Well, even with Nami's ult right now, it's so much of a disengage for them, and that would really help with how much they can just get into your face. Dyrus really not even needing to be there for that fight, so this is kind of scary for them. Well, he ulted, so.
He did have the ultimate, which is kind of the presence he needs to have. He's just trying to split push. Once Dyrus gets that Sunfire cape, he'll be split pushing even harder. Still only about 3,000 gold, and we know the teamfight potential of Coast if they catch TSM in the right situation.
We'll see Solo Mid trying to keep all the advantages up here. Pink wards may not do too much for Coast here. It may have been a waste of money. We'll see if it comes up for them, if they can get that return on investment, but it could hurt. that could have been something else for them. Shifter up top, making sure he's not in a bad spot, but he is getting pinched right now.
And I think he's gonna get away safe until they save him. I think it was actually TSM not knowing where Coast was, making them want to back off. There is an Oracles on X Special as well, which could be very important. Coast posturing a little bit because they know Reginald isn't there, but really that 600 gold of pink wards that Coast used to Dragon, which ended up just giving the Dragon back to TSM, is a much bigger gold swing than it would seem at first glance.
26,000 to 31,000, 27,000 it just ticked up here. 3-2 in turrets of Team Solo Mid grabbing global objectives and global pressure. They're taking a little slow right now, seeing if they can get Coast to come out of the woodwork here, but Coast is just going to clean up the jungle. 21 minutes in at 4-3. The kills are still very close, but the fights are really starting to sway in TSM's favor.
And we haven't really seen a full-on brawl yet. We've seen a lot of fights get started in poor circumstances for either team. It's tough in the first game here with all the practice these guys coming in, actually getting those full-on fights when you're only really wanting to take the fights that have your edge. You're not comfortable necessarily yet, since it's the first time back for these guys after 6 weeks of non-studio time, and I feel like they're still kind of getting their feet wet.
They're all in the, oh my god, I don't want to lose.
Yeah, don't make a mistake.
No.
Don't make a mistake. Hey man, it could happen.
It could happen.
Just win every single game.
Win every one. Darius looks to go back here. Looks like Shifter will actually use this to push the turret. He does not want to alert him to his presence. And they're going to grab that and no, they won't grab Baron. That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, even with Nunu, who is
the
fastest Baron killer in the game, don't mash me, Baron.
Oh dear.
That hurt. That really hurt.
That is
Reginald had great poke there, and then just takes on a team by himself, going all in for Shifter.
Oh, here he comes. Reginald is his own Baron, and it looks like he's going to get some help from Dyrus. Shifter does not look like he's going to make it out. Oh, the bubble comes up. It doesn't get Dyrus close enough. They're going to force flash that one out to get the kill, but that was a pretty good job by Daydreaming there to pause that one out.
And now it could be a power play by TSM because there's the odd one flanking around the back.
He flashes over, throws on the locket, takes the initial burst of damage from the team, and it looks like there's the absolute zero. He procs it right at the start, though, and it looks like they are forced out of this one. Wild Turtle gets a little too aggressive on that one in his first fight that we really see him in, and he goes down 5-5 now.
80 carry trade doesn't necessarily benefit TSM because they burned a lot to come in from the back there. Flash barrier burned by Wild Turtle and flash burned by the odd one to get that initiation. Considering they just traded, that's not worth it unless TSM can make something count off this mid-turret push.
They do have 4,000 gold lead. They should be able to just abuse the power and number strategy right now. They throw it on the ward. They know they have the turret, but they're not going to press their luck on this one.
Still coming out of that a little bit ahead, showing the aggression. They've been sleeping a little bit for 23 minutes here. The game hasn't been what we've come to expect from a lot of these TSM games, but it could still turn that way. You could tell they were getting a little bit antsy. They really wanted to go in for those fights, and Reginald's reaching that point where he can start eating people on Kha'Zix.
Reginald getting pretty charged right now. 724, that 750, so we're going to see it in just a few seconds as he goes into that Muramana and that extreme amount of damage. Sunfire Cape now into Dyrus as he gets his second item. That split push now going to be a little bit more troublesome for Coast.
And it looks like Coast is trying to make something happen now. All five grouped up. This is a window they have where their side lanes are kind of pushed up. They're looking to get some kind of easy fight start if Daydreaming can land a bubble because they're getting a little bit picked off by Reginald's roam and the global presence by Dyrus, so they're trying to keep TSM corralled and saying, if we can win a 5v5 fight now, we can get back control of this game, is what Coast is saying.
TSM has kind of an easy way to think about that fight. They look at Coast and that's a walk-up initiation. Who's going to jump at you? Nobody's really going to hit you hard, so they're just waiting this out for Coast to really step out of line.
And I feel like Nintendo X also isn't strong enough on Nunu at this point with only 69 farm and a couple of items. Despite having nearly 3,000 health right now, he's just not able to run through all of the wall of TSM damage that they have. Plus the Oracles still on X Special, just about to wear out, but continually controlling that Baron area is making Coast a little apprehensive about how they position and how they try to fight.
You know, it gets scary. Zion Spartan does have the Zanyas, but that means the fight's all about big plays. It's not about being able to win the fight straight up. They're going to have to play this perfectly.
And the Spray and Pray went out from Don't Mash Me already, which means TSM might decide to go right in.
Odd One decides to go in. He's going to give him something to think about. There's the disengage from Nami. They're going to get Nintendo X all right out of him. Dyrus goes in. They get that Vladimir. He's going to pull. He has not used the Zanyas yet either. Goes down without using Zanyas. Daydreaming follows after. The triple kill. The whoa coming in from Kha'Zix. He can't do it again. The fourth coming in for Dyrus, and it looks like they're going to push the lane. Again, Shifter not in the fight.
Total 4 for 0 by TSM. Reginald powering up the whole game, and it pays off. He got the Merman transfer right before that fight. Didn't even activate it, actually. You can see his mana is still full. That could have been even more deadly for TSM. And unless Shifter can pull off some kind of miracle, this is a Baron for TSM.
They are going to grab this with the utmost ferocity. I don't think Shifter's going to make it out alive.
Oh,
the
wow.
goes down. Oh, man, the amount of damage these guys can do, one, the other, or combined right now, is enough to take it down with Baron and have somebody else fight.
And that was a really good sign for TSM, the way Dyrus just knew to ult Reginald. There have been some conflicts in the past about Dyrus ulting in at the right moment to Reginald, and he held it through the entire previous fight. Maybe it was on cooldown, we'll have to go back and check later, but he ulted that just right, making sure to take out Shifter and just give TSM even more goodies.
So we'll see. Coast now returning back to their lanes. Mashme trying to get farmed up. We saw in that fight, there were a few things, you know, that TSM got. The few things that they checked off their list before that fight. We said they had to wait for Coast to step out of line. Mashme's ult went off, like you said. Zion Spartan didn't get to use Zanya's. Team solo mid on the back of the odd one off of that one, coming out very big, giving Reginald now a Guardian Angel on top of his cleaver with the finish Muramana, Last Whisper. Everybody's really getting big. We just had a double Giants belt buy as well for Team Solo Mid.
And one of our featured matchups was the Reginald versus Shifter.
Yep.
Never playing against each other in competitive play, and how TSM funnels so much of their farm in towards Reginald and how it's working out. Plus, Coast looks a little bit out of sync right now.
Right.
A lot of these fights that they've been losing, they've been using desync skills or having things miss. Daydream missed that one bubble with Dragon, and it turned into that. And then Don't Mash Me tried to use his ultimate to catch out Wild Turtle despite not having follow-up. And now when they're getting pushed into their base, no one's around to defend this inhibitor, and TSM is just taking it.
Again, Team Solo Mid abusing the power of numbers strategy. They just push down and in the eyes of Coast, take down their own inhibitor. They begin to back now. We were just talking about that Reginald 260 farm on him. And really, this has been a crazy game, right? Because it's like, where has Wild Turtle been? He's just kind of like been farming in lanes. Wild Turtle's usually making plays, but he's doing his own thing.
He's been off Dravening. All the free lane farm has just gone to Reginald, so Wild Turtle has just kind of held his own. He's still gotten those 6 assists, so it's not like he's not hitting things in team fights. And we're talking about Wild Turtle. They're going to be doing another fight here fairly quickly. I don't expect TSM to wait long outside of this turret based on how well they've been winning these team fights.
They have to know where the advantages stand. You are most correct, Jat. There's the death sentence going out from X Special. May see Nami coming in from the back side with the bubble here. There's the box going down. They're able to take down Nintendo Dax to jump from Reginald, but the kill doesn't come in. The Zanyas is still up there, so they do have some plays to be made. Shifter forced out. He still has the death mark up for his ultimate. Will they be able to go back? There is the disengage from Daydreaming, but they've already lost a few, and they're going to be forced to chase Zion Spartan. He tries to direct him away from the base. This may look very grim for Coast, Jat.
And Wild Turtle spent a lot of that fight actually hitting the turrets. TSM still to not suffer a casualty, doing whatever they want.
Both Oddwin and Reginald go below 100, now back up as they regen from the Baron buff. But just after a back and forth, the dance goes off and Team Solo Mid walks out with the ribbon.
That might be GG right there, because Reginald was really taking on a team by himself while Wild Turtle was taking on something else in just the turret. Very split up fight. Took out 3 more members of Coast. A lot of the holes the Coast picked themselves into are being exploited by TSM here. There's no hard initiation necessarily for Coast. TSM is scattering them around. They're jumping around the Navi bubbles, not getting initiated on, and they've gotten such an accumulated lead here that they're just pushing it properly.
We'll see these guys trying to clean up the mess here. They get out the mopping buckets. Smash Me says, you guys clean that up. I'm going to go look and get some stuff at the store. 30 minutes into this one, these guys need a lot from the store. They have a good amount of core items, but they're all kind of just focusing on the same thing, and nobody's buying any defense except for that Zanya's on Vladimir.
Yeah, that's not going to bode well in the next fight, I don't think. I would love to buy defense. I'm sure Coast wants to.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just don't have the income right now. Stuck at 3 turrets to 7. Denied every dragon of the game by TSM. Also the Baron buff. Plus Reginald doing whatever he wants. That was actually a rather foolish jump in by Reginald, but they can afford it at this point. No fear from Reginald.
He's got the ulti. He throws it on for a little bit of damage mitigation. X Special just on one side. They have the ward over. That Oracle on Daydreaming. Just keep them safe from wards in their base. That's really not what the situation you want it to be. Nintendo Dax taking so much poke just to get a blast, or an ice blast rather, down onto Dyrus. Looks like they continue to go on this one. Nintendo Dax falling very fast. There's the kills from Turtle coming in. Help with Odd One as well. Shifters find themselves a kill. Zion Spartan uses the Zanyas, but he goes down after and it looks like Special is going to be chasing this one out. Flay has been used, but Daydream is going to be picked up by Wild Turtle. Here comes the inhibitor after the turret and possibly the Nexus turrets.
And these are pretty long death timers here for Coast. Shifter is the only one still alive with his home guard boots. This is inhibitor number 3. So if TSM doesn't end it right here, it wouldn't be far off. Reginald's the only one down. Looks like TSM's going to try to take this one.
Opening day shows well for the champions of the spring split. Team Solo Mid looks to take game 1. They take the second Nexus turret, and they find a win 30 minutes into the game.
18 kills to 6. It started slow, but ended fast for TSM. They really took it home here, and a very impressive performance there. Another day at the office for TSM.
Absolutely. Reginald being given one of the most aggressive champions in the game to fit his play style, and he continuously took it home. And really one thing to say there is he was up on Zed, right? He was up on Shifter most of the time, but Shifter mechanically played enough to not die always. So Reginald did have to go and find that in other lanes. So it was really the roam over Shifter that started to escalate that game.
A lot of it was just the free lane farm that Reginald was able to create because the rest of TSM was enabling it for him. That's the thing that these Kazakhs teams have been doing. It's not about Kazakhs individually in the lane.
Right.
It's the fact that he just gets so much more gold generated because how quickly you can farm waves on him, and Reginald did just that. He was top lane, he was bottom lane, he was mid, wherever wave was stacked up, and then once he had those huge amounts of items, he started jumping around and killing people.
Absolutely. So we have a replay right before that Baron that just really shows how these team fights swayed.
Yeah, and in this fight, it really, really showed how TSM was going to be playing these things. Don't Mash Me's ultimate is down. Remember that. And then it was just a matter of Odd One and Dyrus saying, oh, yeah, we can absolutely fight these. Let's wait until Reginald comes into range. And it's all over from here. They pop the lock of the Iron Solari. The Tidal Wave just hits the Odd One. The Nunu ult goes off, and at that point, their disengage is gone for Team Coast. TSM can just jump in afterwards. Reginald goes in low, but he knows his damage potential. Flashes out just to jump back in. Style points for Reginald, getting that triple kill.
The team there to clean it up behind him. Like you said, Dyrus actually having really good ults this game.
Solid.
Came in on a few, stopped a few to stay in the top lane, continue the farm, and throw his ult off for some people. So there was just a lot of team coordination coming out from Team Solo Mid in that game.
Dyrus had a Dyrus game, if that makes sense. He never necessarily blows people away, but he played super solid. And the way Dyrus plays is he plays not to make mistakes, because the team that makes the fewest mistakes usually wins. And that's just the way Dyrus approaches the game.
I like that comment. Make fewer mistakes, win more. It's usually something that just kind of falls in line for itself. So our first game showed that a few back to the basics, junglers in the 2v1 lanes. We saw that at the end of the season, not really, or at the All-Star game, not really happening too much. It was a switch up for the junglers, but back to kind of the junglers soaking up experience in the lanes. A lot of room for the mids. We'll have to see what comes out, right? We didn't see anything crazy. There wasn't anything new. There is still aggression at level 1 here in the opening day. Nobody's kind of like, oh, don't want to lose game 1. But we're going to see.
Still seeing Kazakhs, still seeing Jace bans.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll see some more Kazakhs bans as this week progresses, but we got a whole bunch, 19 more.
Absolutely, 19 more games. 2 more with Jat and myself. Is coming up next, we'll be joined by Team Solo Mid's captain, Reginald. And then it's the second matchup of the day when Curse and their new support, Edward, take on Vulcan. Opening day of the NA LCS Summer Split will return right after this. Stick around.
beat Curse for 3rd place, and we should be able to beat him again pretty easily.
Cop and Edward doesn't have much synergy yet.
We just have to be aware of sandwiches, and that's about it.
Welcome back to opening day of the 2013 Summer Split. And before we get into our next game between Curse and Vulcan, I'd like to welcome Team Solo Mid's Reginald to the desk. Reggie, congrats on the game.
You guys.
28-0, man. That's what we're going to see.
I mean, that's kind of too unrealistic, but I want to have a better record than last season for sure. I'm probably aiming for like 25-3. More realistic goal, but 28-0 would be nice.
Absolutely.
It would be a little nice. And I want to talk a bit just about the Team Coast team you guys just faced, because near the end of last season, both Team Coast and Vulcan made a run through the playoffs. Do you think those teams are now stronger, or was that kind of a lucky run through the playoffs?
I really feel like it was a huge lucky run through the playoffs, mainly because when it hit playoff times, right, Dig and Curse was totally underperforming, and they didn't play nearly as well. CLG was never in good shape last season, so we're going to see a lot more from them this season with their roster change. And so I feel like Coast isn't going to do too well this season. I feel like they're going to probably be bottom 4 again, and it might not lead to a good playoffs like last season.
Right. As champions of last season, obviously coming into this one, you guys did work. You've worked on skill. What was it that you guys, have fixed or changed that in your eyes still needed to be fixed as champions?
I mean, a lot of it is really just a good practice schedule. We're always trying to better our practice schedule. And it's something that we're always changing, mainly because you're going to be as good as how you practice. If you work hard, you're going to perform better. So we're always trying to work harder, and we're always trying to put more strategy and more time into the game. So we're getting really good with having a better structure. Like a lot of interviews, if you see the Koreans, they're like, NA lacks structure. We're really working on that, and we're trying to really get good so we can compete on the international level.
And I mean, speaking of the international level, Dyrus and X Special, 2 of your teammates, went to the All-Star game a couple of weeks ago. What was the impact of that like for your team, having those guys get in the All-Star game experience?
I feel like X Special is definitely a lot more vocal than before. He's definitely talking a lot more, so which is really good for me, mainly because a lot of the times when we do strategy or do anything at all, it would only be me doing all the picks and doing all the calls and everything, and it's a lot of work. And now he's really stepping up to the line. He's getting a lot more involved, and he's becoming a lot more vocal. Aside from that, I don't think they picked up anything else from the All-Stars.
So, I mean, what else have you guys been doing over the break then? Because it's been 4 to 6 weeks since we've actually seen you guys competing.
Yeah, so Turtle, when everyone was gone for All-Stars, right? So Turtle played like 500 games. So like he got rank 1, rank 2, rank 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I took a quick break. I took a 2 weeks break. And then Dyrus and Special, obviously, All-Stars, they were playing the whole entire time. Autumn went to Hawaii. So we got back like 2 or 3 weeks before LCS, and we're like, all right, guys, we can't let that vacation hurt us, and we've been practicing nonstop since, every day as much as possible. So we're looking pretty good in scrims right now. We're doing really well. We scrimmed pretty much every single team. I think that C9's actually going to do really well this season. We played a lot against them, and they're probably the hardest games that we've ever had in the scrim. So I think they're going to do really well.
Right on. So going back to the match a little bit, obviously you guys getting your first win here opening day of the Summer Split. I mean, what were your expectations for the matchup? And did you guys come in playing anything out of the ordinary, or did you just go for comfort?
We mainly picked strong picks that are strong in solo queue because we haven't played the game in so long, right? And patches changed everything. Like the next patch, creeps aren't going to spawn to 155. This is such a huge change. So things are always changing with League of Legends. That's why the game's so interesting. It's so fun. League of Legends is so fun because there's Riot's always changing the game up, keeping it interesting and keeping it more competitive. So that's what I really like, that there's something always new into the game. So I mean, it's always a constant learning process, and I just like the play style of like the new style of like where NA is all about farming, right? You watch screens, towers go down in like a second. You go into the game, 3 towers down. So NA is really adapting to that, where we're really pushing more for objectives and like going out of our way for kills, and so we're doing a lot better at that.
Cool. And it's okay if you don't want to answer this question, but I'm curious because you just mentioned it. The 3.8 patch change with the jungle spawning at 155. Do you think there's going to be any immediate impacts as far as like starting lanes, or do you want to keep that secret?
Yeah, I think that it's pretty obvious, but I think that the AD is probably going to show up in lane, and I was talking with my team, and they think that the support's going to be a lot more roaming, a lot more invades. But there's no huge loss for invading before, right? If you invade and you don't like have a successful invade, their AD and support is gonna have double golems, and they're gonna have a huge advantage. But now there's no penalty for having invade, besides someone at the lane pushing up the lane really fast, so it's not that bad. So there's going to be a lot of that. I feel bad for Jungle. Otto's already crying. He's like, no, my extra camp, no, why, right? He's so sad, but everyone's like, yes. And the bottom lane's a lot more happy because there's no huge advantage on the blue side anymore. So a bot lane can go anywhere. So that's huge.
Interesting.
Taking that in consideration, how much do you guys, or do you know of teams, do you theory craft when you know something will change like that? How much thought do you put into it before it actually comes out, and tournaments that you're playing currently?
So, I mean, LCS is so fast-paced, right? You always have to constantly learn as you go. One of the things we try to do is really focus on the present. Like, we had LCS this week, but the patches next week. We're like, guys, let's just keep all of our time on this LCS week. So we play 1 week at a time. I know that in the future, though, we'd want to improve that process and be like, hey, okay, this patch is coming out. We should strategize for this, this, and this, and strategize for everything ahead of time. But since the schedule's so fast-paced and it's so competitive for us that we really have to focus on the present, because if we don't focus too much on the present, we might lose and do bad super weak.
Yeah.
And obviously, last split, you guys had kind of a slow start and then finished super strong. Looking back now that you've kind of had the 6 weeks off, are you going to approach this season week to week any differently, aside from what you just said on taking it week to week?
So last season we didn't do too well because there were a lot of problems with our team, but we managed to fix that and come together. I think that this week we're obviously going to try our best every single match, and if teams happen to just be better than us, then they're going to be better than us, but we're always going to try really hard every single match, and that's not going to change.
Right on. All right, so last question for you before we move on to all of our next games. What is your feeling on, the teams coming in? Who scares you the most coming into the split that people may not be thinking about? I
probably think that C9's really strong. I think the velocity is, they're okay. They have a lot to prove. Okay. And C9 does have a lot to prove too because there's a lot of hype around them, but it doesn't really matter how well you do in scrims if you do bad in an LCS match. Like say CLG for example, they crushed us in scrims 20-0 last season. Yeah. And then they just couldn't perform at LCS. So same thing with C9. They do really well. They do really, really well in scrims. I don't think they've lost anything yet since they made their team in amateur. So they've won everything up till now. So they have a lot to show. Even there's so much hype around them, and I think they just beat everyone in scrims. We scrimmed them prior to this, and they did really well against us too. So I'm excited to play them.
All right.
It's going to be a good match.
All right, Reginald, thank you very much. Congrats on the first match and the opening day win. I'll see you in, I believe, a few games. Thanks. And now it's time for our second matchup of the day, Curse versus Vulcan. And last time these teams played, Vulcan upset Curse in the spring playoffs, third-place game. But since there's been one huge change to Curse's starting lineup, their new support, Edward.
And Edward and Cop really haven't had that much time to practice together. Edward only made his trip over to the Curse house and now LA last week. And when Edward left Gambit, he said it was because he didn't mesh with Cop, both just in personality and with gameplay style. Yep. And if anything, Cop is kind of the NA version of Genja with his playstyle. So we really need to track how Cop and Edward do together and how they mesh.
Well, the Reddit threads have been saying they've been doing good.
There was that one awesome clip where Cop was like, I'm just going to farm the lane as Draven. And I think he was against Robert X. Sleeves. Like, why is Cop in? Oh, it's because Edward's in the brush with Blitzcrank. Oh, no.
That's Edward. And Vulcan knows what a new support can do for a team. Their pickup of Bloodwater near the end of the spring split helped turn their season around and led to a third-place finish in the North American LCS.
And we've talked about this so many times, but the whole team started playing better after they picked up Bloodwater. Big thing, though, Mandatory Cloud really picked up his game, Man Cloud, at the end of the year. And Vulcan's another team that finished last season really hot. They took third place in the playoffs, but they're not getting respect coming into the summer split. Even Reginald just now thinks that was mainly a run because the top teams were falling apart. And we'll see if Vulcan can continue building on their playoff success during this summer split, or if that was just a matter of them getting hot at the right time.
Well, we will have to see. They're about to prove it to us. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Curse. In the top lane is Voidboy. Jungling is Saint Vicious. Jackie in mid. Cop on 80 carry. And Edward, now North America at support.
And on the red side, it's Vulcan with Psychos in the top lane, X-Smithy in jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna with his new Mohawk on 80 carry, and Bloodwater, of course, on support.
We're going to get a good look at that Mohawk for the next 10 weeks.
Yeah, I was trying to tell Bloodwater that he needs one as well, but I don't think he was buying it.
Yeah, there's rooms that they all kind of sit in. They chat, little player green rooms. We go, you guys all need to get Mohawks just pointing in different directions. Yeah. And I think Bloodwater's was supposed to be a front-to-back diagonal.
That would work.
That would so work. I guess if it's front to back, it'd also be back to forward. So I guess it doesn't matter which way it goes.
It's kind of like how Reginald had never played against Shifter, and also Shifter never played against Reginald. So crazy stuff.
Double stuff everywhere. And it's going to be the second matchup. A lot of twos coming in here. We'll have to see what happens. There's two of us. There's a lot of you. And I got to say thanks for joining us here, as it is the opening day to the North American Summer Split. Curse on your screen as they are getting ready to face off against Vulcan. These two teams did pretty well for themselves last season. Vulcan kind of had to scratch at it a little bit to get back in, but like we've been saying, being one of those teams at the end of the season, now considered to be one of the bottoms again. Like the community perception, the perception all around, it's weird.
And speaking of the community perception, a lot of people are on the Edward hype train right now.
This is a true story as well.
Edward joining Curse. You got to remember here that Edward's had a couple of days practicing with Cobb.
Yep.
He is still going to be a little bit jet-lagged. Even when they were practicing, was very tired. The trip from where he lived in Russia to Las Vegas was not easy. I think they said like 34 hours of travel. That takes its toll, and it takes like a week or two to fully adjust for that.
That's why Jackie needed to know if he was there.
On top of having to play with Cobb. Yeah, that's why Jackie's like, is Edward here? He needs to sleep.
Yeah.
Damn it, Jackie!
There he is. He can't even hear us, but he knows. He knows. So there's Jackie getting ready to play. I don't even know mid. He did start to show a little bit of Kazakhs at the end of the season, so we'll have to see if he brings out some strengths again like that. But
Curse has been a tough book to read throughout this.
Yeah.
A lot of people have just kind of been forgetting about them. A lot of people were actually writing them off when they didn't really have a permanent solution for their support role. They were saying, hey, Cop, think of how weak that lane's going to be now. People kind of wrote off Cop near the end of the season as not being a very good AD carry. But what Curse believes is that he wasn't a good AD carry because he falls into place with the rest of his support. So if his support plays passive, Cop will play passive. He thinks he's a very moldable AD carry, and the rest of Curse does. So as these weeks progress, we'll see if Curse Edward can mold him into an aggressive AD carry.
I feel like Curse Edward is more of like a tandem bicycle than like a support, just kind of riding on the side.
All right.
They're both working on this.
They're both just full steam ahead.
Full steam ahead, absolutely. We're going to have to see what they have as we go full steam ahead into Champion Select for Game 2 here, opening week of the Super Week here in Summer Split.
Oh, yeah. And a Lee Sin ban. It's targeted at Xmithy, but it's still a little bit surprising. Lee Sin saw a resurgence at the All-Star game with the insect mechanics, Ward kicking people backwards over and over again. Xmithy, he's no insect, but it's still enough to draw the ban.
It brings in so much utility in the late game, which sounds weird. It's like shields everywhere, jumping here and there, and it's confusion. You never thought confusion would be such a huge, powerful thing to have in a fight.
It's what Lee Sin brings. Kazakh's ban, so he won't get to see any super farm Kazakhs as well.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank ban against Edward. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually banned Thresh as well. You already know Edward is against the wall here, and you're going to try to throw him off as much as possible. I'm actually very surprised that Curse is the ones who banned Thresh. It tells me they have a much different first pick in mind.
Vulcan, they may have been thrown off by that as well.
Yeah. They're like, why did they ban Thresh, guys? What do they have in mind?
We don't have notes for this one.
And so, I'm kind of curious, too. What do they have in mind?
So they go ahead and they get a pretty safe pick there, a ban, I should say there.
Jarvan, maybe? Jace, of course. Of course, all the Jace bans that we've been seeing. He was so dominant at the All-Star game. Voyboy's mechanics just stick with Jace so well. Or even Nijackie, we were wondering what he's going to play. Jace has a lot of versatility here.
We'll have to see. We do have some commons picked up by the Vulcan squad here. That Rise going on to Mandatory Cloud, most likely. Xmithy onto Psycho Sip.
I actually think that's going to be a top lane Rise.
Oh, after Shy Rise.
I'm thinking it's going to be a top lane Rise. Since you can build a fair bit of armor on Rise against a Jason lane, I don't know how dangerous it is. I need to have more top lane experience and get more insights on these guys, but that's my early prediction for this.
Jackie hovering over his all-time favorite League of Legends champion, and Tristana, I think, is in that squad because they played that in the end of towards the end of the season in their fun game. We'll have to see what they got here. St. Vicious looking to lock in as well. May not choose his jungler, or he may. Not going to be a rough pick for them right here. They're not giving away too much.
No, the one thing they do know is that Vulcan is giving away their solo lanes right now. And with a Trundle pick for St. Vicious, or Voyboy, we're actually not sure. In the pregame, we said it would be a top lane Trundle, but maybe it's something for St. Vicious in the jungle. I haven't seen him practicing it too much.
We've had a lot of not Saint lately, Nautilus, but as of late, we are on that 3-7, so it'll still work for him. Still has that W damage strong. Mandatory Cloud picking up Sona the other support that Edward plays, not as much likes to, but plays a beautiful Sona as well as Caitlyn, so that lane getting a good amount of aggression.
And that is by far Bloodwater's favorite support. I'm actually a little bit surprised that it didn't get denied by anyone on Curse earlier on, because when you give Vulcan Sona, since Bloodwater is generally the one who calls the shots, their initiations are crisp, and it's much more than other supports can offer that team. So that is a very solid pickup for Vulcan as a team.
We'll see what Nijaki decides to choose. As they lock this in, looks like we've got pretty strong area of effect damage composition coming in here from Vulcan. Once they get it all finished out, it looks like a lot of poke that we'll have coming from these guys on Curse.
I'm wondering if they're going to try to run a poke comp here. The hard initiation right now for Vulcan is pretty much just the Rise Rune Prison, Crescendo, and Cannonball, but that's not to say those things can't be displaced.
Cannon is used to kind of negate poke comps, right? You flash
Sometimes, yeah.
If you can get it enough to follow up, but there really isn't a follow-up for these guys yet.
And with the Zyra pick right now, this tells me Curse is going poke, which is really surprising. I've not seen Curse play poke. This means it would be a jungle St. Vicious, mid lane Lux, and then support Zyra for Edward, which is not something we've seen a lot of lately.
And they really have a great composition for that poke. That disengage from the Trundle wall as well. It's going to shut down that cannon. You're really going to have only him or Smithy making it into the fight when you start. So it's a great composition there. But on the other side as well, they can play safe. They have the disengage. I think we're going to see, just like game one, it's going to be really safe up until a certain point.
Now
going to swing it.
All going to be about whether Vulcan has enough engage to get at Curse, and if they do it decisively enough to not get poked down beforehand. It does look like I was wrong in the prediction. Kennen top lane to go against Jace, Rise mid lane to go against Nijaki. I feel like they could have swapped those however they wanted. And obviously, if the early game goes incredibly one way, it's going to be like that. It's going to be probably that team. But poke versus hard engage, really exciting games to watch and very tense.
This is going to be great, too, because we haven't seen St. Vicious on Trundle in I don't know how long the last time he played. Maybe when you did back in like IPL 3 or something.
Yeah, he used to play like Vamscepter start jungle Trundle in Season 1, and he'd go double golems. But it's been so long. Trundle's received that beautiful visual makeover, but he decided just to go for the Junkyard Trundle as well when we decided to get in this game.
Nice.
Man, there's so much hype going into this game. Edward playing Zyra as well is just not the Curse bot lane we'd expect to see right off the bat. It's like Zyra Ezreal. That's the passive disengage bottom lane, not the jump in your face thresh hook.
You never know. It's Edward. They could turn this. We're going to be like, okay, never mind. It's a kill bot.
All right, they're going to go kill against Caitlyn Sona, which is hard, by the way.
It will be. They don't have sustain. That's going to stick. We'll have to see what they're really running in runes once we get into the game. But we're into game 2 here. Rivington the Third and chat to bring you Vulcan versus Curse as we get it matched up. And remember, Cop and Edward, and how to bring up that duo lane for Curse.
And there was a lot of early game posturing in the Coast versus TSM game. I wonder if Curse and Vulcan are going to do similar things. Based on the pings that Curse has thrown out already, they're going to try to get a couple wards into Vulcan's jungle, while a couple of them are playing human wards as well, including St. Vicious and Nijaki.
Yes. Double Lift taking notes on where St. Vicious is guarding the bush.
That is definitely something that happened at the All-Star game when Dyrus was caught by the thresh hook over the wall. What people didn't realize is because Doublelift wasn't scouting Tribrush for him, but none of that is important for this game as Vulcan's trying to do that delayed invade.
Let's see what they do. They are just hanging on to the red brush right now. St. Vicious is going to make his way all the way out, so they know they're invaded here. Vulcan has strength in the jungle. Looks like they'll be able to do what they want with this, but they may not stay to take anything.
3 wards placed in the red side jungle of Curse is a huge investment for Vulcan to go into. They really care about vision of that area. We'll see how it ends up playing out because they conceded vision of their own red jungle, and they're actually expecting something similar.
These 3 early wards are the same wards that Korea plays down at All-Star Games.
Even the one over the double golem wall?
To Explorer over Golems. Is that Explorer? It's not Explorer. It's a real word, but they usually use the Explorer there.
All right, so they just wanted... I think that'll tell you earlier where the bottom lane is going to be going so you can more adequately counter it if you're looking for or against a lane swap.
Absolutely. Let's see what they try to continuously do. Looks like Saint heads over towards his red. And, no. Oh, that's not his red.
That's the Vulcan red.
That's the Vulcan red. All right, so Saint goes over to Vulcan red, I should say. I'm just kind of like scrolling the map, and I didn't realize on the other side.
You're like, wait a minute.
Go Riv.
You shouldn't be there, St. Vicious. What are you doing? And this will be interesting. I think they're just going to be ending up trading double buffs with each other. Since Vulcan has such control over Curse's red jungle, I feel like Curse is just conceding it.
There's the 2v1 mid. Bloodwater and Zuna going to try to pressure that one down. We'll see what happens. Looks like the Zyber pick is actually going to work out quite well against ManCloud. He gets that Rune Prison in. They're still going to be able to stay within range and get that damage in.
And based on what Xmithy is doing right here, he's on a collision course for St. Fishes. Xmithy has Smite, St. Fishes does not, so this looks like it could be a blue steal.
Saint's like, yeah, you're 1v1, let's do this. But here comes Bloodwater around the corner. You did not expect that. The power chords to be played. The Symphony, however, going in favor of St. Vicious here. He just pushes out Xmithy on that situation, knowing his skill set is better. Psycho Sid giving some aggression to Voyboy in the top lane. He's going to go ahead, take to the skies. He gets that E in. There's the stun onto Psycho Sid, or for Voyboy. And it looks like he may be able to proc one more. He tries to get the range. The Ignite goes down. It may not be enough. One more tick. He gets it for first blood.
The very last tick gets Voyboy down. I thought for sure he was going to be able to get away. Psycho Sid with a level 3 Ignite coming through, giving him that extra little bit of Ignite damage. Catches Voyboy checking for blue help. Because of the 2v1 mid, I feel like Vulcan outmanned Curse there, and then Voyboy had no support coming from Psycho Sid, and then Psycho Sid just out-traded him with that Doran's Blade start. That is going to be a mountain Voyboy now has to climb in that top lane, losing a lot in that exchange.
That's not something you see every day. A level 2 Jace get taken down by a level 2 Kennen, which is now a level 4-2 discrepancy, as mid lane is needing help from the jungler here. St. Vicious going over to Nijaki.
And we need to track now how this bottom lane is doing for Curse, because they need to get some damage on this turret. Mandatory Cloud with 13 minion kills, not getting harassed and not taking turret damage means this Edward Cop bottom lane is not providing impact compared to what Zuna and Bloodwater are potentially doing to this mid lane.
And wow, Psycho Sid looking to keep the pressure on, goes for to the 2 Dorans quickly with the boots to keep himself safe in any of those engages, because he is going to be playing aggressive. Zuna taking a bit of auto attack damage here, but they trade back even more in the mid lane. Everything going well right now for Vulcan.
And we'll see if Xmithy can pull off something here. A no-buff Sejuani is mainly just in this lane to leech experience. He's actually only here to maybe save a little bit of the tower. I don't think they could realistically go in for an aggressive fight, but I've been wrong before.
There's a little there's a bit of safety. Whoa! Maybe they just wanted the poke there, and they got it. Even putting the ward down wasn't enough safety. They just kind of put him in that false sense of security.
Really nice route by Edward there, and I feel like Mandatory Cloud really just should have been waiting in his turret for these creeps to arrive, because that's how he's been surviving in this lane up until now. And because he took that poke, it means Xmithy has to stay here to prevent the 2v1 tower dive.
This is kind of one of those you're making it harder for me situations. He's going to try to get himself into a good spot, and it looks like, wow, they're actually going to play this from Bloodwater. He makes the call for himself to go down, throw some sustain to the lane, and then he'll meet back up in mid.
Might as well. It's a range and the bottom, and Zuna's doing completely fine in mid. Plus, Bloodwater wasn't really providing any extra harass onto Nijaki, so they're just transitioning to Caitlyn mid. I can see this working out.
We'll have to see what they do. We have seen this happen, well, not happen before, but Caitlyn mid has been played before, I should say. 6 minutes into this one, we'll see how Curse reacts to this bit of a transition. It's going to be a dual lane in the bot now versus the duo lane with Zuna mid. Jackie trying to get some damage out, gets that auto attack. Zuna eats a turret. Looks like he may play this real safe and go back.
And Zuna really wants to get that mid lane turret, because I cannot stress enough how important it is to get that mid lane turret down. And even though, like, that's a very interesting choice by Bloodwater to go to the bottom lane at this juncture in the game, because if he stayed mid, I feel like Zuna and Bloodwater could get that turret on the next push, whereas now it's not nearly as guaranteed. I think that's why Xmithy is here, because they're trying to add extra presence, but I don't see them getting down this turret. Nijaki's able to keep those creeps low enough.
They got that siege pressure from Jackie. He's easily just clearing that out with Prismatic Barrier on. Xmithy is looking to cause trouble, though, looking to find St. Vicious, so that will allow Zuna to be more aggressive in mid.
And still no turrets necessarily pushed down. The lane phase was extended when Bloodwater decided to go bottom and essentially create standard lanes again, even though Ryze and Caitlyn are swapping like an AP duo for an AD duo lane.
I figured that would have been a fast move for ManCloud to have Sona go down, or for Daydream, wow, Bloodwater to go down. We got it. There's a list in my name. I just had to find the right
some roster swaps. It's understandable.
So still staying here, both level 5. He is 33 to 41, so even as the mid laner, he's not grabbing up the CS that Lux is in that 1v1.
Not necessarily, despite having the support helping him. I mean, 2v2 when you're constantly pushed is not as good as a 1v1 in the mid lane, where they're still trying to get down that turret. And I feel like St. Vicious is just trying to brute force this one down. There's no wave clear on Rise to be able to stop this. Chris getting this first turret.
So that turret, actually quite big, is going to help a little bit with dragon pressure as well. If they can get damage down onto Zuna and Bloodwater even more. Zuna's actually quite hurt here in mid, so he may not be able to come down. He gets flashed on. He's going to live from this one, but that's going to be pressure and maybe what they need for Dragon, but they're going back. Never mind.
He was about one auto attack away from being able to take down there. Nijaki doing a admirable job holding that off, really pulling the lane almost back in his favor, only down about 16 minion kills to Zuna despite being 1v2 for quite a long time early on. And just the one turret for Curse trying to pull this one even. I need to keep track of that top lane though.
See, Boy 6 to Psycho Sid 7. That's 50 to 64 in CS. So all things considered, that the kill there, it's only about 15 CS. So Jace is definitely going to have, I think, a bit bigger of an impact once we get to that late game point.
And I really have to commend Boy here because we haven't been paying attention to this lane. But after he died at level 2, coming back level 2 to 1 mismatch, knowing he's going up against a double Thornsblade Psycho Sid on his return, and then keeping the minion kills close, not losing too much of his turret means he's been farming very well and smartly.
That bottom turret being taken down, both teams backing, and Curse still finds themselves in the position to take Dragon. St. Vicious taking a lot of damage here. Laser goes out, they get a good proc onto Xmithy. That's the main initiation for them to get into this fight. Zuna just trying to throw out some damage. They get out of this one with a few scratches. Saint makes it out.
The minions did end up taking the mid lane for Vulcan as well, but that fight was really prevented by Nijaki landing a great light binding onto Xmithy, and because Xmithy didn't have his Sejuani ultimate up quite yet to make a good initiation. If Jackie doesn't land that bind, I feel like Curse loses multiple people in a fight, but because he landed it, they got the Dragon unharmed.
Jace backing in the top lane. The tier stacked up, 192, still quite far away, and it actually just purchased up here at 9 minutes onto ManCloud. He's only got 24 on it, so they're looking to get that little bit of kind of extra gold as they charge it up for themselves, more so for ManCloud right now.
That's blue control, though, for Vulcan. They've gotten their own blue and also curses. It means the Nijaki will not be able to super easily clear waves. And it means that since they had the blue control, Psycho Sid felt safe about farming this top lane a little while longer and was able to finish off that top turret.
Vulcan finding a little bit of global pressure here onto Curse. At 10 minutes into the game, they find 2 turrets to the 1, but that's going to be top and mid. They have a lot more global pressure than Curse is finding with that bottom turret for the dual lanes now down. The global gold lead, only 600, so it's still within grasp of anybody here. As we look at the items, actually a fast pickaxe for Zuna here.
And from a pacing perspective as well, this is a fair bit like the TSM versus Coast game we just saw. Substantially different picks, substantially different strategies, but not much fighting. These guys are still kind of feeling each other out. It's been a while since they've been in competition since the first season, and I think later on in the day or even later on in Super Week, we'll start seeing the early game brawls because these guys are taking it pretty slow right now.
And with Kenna with 2 Dorans, works it pretty well on a turret, but you think with the amount of AP that they have, they wouldn't be hitting turrets as hard. You think the Jace, the Ez team coming in would be able to take it down, but Vulcans found themselves more turrets so far. The lane pressure as well is being forced by Curse, but it has to be in the 2v1 lanes. Every time the ultimate just missing, but it does force the barrier.
A slight lack of coordination, actually. Once you land the light binding, you can kind of sync the Lux and Ezreal ultimates up if you want to, but because Cops was a little bit delayed, I feel like it allowed Bloodwater's heal to get in and give him the extra resist for that, but it still pushes Zuna back from the turret and allows Curse to get a bit of a siege on, but they decide to back away as well because they may have found a mandatory cloud. No. They're just disengaging all over the place.
They did not. He floats away. Looks like he will be safe. And this is kind of what I was talking about just a second ago. Where is the Curse team that is going to drop the turrets with the AD that they have? Looks like they bring it to the table now, but they don't have the minion wave to continue. Mandatory Cloud walks back in from the side to get the side flank again, but he is seen by a pink ward.
And to reiterate, this is a Curse poke composition. They do not necessarily want to take straight up 5v5s. They only want to fight if they get a Lux light binding that can kill someone, or if they diminish the enemy's health far enough down that they could get a safe initiation, because the champions that Curse has picked are not great in brawl scenarios. They definitely have to get damage down before fights start.
Pretty low farm game for these teams. We've seen a lot of rotating going around. 70s for the mids after 12 minutes into the game. Usually you see it hovering around 100. Mandatory Cloud, good damage from each other on Cop and ManCloud in the bottom lane. It looks like we're going to get St. Vicious coming up from the side here. He will be going down to the ManCloud. The Rune Prison goes onto Cloud. He knows Cop can just get closer. Going to try to do the damage that he can put out before going down. but Cop able to pick himself up. The first kill for Curse.
Yeah, Mandatory Cloud was already a little squishy. Once he gets Trundle ulted, his resist just gets shredded. And even though Cop just has that Lizard Elder, he fell real fast. Cop also picked up the blue buff off of that kill, so that will really help his blue Ezreal build as he continues on in this game.
So we see somewhat of a mistake being made here. The pressure of Vulcan in middle was acted on by Curse. They knew that there was one alone. They took him out. If they keep doing that, they're definitely going to edge themselves way ahead of Vulcan. And Curse is a team to do that. Just patiently wait and take you out when you're at your weakest.
And the first blood is a little bit forgotten at this point, since it is 2 turrets to 1 for Vulcan, but the Dragon went to Curse, and the gold is straight up even again. It's only that 22 minion kill advantage that Psycho Sid's put on Curse right now, and until Psycho Sid converts that to a bit of team fight prowess, it doesn't really matter because Voyboy's poke is not hindered by getting that first death.
Voyboy doing a very good job in that top lane. Like we said, he's still going to be that formidable opponent later. Hunting guys coming out onto Kennen. So even if this were to be that poke comp, he's not going for the Seeker's arm guard. They're going to have to throw themselves into the fight if they don't have Xmithie there for the initiation. And it's almost like the counter like of Volibear as well. Lux is good against those gap closing counters to start a fight.
And we know that against Sejuani, highly mobile teams can do fairly well.
Right.
But also for Sejuani, teams that can follow up on initiation are potent. So a lot of it just has to do with whether Vulcan chains their crowd control right when they're engaging on Curse, or whether Curse can stay kind of spread out enough while they're poking to not all get hit at once. I think those will be the key things in this game, since it is approaching Tower Siege teamfight mode while still quite close.
All right, so 14 minutes in here, taking a look at the mini-map, the consideration and ward coverage. Looks like Vulcan just trying to keep themselves on entry exits. They do have that Wraith ward down just for a original, or not original, but a regular ward to keep safety from any ganks towards the mid lane. They're not really piling up either, not going for any pressure. It's kind of that lull.
And that ward that St. Fish has displaced is one of 2 wards I feel that Curse has on the entire map. Most of the ward control is in the favor of Vulcan, but Curse doesn't necessarily care about that because they say we're going for a dragon right now, which could actually be kind of dangerous for a poke comp, cornering yourself at a dragon. They also know Vulcan has 2 people pushing towers at the bottom lane, so these are some very strange things happening right now, really.
So everybody playing a little reactionary here. They go for Mandatory Cloud in the bottom lane. He walks it out. They may grab this top turret. So once again, teams trading. Can Voyboy get there in time to stop this? Looks like that next wave coming in gives them enough pressure to put that down. So it's going to be turret for Dragon as they go again back and forth, and they tie up the turrets on this, or actually get 3 turrets to 1 on this one.
Surprisingly, I feel like that was actually better for Curse despite losing that turret. I don't think Curse is going to be giving up that inhibitor turret, and that second tier top lane turret doesn't matter for them yet, since Curse's main objective later is going to be getting towers back. The Dragon Gold is something that's forever, whereas Tower Gold can kind of be traded in a strange way, since I don't think Curse will give up that much map control for losing that turret, based on their poke comp.
Map control and just ability to fight. If you think about the composition of Trundle, Jace, and Lux pinched into the entry of a base, they have perfect siege there, so you're right. They're not worried about the inhibitor.
And Psycho Sid is planning a bit of a sneak attack here while Curse tries to siege up. Kennen is behind Curse right now, and they might try hard initiation.
Here he comes. He's a flipping ninja, but it doesn't look like he's going to go in just yet. He activates the E. He goes in, but he gets knocked out, and it pretty much negates the entire ult. They find 1 kill onto Cop. That's going to be perfect for getting the kite out of the way. Edward throws out a very nice ult. They may be able to capitalize. Crescendo coming in from Bloodwater. It hits them all up. Xmithie puts himself into the frying pan to get burned up, but his team is able to capitalize on this. Edward looks for the kill, but Psycho Sid dodges. The auto attacks may not be enough. The passive to come up, and he misses the shot. Jackie gets out with 100 HP.
4-4-1. The sneak attack flipping ninja Psycho Sid initiated that fight. He's now 4-0-1. We talked about him capitalizing on his first blood extra gold to create a good team fight, and now Kennen's going to be turning into a real monster. That was very clean by Vulcan getting in there, and they cleaned up. Curse cannot get snuck up on like that in the future.
What? Whoa.
Nice little dodge there.
Gotta get that re-hemmed there. A little bit of burn on Bloodwater's dress. 5-2 at 17 minutes into the game. A 2,000 gold lead going in favor of Vulcan. And really coming into that fight, Psycho Sid doesn't have very many items, but he is making an impact.
A lot of it has to do with his experience. He was level 11 in that team fight, so he had 2 ranks in his ultimate slicing Maelstrom. And even though it only hit Cop, it got a very important instrument of that poke comp for Curse out of the way. And even though I had just gotten off a spiel about that second tier turret not mattering that much for Curse, that's the whole reason Psycho Skid was able to sneak up behind them, because the map control in that area of the map wasn't there.
It plays in very different ways, Jat. Mandatory Cloud now with a bit of hold here. Going to get a cooldown on those spells. Looks like he may not get ulted just yet. No, Saint does throw that off. Looks like he may not be able to get out of this one. Xmithy just on the side. Cop there to help him, but Cop, watch out. Xmithy could have you. Xmithy's ultimate is just about to come back up. Cop needs to be very careful here. They may choose to go on this. They do not, though. They just play it for the 1 kill.
Not sure what St. Fishes was doing all the way up there, but Vulcan definitely chased him down, picked up yet another kill. Now they may be able to siege a little bit of turret, but I think Vulcan's actually going to be taking this opportunity to keep the side lanes pushed. If they can keep the poke comp contained to their own base, they don't have to worry about losing turrets.
See what Zuna can do at 147 CS, a few over right now, but he does have the Infinity Edge completed. He's looking to grab up more CS, create pressure in the lanes, and get that attack speed. He will be tremendous in the fights upcoming, but right now, if his team can push 4v3, they are going to do it.
And Cop doesn't have the blue Ezreal items he needs yet. In order to be the poke Ezreal, he's going to have to get those Iceborne Gauntlets, but Vulcan's kept the pressure on, and Cobb has not been able to farm up 139 minion kills, 18.5 minutes, plus just the 1 kill is not going to generate the type of gold flow that Curse needs.
And something that, commonly said is, blue Ezreal build can be huge. It can really wreak havoc. But if you don't follow and you're not even with the game as it goes, falling behind becomes a huge factor in its damage.
Yeah, it was actually Cloud Templar was doing some guest commentary at the All-Star game for the OGN stream, and he was mentioning how it is a good build, but you have to be ahead in order for it to work, because the gold threshold until you get the items that make it tick is so high. It's like 7,000 or 8,000 gold before you even become fully effective, and Cop has just not reached that point yet.
He's about 900 gold off, but right now you have to consider he's by himself. He's going to farm that lane, but when he can't, everybody in that group is farming it unless they are completely giving it to him. And at this point, they may just be doing that. See, his charge is now up to 384, so that's even quite a ways off. 400 as Tear of the Goddess was bought. About 100 charges after, and Man Clouds is already above him.
Yeah, and 750 for Voidboy, because he's got that big Murr mana already transformed, so maybe Voidboy can turn some fights with that. Well, Jace has a little bit of an edge.
Alt,
on the 3.7 patch, you can just alt and get tier stacks. That's changed in the 3.8 patch, so Voidboy better cherish this early transform Murr mana.
Let's see what he uses it for. He's going to head to the top lane, try to stop Psycho Sid on this free farm as well. He's still got about 30 on that, but 5-0-1, something we haven't really touched on for Psycho Sid.
Yeah.
He has bought his items, and he went haunting guys straight in to that Seeker's Arm Guard and then into the Zanya's after the needlessly large rod. So he's actually only about 600 gold off.
He's doing lots of damage on Kennen right now. I gotta say, even with the home guard boots, it's just his ability to try to keep the map pressure up. And St. Fidget and Voy are actually trying to two-man him up top. We'll see if Vulcan tries to turn something around elsewhere, as I don't think the St. Voyboy gank has any chance of working on Psycho Sid.
He eat from so far away. He's like, I don't even want to hear what you guys have to say. 20 minutes into this one, super safe play. Vulcan knows that Curse can make the plays happen to switch this game around. They may feel comfortable, but they know they can't get complacent.
And surprisingly, Psycho Sid's actually conceding the turret to Voyboy and St. Vicious. He is giving respect to the Trundle ultimate plus the Muramana Jace. And it turns out that was probably a good play for Curse, but they're giving up a lot of turret damage down bottom as well. This is just a turret trade, so I don't know who to give that to.
And with Kennen speed in mid lane too, he's going to be able to push that down. They're going to be able to just transfer over to mid lane, seeing those guys top. Maybe they'll back. Yeah, they're actually absolutely going to back it.
So Curse keeping the pressure on Vulcan. Vulcan having to back away. No one from Curse able to really get them out of this. And I believe there's also a dragon being taken at the same time. So just huge amounts of gold is flowing into both teams right now as they trade big money objectives. 975 for dragons, 750 for turrets across the map. And Psycho Sid getting fed up and going in.
He goes in because he bought the Zanyas. If he had it for the top lane second tier turret, he probably would have done so. He forces flash on that. I think he potted up for that as well, but he used everything for that engagement. And the reason that a poke comp can be beat is by that flashing cannon. We were talking about that earlier, so it's all on Xmithy now for this next fight.
And this actually tells me that Curse is going to go straight back to base and then go right up the mid lane because they don't have to worry about Psycho Sid's ultimate for another 80 seconds, the flash for another 5 minutes. This could be a point where Curse tries to pull themselves a little bit back in the game, being down 3,000 gold and really hoping Cop gets to that Iceborne Gauntlet fairly quickly.
A very low kill score coming into this one, just like last game, 6-2. 3,000 gold in the lead is Vulcan, and they've held that lead quite accordingly, 600, and then scaled that up to the now 3,000. 23 minutes in, we'll see Edward with that Oracles trying to continuously give his team that map coverage. They are just clearing areas with spells and then Oracles and then spells.
One way Vulcan is trying to avoid the poke siege right now is by keeping pressure in mid lane. And Saint, look out, man, you're in mid lane again.
Saint just dives right into a group of people, force the flash on their Q, and then the ace in the hole coming from Zuna. They're able to take him down the second time Saint has been caught out.
And I think that's the last 2 kills Vulcan has picked up as well, have just been on St. Vicious. And since they were already clearing around the Baron buff with an Oracles, which is now expired, they can't guarantee vision control here. And no St. Vicious means no Smite Steal, but it could also be a 4v5. There's the initiation!
They go in very hard. They get 3 with that. Can they get the permafrost down? It's going to be a bit slow, but Nightjackie stays in. Cop gets the true shot barrage from downtown, and it looks like that may turn the fight for them. Man Cloud low. Zuna can only take a few more shots, and it looks like they are forced back. The Baron has been stopped. Curse comes out on top of that one. What can they do with it?
That was real scary for Vulcan. They walked straight into a perfect counter initiation. They lined up for Nightjackie, Edward, and Cop. Plus, I believe the Shock Blaster and Void Boy just about killed all of them at once. And that was without the Void Boy. So that is scary for Vulcan as far as poke comps and trying to initiate go in, because they can't do it in tight corridors like that, even though they hadn't been poked down previously by Curse.
You can see they're pinging this again. They have a highway of wards just curving around that entry for Baron, and then one for the blue entry as well. Cop going ahead, taking blue, taking that advantage away from Mandatory Cloud. He will not be able to machine gun Rise as well. When we look around the board, not too many more buys have come in. So the fact that Vulcan is kind of stuck here means they're not really getting the income they were before, and they're going to have to make do with the items now as Curse is starting to ramp up.
And something Curse did a tremendous job with last season was coming back in games. They were down in so many games, and they were able to stretch, and a lot of their identity was just that they stuck with games that could come back. They pick late game compositions and then transition well, and maybe they're doing this again in this one because it hasn't been looking good. Even with the St. Vicious getting picked off a couple times, was looking grimmer and grimmer, but that last fight turn has got to get Vulcan thinking.
Like we said, Jack, Curse more than happy to kind of leave that inhibitor turret up because of the siege protection they get from Jace, they get from Lux, being able to just pretty much have those two protect a turret versus any amount of champions. They can make small moves when they need and wait for really Vulcan, like I said, to push up out of their comfort zone. At 25 minutes in, the wards are everywhere now. It's pretty much just wards. They're ward fighting.
Yeah, and in that last 4v5 that Vulcan had as well, we do got to remember Psycho Sid's cannon ultimate wasn't there. So the most, the most dangerous man on Vulcan right now couldn't even really participate in that fight, which is one of the reasons the 4v5 worked for Curse. There's a lot of posturing around that Baron, and Vulcan's got to be careful how much they get themselves caught in here or how much they try to poke around Baron, because a poke comp actually wants to get you trapped with your back against the wall so they can just poke, disengage, and it's what they're trying to do with this turret. Yet Psycho Sid, I swear this happened 10 minutes ago, is pushing that side lane, and they got to worry about him coming up from behind.
So they may lose an inhibitor for a second tier turret here. It looks like they're going to try to fight this, and you can see the siege clear is also good for siege pressure. They just wipe the minion waves out, try to get some damage on the turret. The next poke will be one to take down the turret, but it's going to be a possible trade as Kennen has good attack speed.
And Curse has got to get back to base right now. This is a split push to counter the poke that Vulcan is trying to do. Psycho Sid is not stopping this push. That turret getting very low. Void Boy is the sole person going back to defend, and it means Vulcan has completely repelled that mid lane push.
Psycho Sid getting out of that situation. He's got a shuriken prep to make sure it's a safe exit for himself, and Curse able to hold this off in mid as well. So the reactionary on that one is and didn't take down the mid turret.
And Curse has to be very careful because they know what happens when Kennen sneaks through their own jungle. Curse has better ward coverage behind them. This time, it's strange to think they have to ward behind themselves to push mid lane, but that's what they're doing right now. And Void Boy also has to be careful since he's been soloed by Psycho Sid before.
They have wards absolutely everywhere. It looks like they're going to once again catch that vision of Psycho Sid as he moves through, but the team is starting to pressure. They have to read this
nice
here.
catch.
They telegraph this one in. It's going to be the light binding. Oh, just dodging. The gap closer is the gap escaper on that one for Sejuani, and Smithy keeps himself alive. It looks like the turret will go down. St. Vicious and crew find themselves backing up here to pick up some experience in the jungle.
And these poke games get a little bit tense from time to time because it's all about that one light binding. A really tiny one-man advantage could mean multiple turrets and maybe an inhibitor for Curse. There's a constant chess match going on right now between Psycho Sid and Voyboy trying to get split push in while the team isn't there. It's actually pretty good by Vulcan that they're keeping the main poker down, but they keep getting caught by those light bindings, and look at that poke, plus a ton of damage on the turret.
Oh, Edward getting caught up. He gets permafrosted down. That's going to be Kennen flashing in. Psycho City waited 5 minutes, and he waited so long to do that. Oh, it's unfortunate that that happened just now. A great disengage from Curse. They did lose Edward, though.
I think they're okay with that. Voyboy got a little bit caught out there, but as long as Vulcan can't re-engage, they can't re-engage based off all this poke that Curse is throwing at them. They got most of that turret, and the gold is looking closer and closer to even for Curse.
And it's kind of like that, whoa, what just happened? And it was the point we were just talking about where there hasn't been the super amount of income. It's been a Giants belt, which means 1,000 gold has come in since that Zanyos was bought by Psycho Sid, which means the rest of the team has been feeling that. The Muramata has been finished on Ez. The Iceborne Gauntlet, last time we looked, that was just the Elder Lizard. These guys are now back in control.
Plus everyone on Curse had about 1,600 gold before this last shopping trip.
Yeah.
So you look at the items they bought now, and they're really starting to power up. Voyboy's almost at that Bloodthirster. The Rabadon's death cap was completed for Nijaki. There's almost a Last Whisper on Cop, which is going to be huge for him. That's like the last big component for that Blue Ezreal build to really come into its own. And since the poke combos from Nijaki were almost killing before the death cap, and a huge amount of magic resistance has not been completed on Vulcan since that last moment, it could be scare moment time for Vulcan here, and actually forcing Vulcan to make something happen.
And Curse using everything they have under their belt to just push these lanes, make sure they have full control of every situation, even if only for a few seconds, to posture up and figure out what's going down. More wards being placed down in mid just for absolute vision. They want to know every step that's happening.
And the folly that Curse cannot fall into here is if they corner themselves against Baron. That would allow Vulcan to initiate on them, and even though they have strong ward control over Baron, they can't go for that objective. Curse needs to continue doing what they're doing here, poking at a turret and disengaging if Vulcan tries to come for them.
Psycho Sid forced to back now, coming in with his team on that home guard rush. Looks like he will just be on the backside, not doing too much. The Bulwark finished up onto St. Vicious is superbly going to help with the ultimate coming in from Kennen, slicing Maelstrom. Looking out at other items, Rabadons and Athene, so Lux is just going full glass cannon this game. Jackie looking, just throw out lasers all the time.
And I think Curse is disengaging a little bit just to push out some of their lanes. Vulcan trying to stay a little bit grouped up, but you know, the turrets were like 6-4 or 6-3 a little while ago, and Curse has just taken turret after turret here. Vulcan's got to make their answer, and quickly, as they have an Oracle's on Bloodwater, and they're trying a hard push up mid here. While Curse is a little bit scattered, this might be a point where it has to work, but they can't get caught out like that!
That's going to be 75% of the HP off of Bloodwater, but he says, I still have Crescendo. We may still be able to get engaged and get the bait off. Whoa, Nijaki going down in an instant. They're going to have this turret in their eyes. Smithy quite tanky. Bloodwater again dodging by inches of True Shot Barrage. They're getting good heal on. He's back up to half HP. They're going to pressure.
And they still have their main initiation ultimates. Here they go.
There's a Crescendo going in. The slicing Maelstrom on 1-2, but he can't get out that much. He's slowed by the Iceborne Gauntlet. They try to get him for another kill. Smithy goes down. Now they start to trade. The 1-for-1. Actually, Voyboy has gone down as well, so it's the 2-for-2. There goes Bloodwater. Bloodwater falls to the hands of Cobb, but Cobb goes down as well. Edward falls. It's only going to be Trundle, and St. Vicious goes down to the ground. The inhibitor's open for taking.
Vulcan turns it for an ace. Cobb got a little bit too far ahead, going with a bit of naked aggression there. No real defensive capabilities. Zuna and Mandatory Cloud sliced through their backline and cleaned up the inhibitor after the ace.
You have to consider how much pressure can you put on a fight when one of your biggest damage dealers just got obliterated. Nijaki didn't even get to see any more damage. and then Bloodwater didn't get hit after that initial burst.
And we kept talking about trying to find that window, and while it seemed like a good idea for Nijaki to stop and land that full combo on Bloodwater for 75% of his health, it revealed his position, and Vulcan realized that Curse was already scattered, which I think allowed Mandatory Cloud to get the Flash Rune Prison is how that started, and just explode Nijaki because there was nothing Curse could do to punish him for that move. Great play by Vulcan, and that's the move they kind of needed. Let's see if they can close from there.
Quickly being bought up, the Spirit Vision's coming into the hands of Mandatory Cloud. The Ryla's now coming out onto Psycho Sid. His ultimate's going to be a bit more effective. As we said, this comp is a poke comp, but they also have really good disengage and movement from that Jace.
As you need in the poke comps a lot of times. You can't just sit back and poke if you can't avoid someone from initiating on you, and that's what they haven't avoided the best here in this Vulcan game, seeing as they fell victim to 13 kills from Vulcan. There's the Sejuani ultimate, wide right, and that's a lot of initiation down for them as they try to force around this Baron that is Vulcan.
You can see tensions are running high. There was really nobody that can gap close besides Kennen along with Sejuani over a wall. That was still a very extended fight, and they could have still got on even with the hit on the ultimate.
There's 80 seconds left on that Sejuani ultimate before it's back up again. I wonder if Curse is going to have a higher sense of confidence now that that's there, but they are down an inhibitor, which means the side lane minions all have 100 extra health, and that is most important in that bottom lane where there are about 15 minions pushing. Curse is going to have to go back as Vulcan tries to stop them from doing so.
A good poke going out. Not as much poke as you think you would really see from a Jace coming in here. He has the Brutalizer, but he does not have a Last Whisper on him. And it's really been a halt in items for everybody here. It's going to be about the fight and what they've so far brought to the table. 33 minutes in, a lot of positioning going on here. St. Vicious gets caught for a bit of damage. Shielded off by Nijaki as they just kind of go toe-to-toe here in middle.
And Nijaki's a little bit low on mana if they're going to have an extended fight here. He's down to 300 mana of his 1,000. That's pretty much enough for one Lux combo, which would give Vulcan a lot of confidence to maybe go for a Baron here.
An 8-0-3 Psycho Sid. It's unsure how he has not died yet. He's participated in quite a few. There's 11 participations by him, 13 kills. The True Shot Barrage goes out.
Down.
That is going to go down. There it is. It's going to be the takedown for McSmithy. Will they turn on the fight? They have great vision of what's going on, but the Oracles just keeping them safe. They knew they were standing in wards. They just had to keep distance.
Really strong vision control from Vulcan there, and good skepticism by Curse as well. Like, that was just playing the game properly for Vulcan, knowing that Curse could not safely check those rushes coming through, and now knowing that Curse has to go back to base, they may take up a second inhibitor of the game.
We only have 2 home guards being spit out here by Curse. He's going to be able to get Nijaki in there, but the binding goes on to minions. They just get a bit of siege clear there with the lasers, and it looks like they're going to start backing up here. St. Vicious and crew to guard the base. Looks like they're just taking a bit of poke here. It's not really doing too much damage, though.
We got to remember, Vulcan is the team that beat Curse in the 3rd, 4th place game at the end of last split, so they have a track record already of beating this team, even though it was before the acquisition of Edward, and they're looking to close out this one with the Baron buff, with 2 or 3 inhibitors down, and with a catch over the wall.
A team that's really good with momentum or really remembers the momentum right now. Vulcan trying to pressure their way in. They do have a Siege Minion wave that gets Siege down. Huge burst there. It's going to be the Thunder Pillar going out. There's no escape, so it's Vulcan all in. They try to take the fight there. Cop is getting taken down. Frozen up, permafrosted, and surged out. One more hit, and he goes down. There is the gap closer. A flash out coming from McSmithy. They have control of the bottom half of the base, the top half of the base, and the middle. It's all theirs, and possibly the game if they don't play the safe. They could die, though.
30 to 40 second death timers all across Curse now. Xmithy the only one to fall for Vulcan. They may take it slower. They may go hard for the win.
Oh, that pillar. That's what I'm talking about. You got to play it super safe. There's still 2 turrets there. Here comes Edward throwing down the crowd control. Good dodge coming from Psycho Sid. St. Vicious just trying to clear the minions out. They throw it on the Wild Growth. The good pop up there. Where's the initiation from the team? Boy on the backside does not want to get into hammer form and put himself in. They take down the second turret, Chad. It's going to be the Nexus. Vulcan continues their win streak versus Curse. The second game of opening week Summer Split.
They initiated on the poke comp. Curse's gambit didn't work out in this one. And man, 36 minutes felt longer than that because poke compositions are very, very tense to play against. If Curse could have ever gotten the upper hand and sieged down an inhibitor, that would have been it. But Vulcan just found the right initiations, particularly that one on a Nijaki. down near Curse's inhibitor, really swung that. It's got to feel good for Vulcan to start this season with a win.
That definitely different play from both teams. Curse a lot more in the area of feeling out what's going to happen instead of trying to make their own moves. Like I said, Nijaki at that one point tried to, and then they realized, oh man, that was a bad idea. But Vulcan also got in that mindset for a little while as well. Once they didn't take Baron, they got scared away from it. They didn't feel like they could do anything for a while, and it almost hurt them a lot.
And then Vulcan recognized the moments in the game where they had to act, and then their moments worked out for them. They didn't get lulled to sleep like Curse did to a lot of teams that they came back on earlier in the first split. You know, Vulcan was an inexperienced team last split. Now, half a split, like a split under their belt, third place finish, they could be coming into this one with a lot of confidence.
And an absolutely great play by Vulcan altogether. He replay of a quad kill in mid, not a quadra kill, but they get 4 kills.
Yeah. And this was a very big fight because this is the sneak attack by Kennen. He came in from behind them, and even though this Kennen ultimate didn't crush everyone, it got the stun onto Cop, which was enough damage to finish him off. And then once Curse lost that, they didn't have enough follow-up. They burned the Zara ultimate on one, and then the rest of Vulcan came through. That was great timing by Bloodwater. After the Strangle Thorns from Zara came up, that's when he landed the crescendo and allowed Zuna to really just walk in, no tank line, and of course, Edward got real sad when he couldn't finish off Psycho Sid there as well.
You gotta remember that Psycho Sid, I believe, no, he did not. 9-0 and 5 at the end of the game. So at that point in time, he was lacing up his shoes and he was running real quick. Edward was looking for his carry lol kill.
And I mean, we can't take this too heavily because Edward is very new to Curse.
Absolutely.
Remember this. He did not look the best in that game. He definitely needs time to gel with his new team. But Vulcan cannot take anything away from them. They look great.
A very, very well-played game by Vulcan that shows that they are a team of momentum. Like I said, remembers the momentum that they had and remembered that they could very well beat Curse. So coming up, Vulcan Psycho Sid will join us to talk about their huge opening day win. And then Curse's Edward and Liquid will be in the interview lounge to talk about their new team comp. Plus, we head to the Rift for our third game of the day when Dignitas takes on Cloud9. Opening day of the LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back. Stick around.
help. I need help.
He's exhausted. He's exhausted. Can you guys get him?
He has nothing. Come! Good stuff! Hey, yeah. Baby, let's go! Let's go!
We get Baron after this.
Welcome back to opening day of the summer split. Right now we're happy to be joined by Vulcan's Psycho Sid, coming out of that top lane with a 9-0-5 Kennen, man. Like, so did you think he was gonna die on that Ignite? You were kind of just like, I'll flash Ignite for this.
I mean, no. I didn't. Like, I did it initially just to put down extra harass. Like, if I knew he was gonna be like at least one hit, it just so happened I got the first blood. But like, I just wanted to kick him out of the lane to make him lose a lot of XP.
Just a plus.
And how much of an impact do you feel like that first blood had on the rest of the game after you were able to take him out, get the level 4-2 advantage?
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, usually I don't like pull that far ahead in my lane, at least like not that early. So like, when I play a strong early game champion like Kennen, it's gonna be like huge for the rest of the game. I just had lane control the entire game.
So are you guys a common scrim team for Curse? Do you guys face them a lot, or is this just something you guys felt was a momentum from the last time you played them? You knew you had it.
No, it was like going into this, the first game of LCS for us was just like we both went in blind. We didn't scrim each other at all since we played in playoffs. We originally had a scrim, but then like something happened and we had to cancel it. So it was a surprise. Like if you notice, we still banned Misfortune. We have no idea if Cop's been playing it. Last season, he was like, that's his top champion.
And it's been a pretty long time since the break for you guys. I think it was 6 weeks since those playoffs. What have you guys done to stay in shape over the break between splits?
We took like the first few weeks off, which is like I wasn't happy with it. I wanted to play it, especially after watching like all the playoffs, like All Stars, relegation. Like just watching people play made me want to play. But after the first few weeks of break, we just started back to our regular scrim schedules, where we went from like started at 2 all the way down to like 10, and then we're good.
So the factor of Edward, obviously really big in the North American community, right? What is it from a team perspective? How are you guys seeing it? Are you like, we need to put a lot of pressure on this, or are you just taking it in stride and seeing it how it comes?
I mean, it was pretty big news, I guess, and especially in NA, where like, oh, a top class support European comes over to join an NA team. But at the same time, when we read that, we weren't really that scared. I mean, we have a big Bulgarian for our support, right? Bulgaria versus Russia.
Nice stuff. And obviously you guys have had that almost rebirth of your team almost since you picked up Bloodwater. Has that continued on, or are you just super settled now and it's just he's completely part of the team?
Oh, like pretty much ever since the first day or two, like since we picked him up, he was part of the team. It was like we're a family since COD Black.
Awesome.
So what has Vulcan focused on mainly since last season? Whether it be, everybody kind of personally just exploding their champion pools, or has it been kind of team cohesion in the direction of the team?
Well, definitely both. Like, for example, back then, like the top lane, in my opinion, is probably the most limited lane, where there's a certain defined number of like OP champions for the top lane, and then most of the bans are actually about those. For example, usually Jace's band or Rise or Cannon both happen to be in that game, and just because of that, I was forced to learn a lot more champions. Everyone's playing better. Like cohesion is definitely a big thing for our team now.
And coming into this, I mean, aside from your own team, of course, what team in North America do you have like the highest expectations for coming into this new split?
What do you wait? Can you reword that?
Yeah, sorry. Aside from your own team, who do you see as doing the best in this next split? Who are you afraid of?
I wouldn't say we're afraid of anybody, but honestly, like TSM is probably our top competition. Like I believe since season or like the last split, they were the strongest in NA, and now they had a strong showing too in their first game.
Awesome stuff.
All right, Cycle Sid, thank you very much. Congrats on the 9-0-5, the first win as well, and obviously for all the W's, the best of luck on the 28-0. So we have so much more to come today. The Summer Split has only started, and got to thank you once again for joining us. Everybody in the Summer Split, Jet and I have had an amazing time already casting these 2 games that kind of everybody has just absolutely been waiting for, because we have new teams in the LCS and a lot of new growth for these teams. But now let's send it over to Freak, who's hanging out in the interview lounge with Curse's manager Liquid and their new support Edward.
Thanks very much, Riv. So I'm joined with these 2 gentlemen, and I've got to ask you, Edward, first off, how is it playing with Curse?
Everyone in Curse is really friendly to me, so I'm fine. I think everything will be okay in
few weeks.
Okay. Now, Liquid, to you, why did you go and grab Edward, a player from kind of the other side of the world?
You know, Team Curse, we had some struggles in weeks 8 and 9 in playoffs in the first split. And I think one of the reasons why we were having trouble was we had a shaky support. And I've tried to resolve the issue, and we used Rux, but that didn't work out very well in playoffs. And as soon as I saw the announcement on Facebook about Edward leaving Gamut Gaming, then I reached out to him. And you know, this is an opportunity to speak with a player that was voted in as the best support player in EU. So to get that type of high caliber talent, I mean, of course, I'm going to jump at the opportunity when that's kind of where we were a little weak in the last split.
Right. So Edward, then you, as Steve just said, you were the basically best support player in Europe. So I want to actually talk to you about playing in America now, because coming from one of the most dominant teams in Europe, right, top 4 in the World Championship, best support player. What's it like playing in America? How are the teams? How are the players?
Well, I'm playing in America like a few days. I really don't know much about any team, but I think the players are really good. So Europe people think like NA is like bad, but I think NA is okay. NA playing very good.
So then, actually, about America in general, you've been here only a few days, but how are you liking living in America so far?
It's third time for me in America. It's nothing new for me, but I really feel really comfortable myself in America. I have family, some friends, so everyone can help me if I have some problems. So it's good.
So what about back at home? You gave up a life in Russia. Do you talk to your old teammates? Do you have friends you still keep in touch with?
Yeah, I talk so much with Alex and Darian. We're chatting with him. Some advice for some Alex and stuff.
Okay. Well, one more question then. Actually, the last question here about your life back home. If I understand correctly, you were going to school full time before you took this job over here playing for Curse. Why did you give that up to come play games?
Well, I can go to school whenever I want. So it's League of Legends. It's for this time. So I can leave my school and then come back in 1 year.
Okay. Edward, thank you very much. And Steve, thank you as well for your time here in the interview. Best of luck to you guys in the summer split. We hope to see you guys in the playoffs, the World Finals, that whole deal. You guys have a bright future in front of you. And it's nice to see some fresh faces in the LCS as well. So, again, best of luck to you guys in the season. Hopefully you can turn it around 27-1.
Yep. Well,
thank you.
Come back.
See if it happen for you guys. But let's send it back over to the desk.
All right, and now it's time for our third opening day matchup, Dignitas versus Cloud9. And for Dignitas, the summer split was all about redemption. They were at the top of the NA LCS standings for most of the spring split, but a late season collapse and a loss to Team Coast in the playoffs almost cost them their spot in the LCS.
And Dignitas started last split 16-5 in the first 8 weeks, but then they went 1-6 in the last 2 weeks, and then got beaten in the playoffs. They lost their LCS spot temporarily, but then they looked pretty much like the old Dig in the promotion tournament. Skara dominated in their win over Team Summon and did extremely well. If they can carry that through, it'll be big.
And today they face another team that made it out of the summer promotion tournament, the team formerly known as Quantic, Cloud9.
And they were the most impressive team in the promotion tournament, including Dignitas and COG, who had been demoted there. They steamrolled Complexity 3-0 to earn their spot in the LCS. None of their wins took longer than 28 minutes. Meteos didn't die, but High was actually the one with the most impressive scoreline. He died once in that series. He was 16, 1, and 14. Cloud9 has been preparing like a pro team all year. They got a house several weeks before the promotion tournament, and they've recently picked up an analyst, which is what a lot of other teams haven't done yet.
Yeah, and all that pro-level prep paid off because today they're making their LCS debut against Dignitas. And while Skara and the crew have a lot of respect for one of the league's 2 new teams, they're confident they can ruin the rookies' LCS debut.
Cloud9's probably one of the best teams to come into the LCS.
I don't know how they compare to us. I think we're both pretty good. I know they have some issues with Scar's champion pool, and he's trying to learn a lot of new champions, so I'm not going to underestimate him or anything, and I think it'll be a really good game.
Everybody's talking about them, how they're the North American team to watch out for, and they're a strong team, no doubt, but I do think they have very big flaws. Now, I'm not going to get into detail about that, but we played them first week, and I think we're going to be able to beat them.
Now it's time to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara at mid. On the cutie pie, AD carry, because he's cutie. And support is Patoy.
And in the red corner, it's Cloud9. In the top lane, we have Balls, which is probably never going to be easy to say. Jungle is Meteos, mid lane is High, AD carry is Sneaky, and support is Lemon Nation.
And before we get into the game, let's first check out what you guys think and who you think is going to win. That didn't work. According to lollysports.com, 60% of you believe that Dignitas will reign on Cloud9's LCS debut. That's fantastic.
You know, I can't disagree with that fan assumption there, 60% to 40%, because Dignitas definitely has a greater Cloud fan following. But if you follow the hype of scrim results, you gotta, like, a lot of these people are going to be on the Cloud9 hype train, and I'm very curious to see how they perform here. So much solo queue success and so much kind of hearsay scrim success that is not 100% confirmed. Can they do it in the big show? Because talent-wise and like lore-wise, it seems these guys are ready to go.
New meta: build yourself up through social media.
Yeah.
You win everything. We just want to scrim against these guys.
Yeah, come on, guys. We just beat CJ Entis Frost and God's team. It's like, come on, man.
We took them all down. There they are right there. Lemon, the man himself, usually has that pad of paper in front of him with his notes for the team, but they're going to not be rocking that this week. Sneaky on his right. Look at them all kind of talking and prepping. We can hear him discussing what's going on.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit more about Lemon Nation right here, because this guy has been near the top of solo queue supports for years, and the AD carries he's played with in the past, he's essentially trained up to be some of the best AD carries in North America. People talk about Chowster Academy, Lemon Nation School, because he's used to play with both Wild Turtle, when Wild Turtle was on Quantic, and also Nian Tonso, who's now on COG as a top laner. And Sneaky Castro was not very well known until Lemon Nation came across now, and now Sneaky Castro is one of the top 80 carries in North America as well. Well, he's now Sneaky.
Breeding them.
Breeds
We'll have to see if CLG can do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, CLG thinks they can create roles. And speaking of role swaps as well, it's not like Cloud9 is completely foreign to them.
No, High and Balls, yeah.
High was a jungler in the first spring split qualifier. He's transitioned to mid lane, and Balls has played almost every role. Now he's just a top laner. So,
and if you actually look on Leaguepedia, or you kind of even talk to the teams or watch them play or practice, High and Balls are constantly switching. They're actually in different spots when you look at that. So they're two kind of lane swaps because they both solo, and they love it.
And they just keep their mechanics high. It's kind of a good thing because, at least in the current game, so many picks revolve around kind of having your mid laner go bottom. I know Dignitas has done that a lot. Scar plays bottom lane a fair bit as well.
We're on the top side, yeah.
So solo laning is turning into just solo laning, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with mid lane. So I don't think their kind of comfort roles are ever going to change, but the more comfortable that high-end Balls can get swapping around between side lanes and mid lanes is just going to expand their champion pool and make them even more diverse.
We'll have to see what they can do. We know that Lemon Nation is actually quite a playmaker for these guys. It's really no name that comes out huge unless it's obviously Meteos, the jungler, helping his lanes. But in that late game, Lemon is the big player. There's Meteos on your screen right there. These guys are two of the ones that you definitely look out for in the game.
Exactly. They just have a lot of presence, and we haven't gotten to see enough of them because their games have been so fast.
Yeah.
You know, enough of hyping
under
up Cloud.
30 minutes.
Under 28, I believe, in the qualifiers was the fastest one. And we're not even getting into Dignitas yet because they're the team that's kind of the nobody believes in us right now, where people are very easy to call Dignitas out, but they are consistently in the game and near the top of the standings. It's just a matter of respect for these guys.
Absolutely. They have the skill. They've been there. They've done that. People just want them to show it again. They want the reassurance. That's really what they're weighing on.
And Skara, as kind of the captain of the team, he's got to communicate with the referees right now. That is the most convenient way for him to wear his headset, it seems, right now. But he's had a lot of criticism towards his champion pool, and we even saw it in some of the previous previews. He has all-star game performance. A lot of people thought was slightly underwhelming, but we can't forget, he was the all-star team mid. Like, you have to be good to be able to get selected there. And people are very quick to discredit Dignitas, but they consistently show good results.
And Scar did not have fun at All-Stars. They continuously pressured him. They're like, nope, you will not be a factor in these games. Sorry. Just about every time.
Yeah. picked on him. Almost in a
They
little sense.
super picked on him.
It's power training.
We'll have to see
for him.
we'll have to see if he can break out of those shackles and he gets a little bit of free roam here, because they whenever, like you said, they put Scar in the bottom lane, one on the purple side. He had that Karthus, he had Rise a few times, and it hurt a lot. So we'll have to see if they're less focused there or they decide to switch things up. Like we said, Dig is kind of one of the teams to play a regular 2v1 mid. So there's anything that comes from these guys. Double AP comp, they've been through all.
And as much hype as we've put on the Cloud9 team here, I don't think they live up to the Korean All-Star team that Scar just recently had to play against.
Exactly.
So he should be ready for this one along with the rest of their team. I also want to talk a little bit about I'm a Cutie Pie, who's gotten a lot of stream success recently. But for the first time kind of in his career, he's been playing more and more AD carries in his free time, because in the past he'd kind of play whatever he wants in solo queue and then just off of raw skill maybe or talent, just play AD carries at a professional level here in the LCS. But recently on his stream, he's made Challenger tier as AD carry, and this could be the split of I'm a Cutie Pie if he wants to make his emergence.
Let's see what these guys are up to. Looks like we're getting Scar fixed up on something here. You can
mouse
see,
settings, I heard.
Yep, mouse settings. You can see Tizza and Chi getting the thumbs up from everybody as they're hopping into the lobby. Those are waiting on Scar right now. It really is down to, that last point, making sure that everything is set up, mouse accels off, doing all those things you would do at home, because you have to replicate that. Absolutely. Kiwi Kid just chilling back.
Just taking it easy. Kiwi Kid's one of the most laid-back guys, almost no matter what happens to him in lane. It's one of the strengths of him as a player. He's come from other games. He's played a lot of competitive. He will always smile. He could be smiling like this as he's like 0-14 in a game. Be like, oh, man, they got me again. Can't make that mistake, guys. What should we do? And it goes to show his singed play in particular was one of his strongest things back in the first split, where he could start a game down and then manage to come back because of his attitude. There have also been questions about Kiwi Kid here because he's had his amazing moments where he just dominated Void Boy in some lanes. Then he's also had his downs as well. So we talk about Dignitas, so much potential, but a lot of questions to answer coming in here.
And now they've had that whole time after to, regroup with Crumbs. It seemed that him being out for a situation or period of time in the split really kind of got under their skin, and they weren't able to do much without him in it. The ramp-up time just cost them having to requalify. So now with him back, full swing for these guys, obviously, with the whole stream blackout that they've been doing. We'll have to see what they can bring.
And with all the uncertainty that kind of comes with Dignitas, Crumbs is a surefire, confident man. When you hear him talk, he speaks in absolutes. It's like, we are going to win this one if we do
the end of that video.
Exactly.
We're going to take him down.
I feel like that's exactly what Dignitas needs in the jungle role, is someone to make decisive decisions for them and just have confidence and follow through with things. They're way better with Crumbs.
Kind of like the double lift mentality. If you don't think you can win, then you might not win all the time. But if you think you can win, you're going to do your best. You're going to go in wanting to win, and there's no doubt.
And that's really what hurt Dignitas last split, I feel like.
We
talked about how they were 16-5 in the first 8 weeks.
It's a two-way mirror there. So we'll see what they have into Champion Select. What have these teams found out about each other? We just heard, Psycho Sid talking from Vulcan that they went into the game blind. None of these teams have really, or they didn't see Curse before the matches. Hasn't been the same between these two.
And Dignitas keeps their scrims almost more secretive than anyone. Cloud9's been publicizing their scrims, or rather, their opponents have been talking them up in the scrim settings. I wonder how well these guys have scouted each other.
We see a lot of the normal bands coming out. There was Kazakh's play seen by Reginald. Nobody wants to experience that again. The Kennen goes out. The Rise was played last game. Psycho Sid said that's been seeing a lot of bands as well. But the Jace goes through, I was just going to say.
It's exactly what happened last game, almost. It's just there's no Rise available in this one. We'll see if Kiwi Kid's top lane Jace is more effective than Void Boy's was in the last game. I got to say, most of those bans are pretty much just targeted right at Scar again, but we were talking about these picks and bans earlier, Riv. There's no Diana ban at Scar right now. So is Cloud9 going to pick that one away? Because Balls plays a very good top lane Diana.
Yes. It's one of his huge picks. I think he may have even gone 2 Dianas in a row during their promotion matches in the qualifiers. So Meteos, it actually looks like they're looking down the line, so they may not be picking for themselves here. It wouldn't be too bad to pick a jungler out. It really wouldn't hurt the hand of cards too much.
No, and the Zac is available. That's what Meteos really relied on during the qualifiers, but that was the pre-nerf Zac. We played the qualifiers on the 3.6 patch. We're currently on the 3.7, so it's actually like 1 day behind what was on live.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
Quickly locking in that Elise. I believe Meteos does play that, but we'll have to see if Balls decides to take into the top lane. Ball's a fighter, Elise is a fighter, so they mix.
I feel like it's going to be the jungle Elise. That's what we've seen the most of in the past. And obviously the Thresh is just Lemon Nation control there.
And very fast picks coming in for Dignitas. It seems like they're considering what's being picked, but they want to line up right now.
And I think specifically that Caitlyn was against a Thresh saying, like, I need to be able to keep my distance. He doesn't particularly want to be able to get into auto attack range from Thresh because that stacking auto attack damage after he hasn't attacked in a really long time super stacks up on him, as well as I'm a Cutie Pie really having a track record of being extremely successful on Caitlyn. It's surprising he doesn't pick it more frequently.
And really just forming out to be a team that Dignitas looks like they could send a 2v1 mid here if they go for that along or Lulu or a Sona or something.
They can go wherever they want with that team comp right now. Exactly.
So we'll see. Skara still has not shown his pick. Not a regular for them, but a 4th and 5th pick. Usually Skara has it by the 3rd. We'll see what High and Sneaky do here. They've been spending a lot of time on this one.
Yeah, and the fact that they haven't picked the Diana yet is kind of telling me either they've practiced around it, they're worried about counters, but also there was the change in Diana where her shield would lower numbers, but it can stack with itself instead of refreshing itself once the 3 balls of the shield went around. Maybe that's dissuaded Skara away from picking Diana again, but I'd actually kind of expect them to go for it here. It would be kind of strange since Dignitas has a bit of a poke composition right now, but he's just so comfortable on Diana, I can't see him going away from it.
What? Gragas is there.
It's true. He's got a lot of his champions still up.
What can he play? They are taking a long time on this one to trying to formulate with the comp, though. Gragas would kind of push everybody away from that central position they want to put out. We're still
that would
looking.
Be good against the Nasus trying to walk into fights.
12 seconds to lock this one in. Looks like Cutie Pie is going to be the one to do it. It hasn't been a long time. Skara has noted that he himself isn't really that confident with his Orianna play, but like you said, we've had 6 weeks off.
It's a new season.
Well, he hasn't had as many.
Skara did go to the All-Star game, and he practiced mainly for the All-Star game where he did not bring out the Orianna.
No.
So that's going to be a real big play for Skara.
I like this a lot. You're going to get the Ballista. We're going to be able to get the Zac jump in here as we get the initiation down, but there is a bit of disengage here with the box, with what they can do. A good amount of escapes on the team.
And the Zed being picked by High, Zed had extreme success for High in the promotion tournament.
Yes.
He killed Prawley over and over again, but this is a slightly nerfed Zed. We've already seen one Zed shifter get obliterated by Reginald's Kha'Zix earlier. We'll see if this is a different style from High, because he locked that in real fast, like most of these picks were.
So our 3rd game of the day showing, again, pretty much a fight comp and another somewhat poke comp. These guys coming in, they're going to have good turret pressure, they're going to have good engage pressure, but will they use it effectively? Curse kind of poked and then didn't engage on it. You know, Vulcan was really in their face. We'll have to see if you can continue. They don't have, Cloud9 doesn't have as many poke counters.
And I feel like Cloud9's team comp in particular is about trying to end the game quickly, as they have done in the promotion qualifier. We'll see if this game lasts longer than 28 minutes, win or lose, because if things go bad early game for them, they might not necessarily have the crazy late game scaling. It is actually a top lane Elise with the jungle Nasus that we had not called yet, so it's on Dignitas really to get the right initiations and play the laning phase just right.
We will have to see. Like you said, Cloud9 liking to play that aggressive push. Vulcan somewhat did it in the last game, but it's like they met a wall of not having enough money and not being able to aggress anymore. But Cloud9 is able to somehow surpass that. Like you said, we saw it in the promotion tournament, 28-minute games. We'll see if they can do it again, and they still have the same momentum coming in here on opening day. We're on to the Rift, and we're into Cloud9 versus Dignitas for your third matchup here on Super Week.
Here comes the Cloud9 hype train, because we just... Everyone's been talking about the scrims, and now we see them in the LCS, right? It's crazy that a team that was not in the split last time just made it through the promotion qualifier, has so many expectations coming into this, but this is what Cloud9 has turned themselves into with the quality of the players that are on their team and with almost how organized they have been throughout this entire process.
It's been a while since we've seen a Blitz crank coming into the LCS, daydreaming, loving him. They let him play it a few times. Now we're going to see it mid, and with that pressure of overdrive, with the grab, this is kind of what the Doublelift and the team in the NA All-Stars, I should say, did to pressure mid lane, stop roam, and really give the jungler a lot of trouble.
And one of the best ways that LCS teams have been using Blitzcrank is in that 2v1 mid because of the buff control it provides. That is why Dignitas has warded 2 spots in Cloud9's red jungle, and that's also why Cloud9 is invading the other red, because they are expecting the buff control attempt from Dignitas as they roam through and get 2 wards of their own. Maybe we'll see a collision here.
Oh, there's Crumbs. Crumbs is like, yeah, they're below us. We need to mobilize right now. Keep the ball on the bus. Oh, they get the grab on the high. They had a bit of vision. They forced the flash. Not going to be too bad for a Zed lane, but he's still going to have to play a bit more careful.
It means he's going to have to rank up his Living Shadow a lot sooner, and he's going to lose out on maybe a little bit of early minion kills because he can't farm them from range as easily with his Q. But ineffectual wards for the most part. It just sets the stage for where Blitzcrank may be going. Patoy trying to get that early blue pull as well. Deny Meteos.
I like the pink ward that went down just above them as well. Maybe they're going to try to come in and work on that. They know the flash is down. They may try to engage on that mid lane. Lemon Nation just missing a death sentence there. Looks like they're kind of invading, but not. They're really being edgy right now on both teams.
Yeah, and that's one. That's the first buff steal. Whereas Meteos isn't going down for the second one. Now Meteos is running over to his red buff. Crumbs did use his smite on the blue buff, so he's probably not going to try to steal this red one, despite the ward coverage. Let's see. Maybe Dignitas is going to go for both.
Oh, they are. They went into the back lane, but the pink ward, they just set down on the top of that bush. That was after the engagement, like I said. It's going to be safety, really for high, but it helps out Meteos here, and hopefully they don't get his red.
Yeah, Cloud9's got to find a better response for this one than giving their buffs away. They pull it through the wall, and it's stealth essentially going through. There's no ward coverage for Cloud9. It looks like Meteos just had both of his main jungle buffs stolen away by Dignitas.
Cripple your opponent in the beginning and make it easier for the rest of the run. Dignitas is trying to go right at the ankles of Cloud9 here. Already 3 minutes into the game. It's going to be hard mode for Meteos.
Yeah, a lot of farming going to have to be done. Looks like he's just going to meander up into this top lane and just leech some experience. Hey guys, my jungle's gone. Please, can I have some lane?
Can I hang out with you? Looks like he will. They're going to be going to lunch together. Looks like they might even try to grab a fast turret here and pressure out this mid lane so they can actually stop what's happening with that control of Blitzcrank being there.
And a lot of aggression going down bot lane. Double ignites burned.
Ooh.
But in the jungle, Crumbs actually hasn't picked up too much of an experience lead on Meteos yet. It's mainly a gold and map pressure advantage. We'll see if that crazy aggressive move, it seems like it should work out amazingly, but Cloud9 does get the first turret out of all of this action.
They've been pushing, and like you said, it's 9 minions to 8 on that side, so Meteos is actually ahead considering he got the buffs given away and Crumbs has not utilized them yet. He's still just farming like Meteos is, so that was a lot of movement for seamlessly nothing at this point. A little bit of a gold lead is still in favor of Cloud9 from that turret, and we'll see if they can break out this pressure of Blitzcrank middle.
And they are in the process of doing so. There are 4 people roaming towards middle right now. They're actually going to get a jump on Patoy and Cutie here if they do something crazy.
It's going to be big. They both have their flash up. Cutie level 4, so he has net leveled as well. There's the flash and the net.
Having to flash away from the flash hook is Patoy, and there's now the pressure coming down from Cloud9. Meteos, I feel like, reacted amazingly to what Crumbs has put up on them, because you look at the total gold between the junglers, and thanks to the extra 150 from the turret, Meteos has more gold than Crumbs, despite getting both of his buffs stolen.
So there's something to think about. You can be ahead if you grab a turret, even if you lose your buffs. It's kind of good numbers to know. 5 minutes into the game, we have 500 gold in favor of Cloud9. They're still holding that steady. Balls trying to keep this lane so that favor does not sway either way. They want to keep increasing that Zed. Now coming to the bottom lane, we're going to see if High can produce something here.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't have too much faith since Balls is quite low and Skara does have his flash up. I feel like he was going down just to hold. Fight mid.
Lemon Nation getting caught up quite hard here in a 3v2 situation. Sneaky trying to do it. He doesn't have enough mana. It only would have been blobs for Crumbs, and they come up with first blood.
Patoy landed a real nice hook to start that one out, and since they already had a 3v2 situation coming in, Lemon Nation had previously burned his flash to try to initiate as well. They were able to punish.
Now the gold sways back slowly into the favor of Dignitas here as teams are starting to get a bit more aggressive. That first turret being dropped really has not phased Dignitas whatsoever.
Yeah, and look at this. Crumbs just hitting level 4 now. 5 minutes and 40 seconds in. He finishes off his second double buffs. He'll have the buffs for longer, but he really hasn't pulled an experience advantage ahead of Meteos here.
He should be, yeah, keeping a minute on up to 5 minutes. Be level 5. He is really keeping himself in the jungle, even though he's had all those buffs. See, it's 6 minutes now. They go ahead and again pressure everyone mid. Cloud9, like you said, they like to have fast games. That means we're going to have fast turrets.
Yeah, Meteos is not playing as a jungler in this game as Crumbs actually successfully burns the flash of Sneaky. just by cowabunging over that wall right there. Pretty good move.
Getting himself now to safety. We'll see what they can produce. It looks like Cutie Pie is going to go back, get his first buy. Zed looking to go possibly again. We saw the Blade of the Rune King coming out in the first purchase from Shifter. We'll see if it's the same thing for High. It works out well, keeps him in range, allows you to get those kills locked down with the Death Mark. He is in the bottom lane versus Skara now, though, who's doing quite well for himself.
And Scar has to be a little careful in that lane. Since he started Tear of the Goddess, he does not have much health against High.
He was doing quite well for himself.
As soon as High hits 6, he goes in for him because Scar didn't have the defenses.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Jinxed him.
Here we go. We're going to have to see if they can do it once more. Crumb's looking like he's going to slingshot over the wall, but he holds tight onto that one. They did not get a pull range from Patoy, so they back off 1-1. Things have been evened up here by the movement of High into the bottom lane. He starts to go back up top now, but we've seen a swap. Looks like they go on to Sneaky in mid. Balls has moved to the top lane, as I was calling that swap.
Still 1 turret to 0 for Cloud9. They've evened the kills thanks to High, as you say, and Kiwi Kid has not really provided many advantages for him. He's level 5 here. Balls is level 7 on Elise, so things are not turning that well for Dignitas right now.
There's that thing about chaos really wreaking havoc on a team, and it looks like Dignitas, they have been able to transition, but those transitions have kept them under-leveled right now, so it may not have been the right move so far, but they're going to try to keep lanes safe. They're not trying to produce, or not trying to make anything happen right now, so they're in an okay position.
I'm very impressed by the way Cloud9 responded to having both of their buffs stolen away.
Yeah.
Instead of sucking people out of the lanes to lend support where it wouldn't have benefited them early on, they stayed in lanes, got the lane experience, the turret pressure, and transitioned it through while making sure Crumbs wasn't able to pull off any ganks with those buffs. It was expertly done.
And Dignitas, even though they probably would have still, obviously looking for the late game with those next purchases of the tiers, looking to stack those up. So they're just going to be waiting to really get that money income from them.
And we'll have to see how Cloud9 tries to turn that around, because we know how quickly Cloud9 likes to win games. 28 minutes was their longest game in the Summer Promotion Tournament, and they're going to look to accelerate this one as soon as Sneaky probably gets a Bloodthirster and High gets his Blade of the Ruined King. We might see even more aggression from them.
Kiwi Kid going in on the tower, getting gone in on in the top lane. Meteos and Balls going very hard. The Repel has been used, so they really don't have the catch up there. But there's the Cocoon, the Wither to come out. Kiwi Kid will not make it out of this one. No, the Flash is forced to be used. Meteos has blue, but he just can't get the Wither up. There it is. It comes in. A few more Qs. Who do they want to give this kill to? They're kind of walking it around. Balls says, I need it. Give it to me.
Absolutely, Balls is who they want to give that kill to. Top lane 1v1 against Kiwi Kid will be so key if he can get an edge in there. And despite the flash, he was in way too deep. That was Kiwi Kid. He just could not make an escape from the flash Nasus with it.
So Cloud9 picking up a second kill, guarding this turret very well. The hook on to Cutie Pie, forced to flash out. Still has his barrier up for a bait engage though.
Yeah, and Dignitas was not able to counter that pressure with a 3v2 man advantage mid. They are just as low as the two they were pushing against, and all lanes pushing now for Cloud9, whereas Crumb's still not level 6. 9.5 minutes into the game in the jungle.
So tough, and he's been to lanes. There's just been 3 or 4 people in the lane, so it's not like the minions are going to ramp up that much when that many people are in lane. He's really getting hurt on that. Under-leveled at this point, but still has a kill for himself, so he can still get to that point in this game. He's using that money. I think he's actually holding on to quite a bit. Has to be at this point. No, he only has 300 gold right now to the 1,300 of Nasus, who just bought us up Ninja Tabis and Vision for control of the map.
Dignitas' whole team is feeling very under-leveled right now. They just haven't been able to keep up with the way Cloud9 has been splitting around. A lot of that has actually just been Meteos running around and using Spirit Fire in lanes. Their whole strategy is just to push and then catch Dignitas when they're around without wards. Even alone, Sneaky is able to stand with Scar right now because Scar is full-on in farm mode. After Scar died to High with that Zed, I feel like his aggression part of his brain just turned off.
I feel like in the beginning of the game, like you said, the buffs kind of don't mean anything that they were taking anymore. With taking that many buffs, should there have been more aggression from Cums in the lane, knowing that Meteos wasn't there to catch up?
Well, I feel like that's why Cloud9 played it so well, and that's one of the reasons Dignitas hasn't been able to respond, is that Cloud9 ignored it. And that is not what Dignitas expected to happen. They were expecting a response and a play around it. And because Patoy put so much pressure in the jungle at the start of the game, it allowed even more pressure to be put by Cloud9 into the lanes, and that was just a greater amount of advantage.
Working it very well right now, Cloud9. On their reactionary measures. 11 minutes into this one, they're not up too much, just about 1,000 gold here with a turret in their favor. going to be taken down in the top lane. Kiwi Kid still holding that one strong. Balls picked up a kill just a few minutes ago to recap some of the slow action that's been going on. A ward going down. They're going to get it. Oh, it times out. He doesn't get it.
Almost got it.
Almost got it.
He had the pink ward down. He was trying to get a little bit of that money's back. I wouldn't be too surprised if Cloud9 goes for a dragon very soon, but a fight down bottom. Skara goes down.
That's dead Skara.
Goodbye.
That was pretty nice, actually, coming over the wall with the flash, hook, play. They're able to just lock him up. A quick kill for Sneaky. That's going to be one for him. And this is going to start spelling bad for Dignitas. It's one kill, but they're going all around. One for High, one for Balls, now one for Sneaky. Those carries they have coming in.
They're seemingly one step ahead because now Dignitas is trying to counter that kill bottom with a 3-man push mid, and I really want to track how that goes down. But even if that happens, it's most likely a bottom turret given up. I'd say the mid turret is definitely more important, though.
Finally putting that damage onto the turret in the mid lane. They get it taken down. Look like Meteos will not be there to assist too much. He's going to go down to the bottom lane. High says, I got this. They may try to pressure the dragon to get that counter onto the gold.
As well they should, because they know Skara is still making his way back into the fight, and they also know exactly the state of Dignitas' team since they just saw them in mid lane. Now it's Dignitas' attempt to counter by pushing Balls top.
See if they can get this in. Balls looks like he could actually hold his turret here. It's at full health. Another wave coming in. He's going to be able to get an extra Q rather onto Crumbs. There's very good damage there. Looking at Crumbs, I believe he still does have his passive up. Yes, he has not gone down yet, so they could look to dive this, but it looks like they'll stay safe with High on the way.
Real scary spider up in the top lane there, completely saving his turret, mainly because of the spike he was able to place on Crumbs after he landed the stun there. And now Kiwi Kid really has to worry about it. High jumping over the wall. Kiwi Kid trying to make a great escape. I don't think High can get this.
High isn't at full items really whatsoever. That death mark not going to do too much. High really tunnel visioning onto this one. They think they have it with Elise on the backside. No, they're just turning around just at the right time.
So a good escape by Kiwi Kid there. High all-in'd him when Kiwi Kid was really going to be going back anyway. So that's a bunch of cooldowns burned by Cloud9 and diminishes the strength of this push that Cloud9 now puts mid.
There is Crumbs just on the outside, waiting for Crumbs to get another successful gank in here. He is 1-0 for the team. He was the one to have the first hand and kill on that blood. Let's see if he can do it again. Looks like he's making his way again. It's really just been shield or you being utility for the team for him, being there when they need him. Nothing has been an offensive move.
Not really, and Scar is still just trying to farm up as much as possible here. Tear the Goddess means he's going to have a bit of a slow start on Orianna, especially since he's Orianna in a long lane because Blitzcrank's tried to get zone control of this mid part of the map. Dignitas has been known, especially when they requalified against Team Summon, to be able to come back from stuff like this. They lost outer turrets many times in those games and then came back in team fights. They're going to have to do something similar here.
Oh, Balls. He's going to... Oh, my gosh! Holy crap! Kiwi Kid's HP is going to get zeroed out here, and he gets complete... I thought he was going to get 2v1'd and killed. Never mind.
Yeah! I can't believe that. It's the Magic Pen build right now. Elise has extremely high base damages, and because he has Sorcerer's Shoes and a Haunting Guise, he's actually sitting at 44 magic penetration right now, and Kiwi Kid had 47 magic resist, so that was as close to true damage as you could get from Elise. Walked right into that and got eaten.
Literally, he just liquidized the entire body in one strike. 15 minutes into this one, a large push into mid lane as Crumbs throws his body literally at the fight. Looks like we're going to get the first passive out of him here. It looks like they're going to save the turret, though.
That was probably a worthwhile sacrifice, but it also means that Cloud9 has even fewer obstacles as they continue to push now. They know that Zed ultimate is no longer a big threat in a team fight, and Cloud9 trying to put the clamps on here for Dignitas. Getting pushed back, invaded on that blue.
They put the pink ward down. They're like, there's a ward. We'll come back for it. But we need the blue right now. Crumbs is able to grab that. And they're not going to go back. No, they didn't get it. So we see pushing down in the mid here. Could be the gold. Command Shockwave at the last second. Flashed out of by Sneaky.
Sneaky flash right there.
Sneaky.
Making sure Scar's ultimate is down. Did not want to get caught out of position there.
That was close.
Kiwi Kid's got to be a little bit careful now. He's not going to be building a Hex Drinker, it seems like, for a while because he's got all these other core items he's going to want to be working on for Jace. It just means he has to be even more cautious about where balls goes.
And what is the point on that if they don't quickly engage in here in mid? We'll wait for a second. Oh, just missing the death sentence. Look like they'll take down this turret. When do you say, actually, I have to switch my build, I have to go for MR right now?
I think you'd have to do it earlier. I think 16 minutes into the game might be a little late to go for that item. If he wanted the Hex Drinker, he needed to get it earlier. At this point, he just has to deal.
All right, we'll have to see what he can deal with. Kiwi Kid not going to be in this fight with his team. He is up against Elise. A great pull onto High, puts him towards the back line, but he goes down
kill
before being able to get the death mark down. A second kill from Meteos. This is good for the team. If Kiwi Kid can farm it up and his team can win fights, they will be able to scale themselves back into this.
Getting the high kill was good because it got him before the ultimate, which thought maybe Dignitas would be able to win a team fight, but then they completely disengaged after that. If Dignitas wanted to really pull themselves back into this game, they would have had to try to take that for more because it was a 4v4. They just did not have the confidence to continue.
So 17 minutes, just that, pretty much 2 minutes have passed that fight. All this action already. These teams so much more in each other's faces than the rest of the games we've had so far. 17 minutes, 7 kills. It doesn't seem like a lot, but these guys are actually back and forth for the consideration that teams are taking today in their games on opening day.
Sneaky just about snuck around the back, but he decided that was a little too dangerous and obvious for his tastes. Skara didn't have his ultimate for that jungle fight, which, thinking again, is probably why they decided not to engage in, but it is up now, so if Dignitas wants to try anything, it might want to be soon, knowing that Crumbs has all of his stuff up if he wants to go in, and that Skara could combo. But based on where Skara is running right now, it seems like Dignitas is still trying to keep up with these giant creep waves.
It's Cloud9 on the global offensive, and it really is global because you look at the CS inventories, and they're behind in everything CS, but they're up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, 3 turrets to 1,
Yep.
and the Dragon. Plus, I'd also say Meteos has taken, like, he hasn't taken 99 farm in the jungle. He's actually taken a lot of that out of the lanes, which is why his laners farm looks a little bit lower. It's not because the laners have been getting out-farmed necessarily by Dignitas, because you add up all of the minion kills, and it's actually very close to even.
High push in the bottom lane. They're keeping that pressure on. Really no, I guess there couldn't be. They don't really have the damage just yet, but not even many wards towards the top side of the map. Jace is going to be pushing, though. Kiwi Kid, no teleport on him, so he will not be a part of this fight. It looks like another free dragon for Cloud9 here. They've really been reacting perfectly to anything that Dignitas is trying to do. Dragons for turrets, 1 for 1. This dragon is just going to be theirs.
Perfect timer on the Dragon there, and this seems like Cloud9 is very comfortable with the state of the game right now. And this is actually something that I feel like happens with teams that have very good scrim records, is once they get a little bit of an edge in a scrim, a lot of times teams don't try like super crazy things to go against them, and they'll maybe just surrender and let the game go in, or just let the other team kind of push through. And that's the mode that Cloud9 is in right now. They're just trying to execute their strats to end the game. What good scrim teams may be weak against, though, and hopefully Dignitas recognizes, is the oddball strategies, the crazy comeback attempts might be something they don't have practice against, because you generally don't see that type of play in scrims.
Right, it's not what are our opponents doing, it's what are we going to do. So if you can get inside your opponent's head, then you just stop that right away. Dignitas hasn't really been able to create too much since we said before these early blue and red buff pulls that they took away from Meteos, who has gone debuffed through the early part of his jungle, now doing very well for his team at 1-0-1, looking to pick up the Aegis after that Golem, as the Golem has just been finished on Crumbs recently.
And it's a strange kind of really well executed autopilot that Cloud9 is on right now. They've grabbed the oracles for Lemonation. They're trying to deny vision around the map. They're maybe going to be going for a Peel Baron soon. They've already taken down the outer 3 turrets. Everything they're doing is very procedural right now, and it smells that Dignitas needs to get some disruption going on. Otherwise, they're just going to get picked apart by Cloud9.
They have a few good core items to make this happen, but Skara still so squishy at level 12. It looks like they're all pretty squishy. Look at that, level 14 balls coming into this. He's already going for a Sunfire Cape, and that push is just going to get worse, but better.
And the one nice thing about Skara's build, even if it's a little squishy, is if High tries to go onto Skara, he can dodge out of the ultimate with his Zhonya's Hourglass, so he has a bit of safety, but that doesn't protect really anyone else. High has absolute target selection here. He could still blow up AmaCutiePie, Crumbs, or even Kiwi Kid.
And this is a different fight that we've seen. Now the 80 carry, AmaCutiePie rather, and High are out of this one. We will get Kiwi Kid and Balls if they try to engage. Looks like they're going to back off, though. They know they need CutiePie if they really want to go hard on this.
And it does seem like Cloud9 is just out farming the lanes right now. Maybe they're waiting for longer advantages, or maybe they're waiting to see what Dignitas has in store. I'm not sure if this is the right play for them at this point because their gold lead is only 3,500, but it's definitely what they're having planned right now.
It's kind of like you have it. Where are you guys going to go with it at this point? They're kind of waiting back. Like we said before, not getting lazy or complacent, but just really waiting for a mistake from Dignitas. They know it can't be made. Kiwi Kid's going to go back in the top lane. See, he has about 800 gold on him. He may be able to get himself some items, but it's not going to be too much to make a gigantic impact. And you get attack speed there, or it's going to be a Muramana. So that's a pretty big impact.
That's going to be a nice
charge that
point,
up
potentially for balls. Even though there is already a Sunfire Cape, so that physical damage from the Muramana isn't going to be cutting through as much.
Ooh.
And this is something that is a little surprising to some people, but the Sunfire Cape on balls is more effective because of the Magic Pen he's already built. So Magic Pen on balls is much better for Sunfire Cape than, say, a Renekton would have, because you're never going to build magic penetration on Renekton. But that Sunfire persistent damage is going to be doing substantially more work for balls than it would another top lane.
And we see the quick Lucidity boots right after that purchase coming out, or the finish of the Lucidity boots. That's when he went back to build after that Muramana. So he can poke. They need to get that damage out. They need to start getting lane control. And if he can't be with his team, they aren't going to get any lanes.
And AmaCutiePie is going to be doing as much as possible to try to farm this one out. Maybe bait High into some kind of kill here, but High is not to be fooled as he's backing away, knowing that Dignitas was going to bear down on him.
They're still keeping pretty good vision. He's got that deepish ward right below the red buff, so he can keep himself safe unless they go all the way around the ring, around the Rosie. His team's staying mid, and they have very good communication right now, as well as Dignitas. They say, yes, we can split again in the 1-3-1, and we'll just keep this going steady.
Yeah, they're just really trying to keep farm. At this point, Cloud9 is channeling farm onto the people they want. I think High really wants to get that last Whisper sooner rather than later. I don't know if they're comfortable fighting before it, but they might be forced into something here, knowing Kiwi Kid split pushing the top lane, or Cloud9 might just disengage, go get that big cannon minion wave in the top lane, and continue to channel farm to whoever they want to have it.
Pushed off here. Balls is going to attend to the top, or tend to the top lane rather. Dragon coming up in just about a minute. We'll see what teams decide to put a lot of focus on that. Patoy with the Oracles makes his way to the backside. Sneaky getting hit up here. Ooh, a sombrero by Scara. Crumb's got too far away. For 24 minutes, it looks like they're going to not continue to engage. They back off, and Sneaky makes it out alive.
They got to work on their ballista combo a little bit. That was slight misfire. It would have probably granted them a kill onto Sneaky. Not sure, though. He did have the flash. He could have flashed once he saw the shockwave animation anyways, but it still burned the flash, still burned Scar and Crumb's ultimate, and I think perpetuates this farm game these guys are going.
And there's High going a little too ham on this. Kiwi Kid gets hit up with the death mark. Wasn't enough. The Q coming in from Crumbs to the slow. Kiwi Kid turns around from downtown with the fadeaway kill. 5-3 now as Dignitas trying to make the comeback slowly.
I gotta say, that was a great turnaround by Dignitas. Kiwi Kid did not die to the all-in. Cloud9 wanted to go in because they knew Crumbs and Scara had no ultimates. Also because they knew that AmaCutiePie wasn't even there, so turning that around in an unexpected fight really caught me off guard. Gives Dignitas a bit of an edge.
High going in strong on that one. Thought he could get the instant kill. Thinking you're more powerful than you are can get you in trouble. Crumbs just on the backside. Pauses the slingshot as Sneaky can walk away with that speed steroid.
And Dragon up again. I feel like Cloud9's going to burst this one down. And this could be an opportunity for Dignitas to contest. They give up the Dragon, but maybe fight afterwards. Not going to happen. I feel like Scar just went back to base.
I have Nasus ult there. They seem pretty confident about this fight. They're 4 strong. They have balls there as well. Forced to flash on Patoy. Do they want the Oracles enough? No, they are going to back off.
So this is a very close game, actually.
Yeah.
It seems like Cloud9's kind of been in control for a while, but they haven't taken any huge advantages off of Dignitas yet. It could happen in any moment, because when you're keeping a team kind of this apprehensive the whole time, sometimes you can just roll over them later. The later this game gets, the more important the fights become.
And the more important that flash hook is going to become. Kiwi Kid goes 100-0. The repel on to AmaCutiePie. He cannot get away from the peel. He's finally there, but he's withered, so he's not going to do any damage. He keeps going back. Cutie now out of the fight with 100 HP. Crumbs there. The passive should be up, but he still goes out of the fight. Meteos only getting tickled by the ace in the hole.
That's not that bad for Dignitas yet, because of 1-for-1 in what was Cloud9 having a 4v5. Now it's Cloud9 actually trying to make a real big play off of this one. There's no Nasus ultimate to spike this down, but there is a Sneaky, and Dignitas trying to come up from the back. The smite just went back to base. It's a tricky contest here for Dignitas because that Baron's getting low pretty quickly.
Patoy looking for the hook grab. The sun is in his eyes, and he gets elimination. Oh, Scar
There,
able
keep
to come
going
up and
in.
kill in the dissonance. The Baron is going very low. It's down to 200. The steal, it's not going to be there. Goes to Meteos. Will they continue the fight? Do they have enough? The Wither is onto Skara, so Patoy is trying to peel. Crumb's now getting hit up by High. They got a good amount of damage, but he's able to get that first one off. That shield coming in from Skara, really stopping a lot of the damage, and they may try to go back in. Looks to get the slow, but it's just going to be the pressure to get their own blue.
Biggest thing, the biggest reason that worked for Cloud9 is I'mACutiePie never had a chance to go back to base and chop. He was about a 25% health, sitting duck for High to go in and throw his Deathmark ultimate onto him. No contest was capable by Caitlyn there. Even though Skara and Patoy tried, they were only able to get 1 kill off of it, which is an easy trade for Cloud9 to pick up that Baron. Really smart call by Cloud9, knowing they had a smite there, as well as a low chance of Dignitas contesting.
Very helpful to get Skara some kills here. The Zanya is now on him. That Seraph's Embrace finished up. You can just see CutiePie on the bottom left, or Kiwi Kid rather, on the bottom left-hand part of that screen. A big sigh. A little shake of the head, but just shaking it off, getting himself ready here. These guys are definitely making the moves they need to get themselves back in the game.
Because Kiwi Kid was the one who got hit by the thresh hook at the start of all those engagements. So he's got to definitely shake that off more so because the team may or may not be blaming him for what happened afterwards.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of keeping it together, now having to repel a Baroned up team trying to push down their mid lane.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage onto that turret. It's only been about 7 to 8, 9 now, 10 auto attacks from 2 people, and it looks like it's going to be Patoy going down. He gets taken out instantly. There's the repel down. It's going to be the frenzy, but he only gets a bit of damage off. Let's Bounce goes in. Where's the ultimate coming in? It's gone off from Orianna already. It looks like they are going to continue in. Shock Blast on elimination takes him down. A 4v2 as they stand strong in front of their turret, and it's just going to be a lot of AoE being thrown around.
Still a 2-for-1 for Cloud9. Dignitas should not have been standing at that turret that had no health. They were not ready to fight that one. Skara tried to ultimate off of Patoy when they were in that one, but it just was not enough as Cloud9 steamrolled through, and with the Baron regen looking to take more.
Sneaky just goes, catches the axe, catches another one. They're still going in on the High. It's going to be to the skies for Kiwi Kid. They're going to try this fight. Skara goes down. Kiwi Kid is forced to walk away from the situation. They're going to watch this inhibitor turret goes down. Balls is very low. They may try to capitalize on 1 kill, but it's a double kill for Sneaky coming in. It does not look like they can stop them.
Sneaky was 1-0-1 about 30 seconds ago. Now he's 4-0-2, and I gotta say the rest of Cloud9 is what's enabling Sneaky to just run at people. There's no threat on him. He can catch all of his axes and just continue to pressure down. They may be going for more here.
They're absolutely crushing this down to consider that Meteos had both buffs stolen in the beginning of this game. Again, a 20-minute game for Cloud9. This is now in the LCS. The best of 1 did not phase them, and they're gonna come through here at 29 minutes to take down Dignitas on opening day.
The longest game Cloud9 has played really in the studio is only 29 minutes long. It felt a little slow in the middle, but as we were saying, they just flipped a switch and went for it. Every opportunity that they saw that was clean and clear, they capitalized on.
And every time that something was happening, Dignitas knew how to react. They were getting the kills. They were fighting well. But again, props to Cloud9 for being more reactive, getting themselves around that situation, and figuring out how to stop it midway through every time.
Everybody hop on the Cloud9 hype train because Dignitas is a long-standing powerhouse of the LCS or even of just competitive North American League of Legends, and Cloud9 is a very unknown team for a lot of our viewers here, but they have so much talent, so much coordination, and a lot of confidence.
I feel like when you have that much control over red and blue buff in the early part of the game, you have to continue. I think Dignitas went in and said, that was enough, great job, let's win this.
And it's just, Cloud9 had the answer for Dignitas' early aggression, and once Dignitas tried that one early play and it didn't really work, they didn't have anything left in the tank. They couldn't make the plays. It was always being dictated by Cloud9. Specifically, just the way that High and Meteos were walking into teamfights ahead allowed Sneaky Castro to just roll at people. Draven normally gets kind of kept at bay by a Caitlyn or something pushing, but I'mACutiePie was completely distracted by everything else. It allowed Sneaky total target selection.
Yeah, seeing this composition work so well for the NA All-Stars. in Shanghai. They stayed mid. It was I think it was a Blitz and Graves or something, a Janna and Graves that could move around a lot, but they continued to go into the jungle. They continued to pressure, and it was only that one time that they did it. So we'll have to see. It was a great strat. They had the idea, not executed towards the later part of the game, but Cloud9 really having the idea to get behind that strat and take it out.
And we're going to get to see a lot more of Cloud9 and Dignitas in the Super Week. As I'm a Cutie Pie talked about earlier, we might see a lot of tilting this week. For his sake and for Dignitas, let's hope it's not them, because they have had a 5-0 Super Week last split, and also a 1-4 or an 0-5 Super Week. So it is feast or famine for them sometimes, and hopefully they start feasting later.
And, you know, Cloud9 from the start gave Dignitas a hard time in this because they kind of dissected each lane a little bit, right? We said, you know, High got a kill, Balls had a kill, and then Sneaky got a kill himself. So everybody was ramping up. And the one kill that happened was 2v1 when we saw that Crumbs was walking into the situation and Balls was like, no, I'm gonna kill him before you can even do anything.
That really turned a lot of it.
Yeah,
247 minion kills on Elise, total threat the entire game, and it added to the aggressive protection that they were giving Sneaky.
All right, everyone. So coming up, Cloud9's Meteos and High will join us to talk about their impressive LCS debut. Plus, Kobe breaks down the biggest plays of the opening day. So don't go too far. The NA LCS Summer Split will continue right after this.
We need Elise though.
I'm coming. I'm low though. Should I?
I'm pretty low too.
Yo, he's withered. Cutie Pie's withered.
He's out. I'm coming.
Scar.
Coming.
Get
Head.
Back out, balls. Don't die.
No, I'm fine.
Kiwi. Nice.
He's got.
Oh, nice.
Go. Take that.
Yo, we can end.
Try it. You can try it. All carriers are dead. Only Zach can push up. Zach has no passive.
Push with creeps.
Push. Just don't let balls die.
Don't tank. Don't tank it. We're fine. Just hit her. Balls be careful.
Yo,
Balls be careful.
Careful. Chill. You got it.
Hit it.
They can't damage us. Kill him. Kill Crumbs. Kill Sky. Kills us.
Tower.
Ignore Blitz.
Good job. We got it.
This game.
Good game.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. David Freak Turley here with Meteos and High from the victorious Cloud9. Now guys, that was a really great game, and there's a term that's been thrown around a little bit, which is the Cloud9 hype train. A lot of people are really behind you guys to be sort of this new hope for the American scene. Do you guys feel that at all?
I don't know. We just played scrims and we just play like we watch the Koreans and just do what they do because they won the World All-Stars thing, and we think that they play the best. So we just do what they do, and hopefully, I don't know, the hype is just there for some reason. I don't know why. We haven't won anything yet, so I mean.
That's fair. So then what happens if you end up playing the Koreans? You gotta just copy them and hope they didn't get ahead of you?
I don't know. I imagine we get smashed. I don't know. I have no idea. Hopefully we can win, but using their own strategies against them, I don't know how that works out.
All right, so let's actually focus back onto the game. So level 1 was a little crazy. Meteos, they got all 4 buffs.
Yeah, that was pretty lame. I walked over to my blue and I saw Blitz was in the area. I was like, yeah, he's gonna pull that, and then he did. And I was like, okay, I'll just go get my red. And then I saw him heading over. I was like, he's gonna pull that too. So I was like, maybe I can get his blue. Nah, I was like, okay, whatever. I'll just go push top because we had more tower pressure and they just had jungle pressure. So it was kind of a good trade for us, even though it didn't look like it. But Nasus doesn't really need items or farm or anything, so it kind of worked out.
So how do you adapt to a situation like that? I can't imagine you play many scrims where you get 0 buffs for the first 7 minutes of the game. Well, how do you react so quickly and so well?
A lot of that's just experience. I've been counter jungled so many times just because I've played the role for a while. So you sort of just learn, maybe one time it happens to me, then I react badly to it, and then the next time okay, I'll try something else. And eventually I just pick up what works the best, and I just do that.
Okay, so another question for you then. So far in all of the LCS competitions, the promotion tournament, and so far in day 1, you've had 0 deaths. How long is this gonna last?
I have no idea. I'm not trying to get 0 deaths, it just sort of happens. So we'll see.
All right, fair enough. So, Hi, I want to talk about kind of your training regimen and how the team has formed so far. So you came from a very great challenger scene. You guys won a lot of games there. You've done very well so far in the LCS. How do you get yourself to that level?
I feel like when most teams play and practice, they just find things to point out about their other players that they did wrong. So a lot of teams watch replays, right? Mm-hmm. And most of the time, other teams will just point someone out and call them out and be like, you have to do that better, et cetera, et cetera. As far as our team goes, we normally just let the person take care of their own mistake. If someone messes up, they know that. So when you do that, we don't really argue anymore, and we actually have fun with the game. We have fun with scrims. So I just think the environment around it is better. We have fun while we scrim, and it's just it's a good time. So I don't know. We just have fun and don't make fun of anyone else, really.
So then aside from being fun and really friendly then with the teammates while scrimming, can you tell us any more about the practice environment?
Well, right now we're playing 8 hours a day or so, or at least we're trying to. A lot of teams have been canceling scrims, and we have been as well. So we want to play 8 hours a day for 5 days a week if we can, and then take weekends off. But we haven't gotten to that practice regimen yet. As far as scrims go before this, we haven't played that many. Before relegation, we played more than we did now. So I don't know.
What's kept you guys from playing so much?
Just other teams have been moving. A lot of teams, CLG had to do roster changes, Curse did roster changes, Coast just moved into their house. So it's just a lack of the other teams being able to play, and our issues as well.
We had
just moved
internet
into
issues for a while too.
Ouch, that's gotta suck a little bit.
Yeah.
That lag. Good time.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Just play non-skill shot champions. You're good to go.
Yeah. We tried that. We played Rise. It worked out pretty well.
All right, so then one more question for you guys then. You've got, of course, 27 more games to play in this split. You so far got 0 deaths. So far you guys got 0 losses. How far are you guys gonna go this year?
I wanted to go 0-28 because Jack said it looked really good to sponsors if we went 0-28 because we'd have a perfect record, but it didn't work out that way so far. So I don't know. Hopefully our best. 28-0. Shoot for the best.
28-0 or 127?
127 sounds better, right?
I don't know. 0-28 would have been better, but I'll settle for 127.
That works too.
All right, guys, thank you very much, and thank you for the interview. Of course, a great game. 127, we'll see if they can do it, but let's send it over to Kobe to break down some of the great games so far today.
All right, thank you, Freak. I've got a clip here for you guys today that's from the first game of the summer split, and this is TSM versus CST. This is really going to showcase support mechanics and explain why all these teams like Curse and CLG are fighting to get the best supports possible. So we're going to start this one off with Xpecial wanting to get some wards here. So he gets one down on this side. All right, let's pause it right here. So he gets 2 wards down. He can see the entire area under this very, very tricky bend in the map. And Daydreamin just flubbed his bubble. That is huge. As soon as Xpecial sees this, he got that ward down. It still has one more hit on it. So he's going to be able to go offensive now and land a hook of his own. Daydreamin's mistake happened with the vision of this minion right by Xpecial, by the way. So he had vision of it, and he just messed that one up. So let's continue to roll this clip. Here they come in. There's the hook. Pause it right here. All right, at this point, it was a really big win for them because Reggie was able to jump in from the side, and we have Zed missing for this team, and then Dyrus up here on Shen. He can get in there immediately with the shield. He chooses to shield Reginald because Reginald just jumped in like we saw, but it's actually going to be pretty bad for them because Reggie uses his reset jump to get back out after this, and then the odd one's just going to straight rappel off into the rafters and go nowhere. So the target's going to be Xpecial, and he's going to get focused. All right, let's roll the rest of the clip here. There goes Reggie. He jumps out with the Shen shield and has to come back in later. The only loss that they receive is that Xpecial up top because of the unfortunate dodges by Odd One and Reggie. But that was 3 kills, and it really just snowballed the entire game here for TSM. And it shows that one missed bubble from your support player can just snowball an entire game. All right, so now we're going to send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. All right, everyone. Earlier today, we asked you to hop on Twitter and tell us which LCS player will have the most impact on their new team's success and why. Here's what you had to say.
Yeah. At Greg Say says, of course it's going to be Edward. He's a god. I expect he'll draw a lot of bans aimed directly at him. And we saw that in the first game, actually.
Yeah, he did. Actually, they banned Thresh, and then it kind of confused the crap out of the other team for a second. And they were like, wow, wait a minute. Wasn't that supposed to be on our side? So, yeah, maybe once, like even Edward said, it might even take a few weeks, but it'll probably get to that point.
Agreed.
All right, so Zephyrickel. I like your name. It will be definitely Cloud9 thanks to Meteos, godlike jungling. And yeah, if you don't die, then I guess you're going to do pretty well.
And his decision-making specifically was really good. Nasus doesn't necessarily require that much mechanical skill, but what do you do when both your buffs are stolen? Is a hard decision.
You win the
Luckily,
game.
his team worked with him, and they ended up turning it into an advantage.
Absolutely. I Play Mid Lane says, Nian Tanso will have the most impact on Chronologic Gaming in the top lane. He's always been a very good mechanical player in every lane.
It's true, actually. He's played AD carry, moved to mid lane, did okay there, back to AD carry, and now to top. So it is a strange transition, and whether it works out or not, I can't disagree that it's going to have a lot of impact, because if that top lane pick doesn't work, it's also going to have a huge impact. But he does have the potential to play what he wants.
And that's actually one of the write-ups I did about Nian Tanso in the CLG matchup, which is pretty cool. But the 2v1, right? He's been in solo lanes. He's been mid. He's been bottom. He has that mechanical skill. But 2v1s was something even Voyboy had trouble with when he went to that lane. And top was his sole kind of position for a long time. So,
and the one benefit Nian Tanso is going to have from that is he's at least experienced that matchup frequently from the other side. So it's not like he's a mid laner having to now deal with 1v2s. He's dealt with one person dealing with two.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so keep hitting us up with those answers. Remember, we're at LOL Esports, and make sure to use the hashtag LCS. All right, we're only halfway through the opening day. There's still three more games to go.
Yeah, up next, COG plays its first game without Hotshot in the top lane when they take on Velocity Esports. Then it's a battle of the pre-split favorites when Team Solo Mid battles Cloud9 and their hype train. Plus, Team Coast tries to get their first win of the summer when they face off against Vulcan.
So stick around, because there's a lot more League of Legends action when opening day of the 2013 North American Summer Split continues right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to opening day of the North American LCS Summer Split. I'm David Freak Turley, and joining me is the man who retired from CLG before it was cool, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. And it's time for our fourth matchup of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Velocity Esports. And even though this is Velocity's LCS debut, the big news coming into this game is the new starting lineup for Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, so Hotshot has stepped down from the top lane, and Marn's former AD carry, Nian Tanso, has taken his place. Then also down in the bottom lane, Afromu has left the team. He's a free agent now, and Choster has replaced him, moving back to his original role as a support, and reuniting him with Doublelift down there. So that should be interesting. Plus, we have Big Fat LP now moving to jungle from the mid lane. So tons of changes for them.
And of course, all the CLG old school fans get like their old favorite mid-carry savior back in the game, so that'll be fun for everyone out there who's the old school fans. And we're going to see if these changes can help CLG bounce back from their subpar spring split. They finished 13-15 in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, CLG are probably going to run their patented protect the double lift strategy. I mean, Hotshot said that AD carry is the only role on CLG that's not up for discussion. What we're really going to be looking for, though, is how quickly CLG can mold these brand new players into their top lane and the jungle that they want with their team strategies. The reason that they picked up these players that have never played the roles before is because they wanted to bring in very mechanically strong players that don't bring any bad habits that they already have to the team.
We'll see if they can coach them up in time, because today, CLG's new top laner, Nian Tanso, will be looking for revenge against Velocity. This squad took out his old team, Marn, in the summer promotion tournament.
Yeah, Velocity beat Marn in one of the most exciting series that I've ever cast. It was 3-2, and it was a really refreshing strategy from Velocity where they used this jungle Ezreal push and poke comp, never letting up pressure. The entire map was always under threat. And now their AD carry, he really stood out. I mean, Dyrus said that Maple Street was really carrying Velocity, so we'll have to see if they put more focus on him.
Well, that's going to be a fun one to watch then. So after his promotion tournament performance, Maple Street is coming into today's match against CLG with a lot of confidence.
I think CLG has many egos on their team, and when we crush them, we will really make an impact.
They're pretty much a bunch of no-names. I don't really respect them.
It's definitely an advantage that their bot lane is new and their top lane is new.
They have, 3 roster changes? So I feel like they're going to have a hard time against us.
I guess if we get upset, that would be pretty embarrassing. So we're going to take it obviously very seriously, just like we take every match. I just think they're by far the worst team in LCS.
Wow, fighting words from Doublelift.
Big words right there.
This man pulls no punches. So the words in the Rift, it's a war of words, but it's going to be just a war on in the game in general. It's going to be a great matchup, so let's check out the starting lineups. In the blue side, it is Counterlogic Gaming. Nian Tanso, that brand new top laner. Big Fat LP, brand new in the jungle. Link, 1 series veteran on mid. Doublelift still on AD carry, and Chouster back to support.
And on the red side, it's Velocity Esports. Chris is up top. NK Inc. is in the jungle, while Rose is at mid. Maple Street is on the AD carry, and Evaniscus is supporting.
So we talked about it a little bit in the pregame, but I think it's something worth talking about some more, is really this new CLG lineup. It's, they're a big fan favorite team. Right? They came through as one of the big dominant, really one of the dominant teams throughout all of League of Legends history.
Yeah.
And now you got a bunch of people going can they really fill these roles?
Yeah, so this is a brand new team, basically. I mean, this is version 6 of CLG now that we have. A lot of old faces, but in new positions, and changing positions we've seen to be very detrimental to the majority of people that switch. So we're going to have to see if CLG can finally, mold players like they've always wanted to. They've had sort of a cycle of, where they bring in people that they think are really good, and they try and force them into a role that they need, and it hasn't always worked out.
Yeah, none of the role changes have actually, right? The Hotshot jungle, the Chouster jungle, the Locodogo support, they've all been a little weird. I'm hoping, right, for all the CLG fans out there and for CLG in general, that they do get these role, mixes to work. But I do want to point out one cool synergy here, though, is Nian Tanso, former AD carry, right? If you want to look at lane matchups, top laners don't fight top laners anymore. AD carries fight top laners. He knows firsthand what top laners need to do to fight their default lane.
Yeah, he's come up against a lot of different matchups. He even had time in the mid lane. So he's a very versatile player. And if you're going to take someone and mold them into a new spot, Niantanso would be a good choice. So if they can't make it work with Niantanso, then it might be time to, you know, trash can that strategy.
And it's true. I mean, we look at this guy was like the original #1 challenger. Like way back in the day when LCS first, the spring split first started, he was like, bam, #1 in challenger, like 1,000 LP.
Over 1,000 points, yeah.
And he's like, all right, you know what? I've won the solo queue ladder. I'll take it a little bit easier. And like he fell back down a little bit. But like we talk about like Wild Turtle, right? Oh man, I hit 1, 2, and 5 over the summer break, and you know I took my time off hardcore. It's like, yeah, but Nian did that first.
If you're not first, you're last, I guess. Yeah. So Wild Turtle, he's actually pretty far from last. You already mentioned, what was it, 3 or 4 accounts that he has up there. Some people are a little bit salty because, you know, there's only 50 spots in that challenger tier. It's you know, it's a hard limit right there. If you're number 51, you get bumped out. And he's taking up like 4 of those spots. So that means 3 other people are just
Cloud9's taking up 6 of them. Like TSM's taking up 8 overall. Like it's fun to watch. And I like the level of individual talent that keeps raising up because you see more and more crazy big plays. Like it's fun watching the like kind of highlight reels that show up every day online where someone's like, dude, I saw Aurelia dash to 7 minions and stun you under turret and flash her over a wall. Or just all the, I mean, basically anytime Double F plays Vayne. Right, like those mechanics videos are so fun to watch.
I think a lot of this is happening because, you know, even though we're sort of region locked and people are fighting in their own regions a lot, there's so much more studying that's going on with the other regions. Like Cloud9, they just said they study Koreans basically 100%, and that's exactly what they're trying to mirror. So North America kind of has you know, some Korean influence coming in here, and that's going to help out the scene a lot. You can tell they're already really successful. Then we also have Edward coming in from Europe, and so we've got a nice little mix here. Everybody's a nice little melting pot now in North America.
And I'm wondering how much of like team wisdom gets transferred over, because I remember when we first talked to Bloodwater when he switched teams. Right, GGU was 3-0 against Vulcan. Or like, I feel stupid for not remembering, but basically there was a 3-0 record. Then he swaps teams and he turns it around. Vulcan finally wins the game, and it's like, did you like bring all this GGU like knowledge with you? And he's like, no, I just made calls and we just won. It was fine. Like, and so it's interesting to see what types of knowledge players bring when they switch teams, and how teams even transform when new players show up. So for Niantanso, for example, right, he played a lot of AD carries mid lane. He would run like Caitlyn mid or Corki mid or things like that, and it really switched up a lot of the matchups. And I'm kind of wondering what his champion pool is going to be like playing up top.
I feel like he's played every single champion in the game pretty often. So, yeah, he's definitely a flexible player. And talking about those, you know, strategies that the new players are bringing, if you're going to look to one team to, you know, bring in their strategies, I think Gambit is definitely up in the top, you know, 5 at least, 1 or 2, because they've got some really strong theory crafters. Alex, Diamond, and Genja all have just amazing game knowledge. So we'll have to see if they're able to get Edward to open up and give them some Russian secrets.
At the very least, he can just hard carry the bottom lane by himself.
Yeah.
I want the support carry tag to come back into LCS. That was fun when it was in EU that 1 week.
Looks like he's going to have to do some training over here in North America.
It's fine.
Get used to the lay of the land first. They had a little bit of a rough game there, starting off with a loss.
The dry Las Vegas climate might be like throwing him for a loop.
A lot of people complained about that. Everyone's skin. Dyrus was complaining about the lotions. He needed lotion advice from Scar, I think.
I think it's hard to replicate like the climate of Hawaii, though. I gotta give him that one at the least, at the very least. So, all right, we gotta talk about Velocity. We've talked a lot about CLG, their new lineup, their new players, how they're gonna work in their roles. Velocity, though, it's interesting because they kind of like they were even more unsung than like Cloud9, right? They're like challenger team, like number 2 the whole way through, but they've got like a ton of talent throughout their whole roster here.
Yeah, so, you know, Cloud9's really hyped up coming into this, but Velocity showed some very interesting things in that promotional tournament. They had this jungle Ezreal strategy that was the push and poke comp. Actually, they had been holding on to that for, you know, almost even 6 months. NK Inc.'s jungle Ezreal, they had wanted to do something like that, and they finally got to bring it out. You know, they'd used it a lot in scrims and against a couple other teams, and it was very successful and very impressive to see a different angle on the game, which is really sort of, you know, what CLG was known for with coming with their teleport promote strategy. It was like their big thing was they were coming with a different mindset and always trying to push and always trying to pressure every lane. It's exactly what Velocity did.
And that's going to be fun to watch because you look at a team like CLG, and you talked about that promotion strategy, right? And it was Chowster and Hotshot kind of thought that up, and they brought their own elements to it. And they brought their...
You didn't even try and do that, did you?
That wasn't even on purpose, but I'm glad it worked. But they brought their own elements to it, and they made this clever strategy that worked pretty well for them, and they used it in the North American region and whatnot. And then again, you've got NK Inc. coming up with this Jungle Ezreal thing. But now with Hotshot pulling himself to a sub and being more of a coach, with Velocity having like Atlanta back there for coaching role as well, they've actually got guys who are just there to theory craft and come up with strategies for them.
Yeah, and I think that's another really important thing that's making raising the skill level of North America is that we're starting to have dedicated coaches and analysts. And another thing that we have to say, Cloud9 has already jumped on. Not only they're studying the Koreans, but they've also got a dedicated analyst now too. So very scary things from them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these guys can run with as the as the league progresses, right? As these guys research their opponents and say, look, in this best of one, we know how you play. We know what we're going to bring out for this match, and we know how we're going to plan for it. So, guys, switch a little bit of topics right for a second and talk about the past a little bit. With the summer split starting up, we thought it was a perfect time to drop a little knowledge and count down the most banned champs from the spring split. The countdown starts with a tie for 4th place between Nidalee and Renekton.
Yeah, they were both banned 31 times this spring. Nidalee picked 17 times and Renekton picked 27. We always talked about Renekton being like the sign out of the roller coaster. You have to be this tall to enter top lane because if you can't handle Renekton, you're going to get bullied out. And, Nidalee's winning percentage was 65%. I have to say a lot of that was due to Mandatory Cloud. Yeah. By the way, he was just wrecking faces on Nidalee. And, Renekton, he was not too shabby either, 52%, over average.
Yeah, pretty popular guy. Now taking a stand at number 3 on our list, Shen.
Shen, he was banned 44 times and picked 33 times, but he only had a 39% win percentage. So it's kind of like solo queue. A lot of times in solo queue and a lot of these things like, Mumu and Shen and stuff are getting banned out. And the statistics aren't really there to back it up. It's really the mental, the edge that it really gives your team.
And you got to work around him so hard. It can be really difficult for these guys. Now, next up, we have a tie for the top spot. The most banned champions of the 2013 North American LCS Spring Split, Kale and Twisted Fate.
They were both banned 53 times exactly, and both picked 20 times. So interesting coincidence there. We each had them banned almost half of the games, 47%. Those were banned, and Kale's win percentage was only 35, worse even than Shen there. So a lot of hype around that pick, but it didn't have the same win percentage as Twisted Fate up there at 75%.
And that guy's been popular like forever. He was actually in 100% of games, picked or banned, the entire season of OGN Champions Summer in Korea. Literally every game, you saw that guy in that screen there. And I want to see if we get someone close to that number here in North America, because that'll be a fun one to watch for.
Yeah, and it's that's why they had those few balance changes to Twisted Fate recently that came out. Increased the cooldown on that ultimate, so he can't teleport everywhere and constantly gank you 2 versus 1, and then also taking off the cooldown reduction from his E and giving him a little bit more attack speed instead.
Yeah, and even the mana regain on W going down a little bit early on. There's a lot of tweaks going through, and it's interesting too because Zed got nerfed in pretty much the same patch. Right, the cooldown on the spinning slash, and that's Trindamir's E. We're gonna
Shadow Slash. He's a ninja.
There you go, Shadow Slash. Thank you. And even the follow through damage on Q, and yet we still see him in at least most of the games here.
Yeah, he's just a really fun champion to play too. I mean, who doesn't want to be a flippin' ninja?
Everyone does. So you said don't, and I got confused.
It's okay.
Everyone wants to be a flippin' ninja.
We'll roll with it. Everybody knows. I mean, we had some very sneaky plays too by some flippin' ninjas. Psycho Sid coming from their own jungle with that sneak around. I really, you could see that one happening, 10, 15 seconds in the future, and it was still just really surprising.
The Jaws theme was just playing in the background. You just saw the fins circling, like as though he was Fizz somehow in the water, and then Kennen shows up, and it was just, oh man, but it was fun to watch. Like that kind of gameplay is really exciting to see. So, guys, for what it's worth, I mean, as much as we do love talking to you guys, it is of course worth letting you know that we had a couple of technical issues that we're trying to work through real quick. So we'll get that taken care of and get it underway pretty soon. But guys, we've got to take a short break as we sort these things out. But when we return, CLG will take to the Rift for the first time without Hotshot in the top lane when they face off against LCS rookies Velocity Esports. Opening day of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the North American Summer Split opening day here at Rivington III. In the interview lounge, we have a few technical issues we're going over, so we're going to take a break, get a little sit down with Zion Spartan and Shifter of Team Coast. You guys switching up your names for this season around. Let's start with that. Where did the team name change come from? Who approached you? And we'll go from there.
Well, we kind of had like a change of ownership, so we kind of decided we needed a little bit more of a professional name. I mean, Good Game University was a great name. But now we're going with Coast, Coast Life, competing with Bay Life. Now TSM's our rivals, and we're going to take them down.
Very good. And what is Coast Life like? Have there been any major changes, or have you guys had to do anything to switch this up, or has it been kind of easy going for you?
We're just kind of, coasting through. We're gonna come back from that first loss, and just like crashing the rest of the Super Week, end the week 4-1. We're like a wave, just crushing through our opponents.
Did you guys, most teams have said they really haven't had time to practice, and really it hasn't been taken into consideration that there were a lot of change-ups on teams, so there were cancellations. Have you guys found the same thing, like no practice, it's kind of blind going into opening day?
Yeah, we've definitely had like a lot of issues because like we just got a gaming house and stuff, so everybody's moving in, people are changing players and stuff, so it's hard to like set up scrims, it's hard to like so we haven't had that much practice.
And Shifter, for you, getting your feet wet in the beginning of the season, now finally coming back, how's it feel to be back, and what's it like?
It feels really good. I'm definitely feeling the pressure. The nerves really hit me in that game. I don't know if anyone saw that. I was actually so nervous that I remember this one moment when Reggie jumped on me as couch, and I like jumped back a bit on my chair. Yeah, it's pretty good.
So have you had that feeling before and you worked out of it, and now it's kind of coming back? Is it something you're going to have to again work on?
Yeah, for sure. Especially there's a lot more nerves coming this time because, I don't know, a lot of people watching me because of the whole Jinte thing. I don't know. People are watching me really hard. And
Right on.
It's hitting me a bit.
And how was practice like that? Because there was a comment last season in the mid where Jinte would have kind of been the staple pick if you guys were to have Shifter come back. What was practicing like, and what kind of swayed that decision coming into this second summer split?
Well, actually in scrims we actually did really well.
Okay.
But like coming to the Super Week, I don't know, we didn't have any computers, and like even before we had some technical problems with our own personal computers. It's just like, I don't know, we didn't have much practice going to this.
Right on. So you guys now saying having the house back, having Shifter back, has it kind of, you guys feel, changed the way Team Coast can approach games and look at them previously to season or spring split?
Yeah, the goal this split is to not be like last split where we're just not winning anything till like the last week where we just happen to get second at playoffs. The goal here is to start winning at the beginning and keep winning so that we can stay at the top of the standings this season. And hopefully we'll just get our issues worked out quickly so we can just stay at the top.
And besides the neat team name change, that momentum, what are you guys putting in place in that practice regimen to make those things happen?
We just need to practice, really. That's like been an issue with this week. Usually is an issue, but since we got Shifter now and everything, we just need to like work together because communication's a huge part of winning this 5v5 game.
Has the communication changed at all with Shifter coming in? Is he a vocal player on the team?
Well, I tend to make some early game calls. I play a lot of roaming champs, so obviously I have to coordinate my other side lanes to see if it's like a doable gank or anything.
During that, like you said, you kind of had nerves in that first game against Reggie. How do you feel that pick went, and what do you think you could have done differently after seeing the matchup?
Well, we got exactly what we wanted, and we predicted their picks as well. It's just our communication was awful, and we played the game wrong.
Looking at that game, what do you guys think, like, besides communication, you can take out of that going to your next one for a W?
It's just don't let that game get to us. Like, we can play well, we can beat any team. It's just a mental game.
Just need to be confident in our play and we'll be fine.
Right on. Do you guys like, or I was just say Zion Spartan, do you like the best of one in the LCS set coming into that, knowing anything can happen?
Yeah, I kind of like how you have like one game, so you're either gonna do really well or really bad, but at the same time it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's like one game we can win or lose it, and this game matters, but you can also get cheesed, like you don't know what's gonna happen.
Right.
So it's like, it's good and bad, but it's pretty crazy, and I kind of like how there's like a whole season of 28 games, leads to a lot of crazy strats.
All right, since Shifter, you've been talking a little bit about pressure. What's the way to overcome that, right? People think of you now, that big champion pool to come in. We've seen the first game play. Reginald kind of set you off. What is your way to kind of just get over that, put it behind you?
I don't know. I've tried to stay off Reddit and stuff. You know, there's some comments there, but just try to not let it get to your head. You know, you have to have confidence in yourself. That's pretty much it.
And keep playing your game.
Yeah.
Right on. All right, so kind of going off a little bit here. Zion Spartan graduating tomorrow. Congratulations on that. How does this, you know, kind of work? School still with the LCS, a professional gamer, and your friends kind of moving on. Is there enough time for both to balance right now?
Definitely there was like a lot of like, my grades definitely went down a little bit with going into LCS, but I kind of like made sure I did my work, so I kept up track with that, but that kind of cut into some of our practice time and things like that. And it was also kind of sad, like when everybody's like, oh, I'm going to this college, I'm going to this college, where are you going? Well, I'm kind of going to be a pro gamer and I'm going to go to the LCS, and it's kind of hard to explain that, but you know, it's like pursuing what you want to do, and I think having to balance both, it's worth it, because LCS is a once in a lifetime chance.
Absolutely. You guys made it through the spring split, you know, gorgeously towards the end, and the momentum hopefully coming into the second split. With that, you know, coming off of the first loss, who really in your eyes is the team you guys need to beat to say that, yeah, we're just going to be able to go through this all right again?
TSM for sure.
So it's going to be them.
We definitely want to rematch against TSM and just to like know that we can beat them, because we lost them at playoffs. I think we went 0-4 against them the first split, so I think we want to end 3-1 against them this split, and then maybe if we meet them in playoffs, take them down there again, just to prove to ourselves that we can take them down.
Right on. And how do you guys feel your chances are coming into the rest of the teams? Have you been able, like I said before, there's kind of a blackout for scrims before these matches. Are you coming into all the matches blind, or do you feel like you're pretty much confident about a few and focusing on some?
There are definitely teams we're confident against, but for the most part, we haven't been able to scrim any other team at all. So we don't know what they can do, then they don't know what we can do.
We've been kind of like learning about these teams as this first week of LCS goes on, because it's just been like a month of where like we haven't been scrimming that much, and we haven't been seeing other teams in tournaments and stuff. So we're like learning as we watch these matches, like, oh, Vulcan's pretty strong. They played really well against Curse. TSM's still really strong. Cloud9 looks pretty strong too. So you're kind of like, we're kind of seeing how strong these teams are from the first week of matches.
So now coming in, knowing that there's almost no play, how do you practice? How do you pick against that? Because you haven't seen them play since, you know, almost 6 weeks ago. Things have changed coming into 3.7. So how do you pick? Is it just comfort? Is that what you guys feel best with?
Yeah, I definitely think comfort picks is where you go when you don't know. Because if you don't know what your opponent's going to do, just pick what you're best at. Because you can't kind of base a comp off, oh, I think he's going to do that. And it's like, I'm really good at this champion, so I'm going to play that champion. Like, Jace has been one of my comfort picks. Like, if Jace is up, I'm going to get that champion and play it.
Same thing.
Yeah, for the most part, you have a general idea of your counterpart's playstyle, so you can like eliminate some champions that, you know, they're not comfortable with. But yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck in the rest of the LCS. Congratulations on graduating tomorrow. Don't do anything too silly tonight so that doesn't happen. Obviously, League of Legends players can get kind of crazy. I know, guys, but just keep it calm, play safe, and graduate. Thank you very much for the interview, you guys. Best of luck, like I said, on the rest of the LCS. We've got 3 more games coming at you today. Freak and Kobe still on the desk, and they're going to break those down for you in just a few minutes. Here they are.
Thank you very much, Riv. Yes, it's about time for our 4th match of day 1. We've got 20 throughout the week. It's going to be Counterlogic Gaming versus Velocity Esports. Guys, thank you for your patience. We have 9 players in the lobby. That'll be 10 soon when Chouster shows up, and then we're going to be good to go. We got the issues solved. So, again, thanks for bearing with us, but we got games coming up. So, Kobe, I want to talk about something that's kind of interesting at the start of the split. Is we saw teams basically come out of nowhere at the very end, right? GGU and Vulcan taking 2nd and 3rd. And history has repeated itself, right? GGU lost to TSM, or sorry, I guess CoastNet, lost to TSM, and oh no, they lost to the best team in North America. Like, they're still really good. They first blooded them. Vulcan, right? 3rd place last season, or last split, again, starts out with a win. Now you've got teams like Counterlogic Gaming and Velocity who either came from the challenger scene or had a rough last split, and it's now their turn to prove themselves.
Yeah, you know, so far, I guess we're kind of been a very seamless transition from last spring split into the summer split. Both of these teams are really looking to prove something very early on, though. I mean, CLG, they've kind of been saying that they're almost willing to go with a season like the spring split for Coast, where they don't do that well in the beginning because they're training all these new people, and then really come out hard at the very end. So that's actually kind of what CLG are hoping happen. They get really strong later in the season.
All right, well, let's see what they can come out with right now, though. The picks and bans are starting up. Elise and Malphite dropped away. Kha'Zix added to the ban list as well. These are really not unfamiliar faces.
No, and we still do have that Ezreal available, so if they wanted to go with an Ezreal jungle push comp once again, then it's open to them, but everybody saw them use it in the promotional tournament, and everybody is aware that it's definitely a possibility for these guys, so it won't be some surprise tactic that they can pull out.
I wonder how much that's going to actually pull bans, right? Like, how often are you going to see John and Ezreal banned out against these guys? Because you know at any time it'll show up. And do they first pick Jana and say, what strat are you going for?
Yeah, I mean, because it's interesting when you have a strategy like that has two very crucial parts. If you don't have one of those parts, then it kind of crumbles. So if you don't get both of them at once, then it's very, very risky to go for something like that.
All right, well, we have started out with the picks and bans, though. Counterlogic Gaming, no strangers to first pick and Thresh, and they've grabbed that up for Chowster.
So it's interesting, you know, Chowster, they were streaming a lot of their new games with him as support, and Thresh was a new support champion. You know, he played support back in Korea a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like Lulu was his favorite. He hadn't played much Thresh, and there were some pretty funny bloopers that made it out to YouTube of Chowster's Thresh. So it looks like he's confident with it now, and he's put himself through Chow school, and he has actually decided that he's graduated from that Thresh course.
All right, let's stay on that CLG train for now then, as they hopefully keep up to speed, because they've got the jungle Sejuani in here as well for Big Fat LP, as well as the, man, these picks come in through fast. They got Vladimir coming in as well.
Very quickly here. You know, that Sejuani, Jat's definitely a big fan of that one because she's a very tanky, CC-oriented jungler and extremely strong right now. She has so many tools, and she has great hard engage, which obviously Velocity not going to want to go with the poke comp after that's already been taken. We've seen what happened already. Who was running that poke comp earlier today already?
Oh, that was Curse versus Vulcan.
Yeah, Curse, wow, the Sejuani ultimate just destroyed that poke comp, so that's not going to be happening here.
That could be rough. Let's take a look at Velocity's picks so far. Kennen, Zyra, Lee Sin, and Draven. A good mix of AoE, and they've actually grabbed up a Kayle as well. These guys picked their champions in like 4 seconds total.
All is going according to plan for both teams here, it seems. And it's pretty interesting that Nien going to go with that Vladimir, because Vladimir is something that he played when he was at mid, when he was an AP mid player, so he's going to use one of his comfort champions. He hasn't been in top lane for too long. He's not going to branch out too quickly, and he's going to be right at home on that Vladimir. I have a lot of faith in Nien's Vlad.
All right, so let's take a look at these lineups then, because we've just barely got them in front of their screen right there. Couldn't even talk about all the picks individually, but Velocity Esports, right? They've got a Draven who's going to turn invulnerable. They've got a bunch of area of effect with Kennen and Zyra. They've got Lee Sin to do whatever the heck he wants at all times. Like, what do you like about this team composition, basically?
I love the Kayle. That's really crucial to this team composition. I mean, we just talked about how the win percentage wasn't all that spectacular, even though she was banned so much. The reason she was banned so much, though, is because she's a linchpin in so many different team compositions. They've got a Kennen. If Kennen doesn't even have his Zhonya's yet, you can do one thing better. Put the Kayle ultimate on him, and he can still move around with that Slicing Maelstrom. And if they don't have to use it on Kennen, if he's got his Zhonya's, then they can just put it on Draven, like you said, and have him go wild.
Well, speaking of going wild, though, they do have Double Lift on Twitch. Twitch scales like a monster. Spray and Pray is crazy strong. You know, we said at the very beginning, is this going to be a protect the double lift sort of team? And might be a protect the double lift.
Yeah, and that's one of the really strong aspects to Thresh, is that he has that Dark Passage, the Lantern, a free escape for your AD carry that has no escape of his own, is just crucial to CLG's overall strategy, and the way that they look at the game.
All right, well, we are in a champion select, out of champion select, into the game, guys. Blue side, Counterlogic Gaming, red side, Velocity Esports, and we are good to go here in game number 4, week 1, day 1, split 2, season 3.
So the only, little interesting thing that come out with these starting items to me is the rejuvenation bead on Chowster. That definitely says he's looking to harass pretty early. He's going to be that annoying Thresh in lane and make really good use of that deceptively ranged auto attack that he has with that chain of his.
Yeah, it is, I have the number somewhere, 475, so little bit shorter than Jana, but there's the Q coming out from NK Inc. Spots CLG's invade, root hits too, so he's got to run back away. I don't think they even warded anything for their troubles. They got spotted. They didn't get much forward except showing where they were all running to, so CLG's going to make their way back out of the jungle. Wow, an impressive pinging. VS actually pinged out the only ward that CLG put down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so CLG only actually placing those 2 wards. I know one of them was that Explorer that's about to time out, but it's going to give them full vision of this invade by Velocity. So CLG aware of the movement so far. A second ward going to go down by that red buff, so they'll see if Velocity actually decide to steal this.
So Kennen constantly trying to check brushes with his Thundering Shuriken. When it doesn't connect with anything, they move on forward, put the ward down, and there is now some ward coverage of that bottom side of the jungle. Velocity says, great, that's all we really wanted was to watch Big Fat take his red buff in Solitude. We're going to go back to our own sides of the map. And I'm actually curious to see what the lane matchups end up being, because Chris has been sent top lane in a default 1v1. It looks like they want Maple Street to fight up against Doublelift.
Yeah, old school lanes over here. And every time you do have Draven, you're fine with going 2 versus 2. He's such a lane bully. It looks like he's going to be actually going middle there, Maple Street, with that Draven. And they'll maybe capitalize on the support jungle pressure that we saw already today in the start of the summer split.
We've seen it a lot so far. I mean, one time it was Blitzcrank stealing every buff from the enemy side. This time a little bit less aggressive from Velocity's side, but we'll see how that ends up running. Big Fat LP has grabbed his blue buff, so for all the early game shenanigans, nothing much is open. But now NK Inc. is going to go for a red steal.
And there are 2 wards on that red. So they see that it's get pulled around here. We have the immediate collapse of Chowster, just trying to threaten that Lee Sin so they don't pull off the steal here. And it looks like we are going to have some tension building around the red buff.
All right, he has started up on it. Big Fella becomes around the side as well. It's now in Fog of War, so CLG has to kind of out-position himself a little bit. Chowster shows, will he go for the steal right here? The damage comes across, Smite doesn't land. NK Inc. takes it away, and the fight is now on a Big Fat LP, taking him down to half health. But Velocity Esports have stolen that one out and said, great, thanks for the red.
So when Chowster was jungle, I kind of criticized him a little bit with a little joke there. It does say the damage that Smite will do, and it's true damage. So all you really have to do is read the life of your target. But Big Fat LP, very new to the jungle, not quite used to it, got a little bit scared there, didn't time his Smite with his burst, and it gets taken away. Great veteran move there by NK Inc. Comes out with the red steal.
So very, very good opening, and now of course he's going to take his own red buff down. Pretty easy for him. Level 2. Going to take all that fun stuff and hits level 3. So a bit of a jungle advantage here, and it has amounted to a little bit of a gold lead so far in the game. Let's take a look now at these lane matchups. Maple Street and Evaniscus finally back to a lane safely, and they're going to 2v1 up against Lincoln mid.
Interesting choice here by Vile Rose, too. I mean, yes, it's going to be 2 versus 2 in this mid lane, and they're just going to try and hold tower. But Vile Rose, down in the bottom lane in the other 1 versus 2, is just jungling. He's getting wolves right now. He's not going to that Doublelift and Chowster lane because Doublelift and Chowster are actually freezing. They're not pushing. We see so many of these 2 versus 1 lanes push early and try and get those early turrets. This is a very interesting choice by CLG to actually freeze it and not go for those early towers, which give you that the map pressure and global gold.
So let's keep track of how these turrets end up falling down, because Maple Street and Evaniscus in that mid lane have taken about 1/3 of the health off the mid lane turret here that Link is trying to defend. Meanwhile, on the other side, basically nothing's been lost on the right-hand side. NK Inc. shows up as well for a gank, but doesn't land much in this one.
Right, so to answer this freezing strategy that Chowster and Doublelift went with, Velocity have called down their jungler. They want to try and shove this wave into the turret so they can get it to reset, because Vile Rose has no more jungle to go after, and he will just get starved out if they continue to freeze. Trying to get into this turret here.
They get a decent amount of damage there. Level 3 and 4, actually, both junglers for at this point, but in the mid lane, a little bit of aggression again. We're seeing basically this 2-on-2 lane. The junglers have shown up to defend those solo laners who are getting 1v2'd.
Yeah, and like you said, the Velocity does have the lead on tower health right now, but it looks like everyone leaving that Velocity bottom lane again, and Doublelift still freezing. He's just going farm-centric, just getting the very last hit of those minions so that his wave doesn't push out.
And that seems like default, this seems like the oldest school SteelG strategy. I mean, they were one of the original teams to just freeze forever, and it plays into that Doublelift sort of mentality of just get Twitch a bunch of farm, leave him with no risk, he's got a turret right behind him, and we'll just play it for 40 minutes.
Yeah, they're going way back to their roots here, CLG. They're playing a slow game, and it's going to be up to Velocity to capitalize on the mid-turret down. We always say mid-turret is one of the most important turrets to get down because it opens up so much map pressure. You have to capitalize on that because you're trading so much with Doublelift freezing out this bottom lane.
So if CLG is playing a slow game, would you say it's up to Velocity to accelerate it?
Nice right there. And the direction that they're going to have to choose will
Forward.
be towards Dragon, probably.
Okay.
After you get that mid turret down, they're going to want to extend their ward coverage in the red side jungle so that it will be easy for them to take that early dragon. Because Lee Sin, to be said, he's still really good at taking down those dragons with the Qs.
Apparently Maple Street's good at taking down pigs as well. Big Fat LP dropped below half health in this turret. An even worse fate right here. They're bringing that health bar low, low, low. And then when the CLG bottom lane finally pushes up, in the top lane, Chris definitely hates things up. I heard him yell in the background. That first kill, and yells, let's go. Good opening for these guys.
Yeah, surprising everyone right there. Nien, I guess I shouldn't have had so much faith in that Vladimir. Top lane, a little bit rough for him too. So both of the people here on CLG that are switching to new lanes, just very small things that are, they're having hiccups already. We'll have to see if it actually snowballs into the rest of the game here. Not too big of a lead so far, but that first blood is going to hurt.
All right, so a number of incremental advantages. The first blood up in the top lane. So fitting that it's against Vladimir as well. The first turret going down in the mid lane against the robot of Orianna. And now it's Chouster and Doublelift still chilling up in this bottom lane. It's now Chouster getting the last hits. He is actually up 3-1 against Evaniscus.
the all-important CS wars of the supports. I just talked about support mechanics. CS are definitely up there. I mean, you don't get to use them very often, but it does really make a difference if you can get the extra few gold on a support so you can actually combine your gold per 5 earlier. It makes a huge difference because supports, they really need to get that gold per 5 ticking, or gold per 10.
Yeah, people used to donate like part of double golems, like the first minion kill to the support to get them that Philo turn early. I'm sad that kind of went away, but as an AD carry, I'll just steal them all.
Okay, so something that is finally exciting here this game, we've got a needlessly large rod picked up by Chris. And he has just gone, man mode right now. We heard him scream. Chris is usually, he's a fairly reserved player in the LCS studios. He's always fairly laid back, but he just went off when he got that kill, and now he's going to look to capitalize on it. As Doublelift takes a lot bottom.
Yeah, speaking of capitalizing, burning and bleeding, he's got to run away from that one. Maple Street happily chunking him down, and there's that 2v2 lane I thought they might have been looking for early on, but it seems that after 8 minutes they finally got it, and it's working for these Velocity players.
Yeah, so that harass, although they weren't able to finish off Doublelift and get the kill, immediate ping from Velocity, very good call. They go straight for the Dragon because they know Doublelift not healthy enough to contest this, and that is going to be the Lee Sin executing the Dragon.
That was the call you made. That's where they wanted to accelerate the game. They've grabbed it up there. NK Inc. picking up the 215 gold, which is what happens when you last hit a Dragon. So Velocity Esports up about 2K. They've really not let anything slide down. Chris looking for the engage again on Neon Tanso. There's the stun. Will the Neon ult be enough to push him away? Oh, he's got no health. Will he land the Thundering Shuriken? Flashes out. Neon will survive that one, but he's run out of summoner spells.
And he's going to have to run out of that lane too. Chris just exerting his pressure there. Oh, wow, almost gets another one. Going to delay that recall. Those few seconds are actually pretty precious because a lot of damage could go down on this turret. Chris has a defensive ward, and Big Fat LP is nowhere near that top lane.
They almost looked for a gank here at the bottom. Big Fat LP is going to... Oh, the hook nearly lands on Evaniscus. He will flash it away, though. That would have been a kill onto Zyra, turning her into boar food.
Ooh, yeah, the flash after the hook's already missed. It's still scary. When the hook comes that close to your face, you don't want to be the one getting the death sentence.
If I had flash IRL and someone threw a hook at me, I would just use it. I just wouldn't even matter. I don't want to die.
No hesitation. See, an interesting thing right there, since Chris did see Big Fat LP down bottom, he canceled that recall, did another wave, and that means that top turret is now going to be the next one under pressure. About 33% left on that one.
So really good adaptation there by Chris. I like that, right? I talked to Meteos right after Cloud9 got their win. He was like, yeah, I stole my buff, so I pushed a turret down. Well, how'd you know to do that? I don't know. It's just adaptation. And again, you see this kind of stuff from Chris where he's like, I know I can push another wave. And it's nice to see these little things that the players put in there. You never know when it's going to matter.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it's a really good point. I just want to add on to it. Sure. Reggie was even backing you up. He was like, yeah, North America putting a lot more focus on pushing waves and the objectives rather than North America used to be just berserkers. We wanted to get the kill, and it was all about the 1-versus-1 matchup. A lot more cerebral game here that's developed. And now we see the stock from NK Inc. here in the top bush.
Neon's minions do outnumber Chris's. It will eventually push towards that turret, and I'm wondering if Neon's going to be like, there could be a Lee Sin. I'm like, will he give up the wave? Or I mean, look how far back he's playing. Chris is scaring him by existing.
This is one of the problems with ganking a lane that's already winning so much. Is that, oh, you don't want to play very passive.
They're going to go in on the stun, lands indeed, and look at the damage output there, executed away. Big Fat LP was making his way up and couldn't get there in time. Chris and NK Inc. picking up the kill, 2-0. Velocity starting out strong.
Patience pays off. Really, really good there for NK Inc. He's going to be able to get that top turret as well. And that means that the next few blues are going to be really, really hard for CLG to get, because not only do they have the top tower missing, but also the mid.
Oh, the shockwave lands on a Valrose, has to flash away, still has Ignite on his body, but Valrose survives that one. Top turret does go down, so 2-0 on kills, 2-0 on turrets. Dragon, when it respawns, could be 2-0 velocity as well.
Yeah, this is really snowballing the wrong way for CLG.
Oh my gosh, Double taking so much burst. The knockout from Zyra. Can Maple Street out lifesteal Chowster, dodges the hook. Yes, he does. 2 kills picked up. Velocity still going on strong.
And we do have Orianna coming down the river, but they back off in time. Nothing going to be there for Link to clean up. So clean double kill down there for bottom lane for Velocity, and they are really looking to run away with this one.
They are looking absolutely phenomenal. The pressure is still just kind of building and hasting up here. We've got a number of turrets, number of kills, and now it's up to CLG to turn things around. Big Fat LP holds on to the mid lane as Link went to go clear bottom, and that was pushed away. So for now, CLG are at least holding on to their turrets in the recent past.
Yeah, they've got one outer turret left, and the only reason, you know, that Maple Street and Evanescus left that one is because after the fight they were a little low and didn't want to get cleaned up by Link, but now that kill and assist gave Maple Street his huge item, which is the Bloodthirster, which is so big for Draven. It gives him this ridiculous mid-game power spike where he can just brawl with almost anyone.
Getting that before 13 minutes is huge. We look at Doublelift, and he's building towards that Infinity Edge, but just is not there yet. In fact, Double specifically is down about 900 gold against his lane opponent, so these matchups could be important. Big Fat LP has to actually take away the blue buff, being afraid of Lee Sin there. So CLG, you know, they're not getting the resources where they want them.
Yeah, and like I said, look at the peppering of wards inside the blue side jungle. 2 turrets go down. Immediately, your entire jungle on that side is warded up by Velocity, and they try and take control of it. They weren't able to steal it, but like you said, good to at least get it onto Big Fat LP instead of onto Link.
Instead of giving it onto NK Inc. too, at least for
NK
the CLG
Inc. That would be even worse.
Yeah, that would be a little bit worse. So, you know, at least something was salvaged here. Kind of Logic Gaming still waiting for that Twitch late game to kick in here. Unfortunately, they haven't really found the aggression they're looking for, it seems.
It looks like Big Fat LP just going to come in for a Lantern gank down bottom.
He's going to go for some damage right here. Maple Street trying to run away. Flash hook does land. Here comes the engage. Knocks him back. There's the ult as well coming in from Sejuani. Maple Street definitely going to go down for this one. Good pickup. CLG finally getting a kill. And thankfully for them, it does go to Doublelift.
Nice Thresh play. A little textbook Lantern gank right there. Works out really well. You had to use the ultimate from Sejuani, but it's a well-used cooldown because they needed to get something here for Doublelift. Their protect the Doublelift strategy won't work if he never gets that Infinity Edge.
Well, checking up on the Doublelift gold right now. He's at 1,100. He's about 240 away from finishing Eye Edge at this point, and that is indeed the build he goes for. Meniscus tries to hold on to his turret, though, in the bottom lane. That is still at half health, but CLG are making some work on it.
And we do have a pink ward already for Velocity on that Dragon. So they're going to look to get the next one. If Doublelift takes any harass here, then it would be a really big problem.
And NK Inc. almost landed the Tempest there onto Doublelift. If he landed that, it does reveal, all of Lee Sin's abilities reveal. He nearly got the opening in on the Twitch. However, you look at how afraid CLG has to be, and Velocity have 5 strong and go for their second Dragon of the game.
They have to see this one over. If Big Fat LP went for the steal here, it would just be, you know, for style points. He's got the flash to get back out, so if you're able to pull that one off, then you really do earn your credentials as a jungler.
It's really cool, too, when you get back over the wall. I mean, Lee Sin can do it without flash, but even a flashing boar is still pretty cool. So Dragon again goes to Velocity Esports, and they still have not given up anything this. Oh, sorry, they've given up a kill. They had to take 3 people to do it.
Looking for a repeat Lantern gank here. No Sejuani ultimate this time, though. It's not quite back up.
Nice attempt, though. They actually put Doublelift into stealth as well, just to get him a little bit closer into that fight right there, but couldn't quite land it. So Evanescus and Maple Street staying in this bottom lane, fighting up against Double and Chowster. And for what it's worth, Doublelift does have a 20 minion kill lead, so that matchup's going okay.
And this is poor timing, though, for CLG. Big Fat LP's ultimate just came up now, but there's 3 people down here for Velocity.
And they just melt him down. The burst damage is there. Great route by Evanescus. and he landed that and got them the kill.
So they used the Sejuani Lantern gank right before her ult's off cooldown, and as soon as it comes off cooldown, he leaves the lane, and they get counter ganked here by NK Inc. Very unfortunate for them, and it could mean the last of their outer turrets going down.
And that is going to be really, really great for them. Yeah, they've got the minion wave there. They've got the champions. That is going to be them. And I've got to commend NK Inc. because every time I see him look for a lane gank, even if he has to wait a little while, it seems to always actually work out for him.
Yeah, NK Inc.'s a very patient jungler, and he's been really using the kit to its fullest advantage. He uses the executes, getting those early dragons, uses the safeguard here for the spectacular ganks as well. And this Velocity team is really just, it's performing exactly how they wanted to. Chris already with his Zanya's Hourglass, so that means it frees up Vile Rose to be able to use his intervention on Maple Street, which is what he wants to do, because that's where so much of their damage is right now with that mid-game Bloodthirster.
So let's see if they can snowball that into a mid-game victory here as we crest 17 minutes in. If you just joined us, guys, we're here in Game 4 of Week 1, and Velocity Esports turning a few heads, I would say. Doublelift said that they were the worst team in the LCS, and they're really proving them wrong right here.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, you call them the worst team in the LCS, and then you get behind very early. This does not bode well for the early season new CLG comp.
And I want to see, because it's interesting as well, you look at teams like Vulcan and the old Good Game University, now Coast, who also started out slow but came on and ended second and third in the season at the very end when it mattered the most. And I mean, you look at Coast here, they lost their first game. I mean, CLG might just be off to a slow start, and they have to turn it around.
Yeah, they're actually going to pressure in, continue pushing on this bottom lane too. What you have to do right here is Ward. Looks like Maple Street just going to harass Doublelift all the way under his turret. Barely misses the ult right there, but Doublelift in a very precarious situation.
I feel like it's the only Draven player I've ever seen not just all in for a kill. Ooh, forcing the flash from Double, though, that's actually pretty rough for him. But like, he was one axe throw from getting it. Oh, Chris goes in, finds one right there, and they're going to go in on Big Fat LP as well. Gets the ball, he might get away from that one. Looks like the rest of CLG are safe, but they've got control of the turret.
Yeah, so, you know, patient play, they still get the kill, and Maple Street didn't have to lose any life here. They're going to get this bottom turret as well, and they're going to be knocking on the doors of CLG's inhibitor turret.
18.5 minutes in, and they have gotten now to the steps of the base. 5v4 still for 10 seconds as Doublelift waits to respawn. That guy finally has his Infinity Edge, and we'll see what can happen in this fight. Though the wave clear from Link is quite strong, Velocity cannot make their way in yet.
So we're going to be looking, if you're a CLG fan right now, you're hoping for just a spectacular engage, which would be Big Fat LP setting it up with that Sejuani ultimate, the Glacial Prison, and then getting a nice charge into the group with a Link Orianna Shockwave on top of that. If they can actually bunch everyone up with the stun followed by the Shockwave, it gives them no time to move, and Doublelift can get off his spray and pray attacks.
Oh my god.
You can still come back, even though they're down 7k gold.
Yeah.
If they were able to pull that off exactly how I just said,
yeah,
then they can still just kill the entire team at once, and that would make up for it. But you have to really just line up those CCs perfectly for it to work, because there's so much damage on this Velocity team.
And think about the rest of what CLG does in that, though, right? Thresh is going to get in, get the box, right? They're all in a little ball. Now they're all in a little ball with the box around them and Hemo Plague on them. And then even Twitch can, like, land his W. Like, if they get that Shockwave, literally every ability on CLG synergizes with it.
Yeah,
there is a chance they just melt them.
So we've actually seen, you know, even very, very late game, this is where positioning even matters the most. If Velocity slack off at all and they group up like that for this, then they could still lose this game. But they're looking pretty healthy now, and they do have the all-important, you know, Zanya's, like we said, on Kennen. It's just gonna wreck faces here. He's just so disruptive. And then they also have the Auras coming in for the team fights. So they're looking pretty good for the team fights if they do even group up on this next Dragon.
That tanky Lee Sin is there with the Aegis on top of that Sight Stone. So you look at that build, and you've got the single target damage with Madras, and you got the hoppiness with the Sight Stone, and as you mentioned, the Auras for the team fight power. We'll see if that can work out for these guys.
Did you say hoppiness?
Hoppiness.
Yes. Nice. That's
my
nice
term.
Brew discussion over here.
Yeah. Easy, easy, easy.
Some fresh hops.
If only he were Gragas, it would work so much better, but you know what, Lee Sin, you're going to do it too.
It looks like, they're grouping up a little early. I don't know if this is because they mistimed the Dragon. They were here, 40 seconds early, but they've just been kind of waiting around like, okay, we'll just, get our blue. No lanes are really pushing, and they can just take their time with this Dragon. Now it's going to come up 5 seconds later. They're going to immediately grab that gold and then go straight at CLG because Velocity are not scared of this team fight right now.
No, not at all. And as long as they have the ward coverage, they're not afraid of getting that whole wombo combo all in. So CLG not trying to contest for it. Chris actually held the mid lane while that happened. So, sometimes you see teams can trade like a Dragon for a turret, right? They can trade objectives around. And Velocity have prevented that entirely. No global objectives have been taken by CLG.
Yeah, CLG are definitely just looking to defend until they get the opportunity for that magical team fight that they're hoping for. The hard thing is, if they miss their combo by, a split second, then Velocity will just rip them apart, and Velocity have a good answer for that. This Kennen, with that Zhonya's Hourglass I keep talking about, is able to get off mini stuns with the Slicing Maelstrom. That buys them enough time to get the disengage from Evaniscus down, throwing down that Stranglethorns, and just destroying CLG's entire plan.
Okay, so now here comes the real test for is a team truly LCS ready? Because we've seen so many games start out with an 8,000 gold lead. 20 minutes in,
exactly.
They got the outer turrets, we got Dragon control, man, we're farmed. What do we do now? Might be killing the Intanso. Let's over the wall. Not even.
So the disengage, half of that won't be there now. Stranglethorn's down for another 90 seconds. And a really good move there by both Nian and Chaucer. They're able to combo their defensive moves to get him out alive. And since Velocity are still pushing, this could be a fight with one tool down for Velocity. We'll see if CLG can actually pull it off.
They're looking to group up right here. Maple Street spots Chaucer, though. Gets some early damage, but has to walk back. The hook would just be just too scary. They get that turret down to half health, but now Velocity forced to play the siege game, or will they even try?
It's going to be a little bit dangerous for them because they don't have that Stranglethorns tool. It looks like they are going to back off of this one. They don't have to rush anything. They're not the ones that are down 1-6. They're not the ones that have lost every single Dragon. So they're going to play a nice calm game, and it looks like they're following the route of an LCS-ready team. But you have to be able to finish it off. Like you said, that is the most crucial thing that has separated the top 4 from the bottom 4 in the spring split.
So let's see if they have what it takes. Of course, and the thing is, like, I want to hit that topic a little bit because a simple win or loss doesn't always determine a heck of a lot. You say, okay, yeah, you're good enough to beat CLG, you're good enough to beat Velocity, but it's the style in which you do it means so much, like how dominant you are. A lot of people were so like on that Cloud9 hype train because of how dominant their qualifier matches were, right? Meteos never died. Right, win or loss is like, dude, the guy had a legitimate, amazing series the whole way through. Velocity Esports, right? Win or lose, they got to show they can win well.
There goes Chris with the initiate.
And it's going to be the Zhonya's popped early on. They've got to run back. Double still taking pressure from Vile Rose. And Ian Tonto forced to run back as well. Has to flash over the wall. He does get out. No one clicks the Lantern. Chauster a little sad about that one, but at least they get out.
Yeah, great disengage there by CLG. They have to have double lift and Chaucer heal before they have the next fight, though. I don't know if they've got enough to hold onto this bottom turret. The minion wave coming down pretty quick here.
No home guards were picked up. Boots mobility, at least there on Chaucer, but there's the damage up. A turret's going to go down. Number 5 for Velocity. And they're like, great, that's ours. We're going to walk right back out again.
Yeah, exactly. They do not want to fight without that Slicing Maelstrom. That is really crucial to their team composition right now. You can see CLG knows this. Even though they're down so much, they're ready to take on something because even if they are able to go even in a team fight, it'll be a win for them because they can trade up and they can get just back in the game.
Okay, so Link and Devil still have their ultimates available. A little bit of initiation onto Maple Street. Hook does not quite land, though. And now here comes the surround. The Concave back onto CLG. Stranglethorns comes up, knocks Chaucer into the air. Evidence takes so much damage. There is the combo. They take one so far. Can they keep going? CLG looking for more kills. Traded 1 for 1 so far. And Ink will go down. Double with 2 kills. Maple Street. Oh, he takes a bunch of burns. He's got to walk back out as well. Evaniscus with like 2 health also gets away. CLG winning that fight 2-1.
There we go. That's the combo I talked about. Link doesn't even need the Suns to set up his shockwave. He's able to get it off there, and Double Lift just pours in the damage on top of that shockwave. That Slicing Maelstrom being down meant that there was not a lot of answer for Velocity, and since they're kind of spread out on both sides of the wall there defending that outer turret, they definitely paid for it. CLG on the road to come back here. It looks like the veteran team isn't done yet.
No, I mean, veteran teams are the one teams know how to come back from stupidly weird games where you're behind, but the comps don't really match quite up. So Double He has all 3 kills so far, right? They've been funneling that. And in teamfights, you don't really do that on purpose. That's all luck at that point. But Doublelift has every champion lasted on their team so far. And they actually bursted out Virals before he could even ult someone in that fight as well. So just the shock and awe of the Shockwave has really been really good for the CLG squad. And now they try to come back from a 7,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, mostly shock. I think they were in awe, actually, because, Velocity got caught off guard with that engage. Even though CLG missed both their skill shots, LP missed his charge and Chester missed his hook, they were able to bait out, the rest of the AoE moves from Velocity and then turn right back around on them. The counter engage. This Oracles, though, that was picked up by Evaniscus means that they're going to now exert their control over this Baron area and try and make CLG play into their hands.
Okay, so every ultimate is going to be available for this battle. Doublelift just now got spray and pray. The Baron is started out by Velocity. Here comes CLG.
Endgang's not that tanky. He's taking a lot of damage here from this Baron, and they turn it around.
They're going to go for the shock, but they land it on the 2. Chris and Vile taking even more damage from Niantansa, but no one's there to follow up. So 2 ults down on one side, 1 on the other. That is a disengage, and looks like Velocity are going right back towards Baron.
And a big part of the Vladimir ultimate is the damage amplification, not the actual damage that it does when it bursts. So that's a pretty huge tool down for CLG now. And Velocity going to try more of the same here with the bait into the Baron pit.
Chester walks on forward. Big Fat LP and Chester sitting on top of a ward, so everyone knows where these teams are. Double has stealth, meaning he wants to fight in the next 7 seconds. The initiation is there on a Big Fat LP. The Lantern comes across. Walk right back out. Velocity Esports suddenly very afraid to start these fights.
Yeah, not only is Big Fat LP the tanky one on CLG, but he also has that Arctic Assault, the charge to get away. So catching him doesn't mean that much, and CLG can retreat back to their defenses.
So I have a question I want to broach you about ultimate cooldowns, because we talked about the CLG lineup, right? They want basically everything works together very, very, very well. But you said how important the Stranglethorns and Slicing Maelstrom disengage is for this Velocity squad. Which team fights better without their ultimates available?
Well, it kind of depends on the cooldowns of the ultimates, and how much you can use them. If nobody had any of their ultimates available, then it would actually be in Velocity's favor, because they're a lot more brawly of a team. And Draven is just such a manly brawler. He doesn't really need his ultimate at all, but Twitch's spray and pray down means that he has to get not only really close, but he's not going to be able to follow up on any of the AoE damage. The only reason CLG were able to capitalize on that team fight was the AoE, and that comes all from their ultimates. So without their ultimates, kind of got to give it over to Velocity.
All right, so they can maybe re-engage or something. Velocity can just force something down, but right now they go back for the siege game at this top lane. He's at 8,000 gold up. They're putting some shurikens down, but the waves just keep getting cleared out. Link and Niantansa pushing these minions down. Another one comes across. They get the hook onto NK. Ink the flay back as well. Has to jump away, but there comes a 3-man stun. Will CLG follow through? They're going into Vile Rose. Lantern comes across in case he needs it. The teams are spread out, and CLG says, yep, we're going to back out from this one.
Yep. Very good job there by Velocity. They stayed spread out. They were able to get the Glacial Prison down from Big Fat LP without being close enough together that it was comboed with a Shockwave, and CLG did not pull the trigger this time.
All right, CLG still looking for their opening then this time around. Right now they're keeping the ward control right there. The Oracles, of course, on both sides. These supports keep continually, I would say, picking it up right there and making sure they can keep the ward control. CLG still sweeping out around this Baron. This just seems to be the focus for these two teams.
Yeah, Velocity really working against the clock here too, because their team comp end game does fall to the CLG comp, and the gold lead that they had means less and less as time goes on. The percentage differential there doesn't mean as much. I mean, we've got the critical items here. Doublelift has comboed his Infinity Edge with that Phantom Dancer and Lifesteal. He'll be able to crit your whole team if he gets lucky. Oh, Valro's going to be in a bad spot.
Oh, they missed the hook, though. Has to flash right back out, and there comes Slicing Maelstrom from Chris. He's been exhausted, but the fight comes back on in. Big Fat LP low on health. Vyros picks up one on a Chowster. The slow plant still coming across. Double getting jumped on. Chunk incredibly low, has to stealth away. Chris still chasing down on the bottom side of the map, picks up another kill under Niantansa. Big Fat LP trying to run away. It's 2 for nothing so far. Can they get the third? Chris runs into a whole bunch of enemy champions. Double finds that kill. They make that a 3 for 1 in this fight. The shutdown onto Chris, but Velocity with 4 strong. Maybe they're going for Baron, maybe they're going for a push.
So CLG really had to catch out Vile Rose and burst him down, because of the fact that they missed their skill shots there for it, and they didn't yet have that Sejuani ultimate back up means they're going to lose that fight, and maybe this Baron, it looks like Double Lift not even going to go try and contest it, so it will be Baron for Velocity.
Excellent pickup there for Velocity Esports. The nice purple orbs matching their beautiful colors right there. It's going to be nice for them. They've now grown themselves a 10,000 gold lead. Velocity are looking great.
Yeah, story of this game is the ultimate cooldowns. You really have to pay attention to those, and it really bit CLG in the back right there. Not having that Sejuani ultimate means that Kennen just got in there with a beautiful slicing Maelstrom. He had to use his flash though, and that is a really long cooldown, usually 5 minutes unless you get some reduction masteries.
That's going to be the thing to watch for then, is how well can Chris start in these fights. Maple Street forced to sweep out his bottom lane, sharing it with NK Inc. I like that, a little bit of teamwork there. Going to go ahead and get themselves some golden experience. Even Valor's participating. Look at that. They're all just sharing the wealth.
So this is that time. I mean, we already went over it before, mid-game when it happens, but Velocity, they've got a very apparent lead in this game, and they have to push it in and get some meaningful objective, because if they just let their Baron buff peter out here and just sort of waste away, then they are just kind of going to throw away this game that they really should have. They had such a huge early lead here. They just need to push it in now.
So let's look at what's going on with the map then for these Velocity guys. So CLG has finally gotten themselves into the map. They've gotten 2 turret kills. They've at least found ways to win fights once in a while. But Velocity, they've gotten themselves to the inhibitor turrets on 2 of these lanes. The only secondary turret left is that top lane. They've got a big minion wave to kind of fight against up there, but they have some pretty obvious openings at least to go for with this Baron buff.
Yeah, they definitely have some obvious openings, but they also have to be very careful, because if they split push, they don't have any teleports or anything. They have no Shen. The engage on CLG is going to keep them honest here. If they're able to catch someone out with that Sejuani stun and then combo, it's going to be really hard here for Velocity to survive if they're going for diving into one of these turrets. It looks like they just want to continue to pressure on this top side after taking down the last turret that's outside the base.
Well, let's see if we can find a Insect-esque Lee Sin kick into the enemy team, like super ninja awesomeness, and maybe that could be their initiation here. But they've got the minion waves up to the front door. They've still got Baron buff for about 1.5 minutes. And here's Velocity's Siege.
Insect play would be very dangerous right now for Velocity, I have to say. I've seen a lot of wannabe insects in solo queue, and it does not turn out very well.
Now, here we go. The fight kind of coming on in here. And Chris going to go in on this one. Big Red LP getting bursted out. No use at all. They still keep moving forward. There's the kick back on a double lift. Do they have the damage up? But they do. Evanis is going to fall down. NK Inc. likely as well. But they've picked up a lot so far. 2 dead on the CLG lineup. Trading actually for only 1. Well, the Evanis has fallen over. Now CLG, can they turn anything back? They've gotten only the 1 kill. They've locked the inhibitor.
So Chris is the initiator here for Velocity, and we said, he's not going to have his flash back up, but he got hooked in. Chester brought him right into the team, and then Slicing Maelstrom down. That's exactly what Chris wanted. They were able to just blow someone away. Slicing Maelstrom set it all up, and we did actually see, Lee Sin Insect Jr. play right there. Did get the double lift and did kick him back over to the Stranglethorns. Exactly what Velocity wanted, and they got that all-important crack into the CLG base. Now that top inhibitor will be forever exposed, no matter how many times it respawns.
Okay, so that's going to be a fun one for these Velocity players. Dragon is back up, and they've just been killing this countlessly right now. The Dragon has been theirs so far the entire game, and it's given them a lot of gold so far in this match.
Yeah, they haven't seen any dragons here. It's actually any of the map objects. They got that Baron as well. So the creeps on the map are all falling to Velocity, and what they need to do now is use all that money they just got. They just got a tremendous amount from taking out all that global gold of the 2 turrets plus inhibitor, and now since they're going to have super minions, they can actually just focus on that bottom and just pressure it in while the minions passively push.
Okay, Velocity looking to group back up. They finally spent all their money from their lovely team fight win. Baron, of course, has timed out by this point, so they're going to be playing on more equal footing this time around, but a 13,000 gold lead, I suppose, is not really all that equal of footing. They're going to look pretty confident here.
Yes, so everyone was talking about, Cloud9.
Yeah.
But Velocity coming in here, taking out CLG would be a huge start for them, going 1-0. The new teams, both new teams that made it into North American LCS, looking really strong here.
Yeah, the Challenger team's absolutely starting the season's undefeated. We'll see how long that Shane can last, but Let's see if they can go for this one. Second inhibitor now in their sights. Looking at the damage on that turret. That's going to fall down almost immediately.
Ooh, Lichbane, kill.
Yeah, a lot of pain on that one. Now Doublelift has stealth. This could be the fight initiated. And there comes the Glacial Prince. They're going to go in. The Shockwave comes across. A lot of damage. They find Evaniscus so far. Now do they have the follow-up here? Doublelift taking a bunch of damage though as Chris comes by with the Zonias. Evaporates the CLG lineup. Everyone has fallen down. Evaniscus, your death is not in vain. That's going to be the game. Velocity Esports. They're going to start the season 1-0.
Great play by Velocity right there. Yeah, CLG got 2 with the AoE. Immediately bursted Evaniscus. But Chris, once again, flashes in with the Maelstrom and shows why Kennen has been such a popular pick coming over from Korea. He's had a really strong resurgence.
He's done well in every game I've seen him so far. Chris was absolutely amazing this game as well, and I gotta say, left-handed pride, thank you, using the mouse hand in the quote-unquote right hand.
Yeah, and there's, we can see everybody, you know, they're pretty happy. We saw the yells here from Chris. He got really animated, and Val Rose over there, the family man of the LCS. CLG, they don't actually look that angry.
No, they're smiling a lot. They're like, all right, that was a good game. And it's actually funny because, so the CLG documentary aired a few days ago, and there's a bunch of interviews like when they first changed their lineup up, when they were first playing with Foy Boy, or they played MLG Anaheim with X Hazard, and they were saying, yeah, right, it's a new lineup. We've been together for only a couple of weeks. We played with a sub. Like, as long as we play like we expected to, as long as we're happy with our performance, not whether we were going to lose, but whether we thought we played okay, we're going to be happy with that game.
There were definitely a lot of mistakes that what we saw during that match that they are not going to be happy with, and they're probably going to go back over. But you're right. It seems like CLG have gone through this, and they said, yeah, we're going to have some growing pains with this. We're bringing in 3 people into new positions here, and we're probably not going to start off the season the best. But that trash talk from Doublelift saying Velocity was the worst team in the LCS made him eat his words.
That's going to be a rough one to swallow. I feel like that's one of the harshest things to say, and then not follow through on it. But we'll see if they can turn it around the rest of the season. We've seen a lot of teams start out weak and come out strong in the end. So, yeah, as much as we like to sort of forward think as the season starts, there's a lot of questions still to be answered.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much growth for CLG. Everyone says potential all the time. They actually do have a lot of potential here because they're all very strong players.
All right, so you look at the rest of these players though, and I still want to get back to Velocity because right, CLG's got room to grow. Okay, they might be happy, they might be sad, but Velocity, they came through with lanes and early game tactics incredibly well.
Yeah.
Right. The red steal early on, lane wins overall, that 2v1 mid, and getting the turret down. They did a lot of really good moves.
And I want to also point out, on Velocity, we didn't show much on camera. But Vile Rose, for the laning phase, we almost never showed him on camera because he was always going somewhere else and picking up the extra farm or going to the jungle because he was getting zoned out. He stayed in the game very quietly, stayed relevant, and that's what you have to do if you're going to get 2 versus 1 and shut out like that, and the lane frozen against you. He still managed to stay relevant, and he was able to be a really huge impact for Velocity with that Kale ultimate. And he did his part, raising Kale's win percentage.
He did his part, raising the win percentage. Went 3-1-8. Nashor's Tooth, Lichbane, Deathcap ended up being quite the performer there in that game. So coming up, guys, Velocity's Chris will join us to talk about the victorious LCS debut. Then Team Solomid jumps back into the Rift to take on the Nuclear Mushroom Cloud 9. Don't go anywhere. Opening day of the North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back.
Our key factor to winning against TSM is just outplaying them in our lanes and gripping up and pushing faster and applying pressure in all lanes all the time.
Welcome back to opening day of the North American LCS Summer Split. But before we get into our next game between TSM and Cloud9, I'd like to welcome Velocity's Chris to the desk. So you crushed Faces last game. You did amazingly. First blood, dominated the whole way through. How good were you feeling coming into this match?
I was feeling really good. I don't need learning top lane now, and it's rough switching from AD to top, so I was really confident.
Speaking of confidence and feeling good, we heard your yell after you got the First Blood 1v1 up there. What does that do to set the tone for the rest of the game?
Once we get that First Blood, like my confidence, like I just get so pumped up and I'm ready to like wreck Faces.
Is it difficult being sort of an emotion-driven player where like if you get the kill, you're like ready to kill people? Like, is it harsh if you get like an early death?
Yeah, it sets you back down mentally, so I try not to feed First Blood a lot.
Good strategy. That's a good strategy. We also saw you, you know, you're a huge factor whenever you had your flash up to get in there with your slicing Maelstrom. What were you thinking when, you know, you got hooked in by Chowster at that last team fight? Were you looking to capitalize on that? Was that just fortune smiling on you, or did you try and maneuver yourself?
I was trying to get in front of the hook and try to get hooked in so I could just flash ult into everybody and kill everyone. That was pretty much what I was trying to do.
So talk to us about your actual Kennen pick in this game. What's drawn you to pick that champion in this game?
I know that the reason we picked him is because Kennen's like an AD top champ, and I thought Nien would pick him up because he's like AD. So I don't play that much Kennen, but I just picked him so Nien couldn't have him.
Sure fooled us. You did amazing with that guy. So I mean, coming through into the game then, right, and into the team fights, you won your lane. How do you transition that into sort of controlling the map and winning the actual game for your team?
Basically, I push the tower, take the tower, and then I roam with my team. We got a bunch of free dragons because Nien had to hold top a lot, and it was a 4v5, and they would lose if they try to contest drag. So we got a bunch of free dragons and a lot of towers.
Cool. Well, of course, congratulations on that win. So let's talk then about your team in general. So the first thing I want to bring out is we played a video before the match started, and Double F said that Velocity was the weakest team in the LCS. How do you feel about that?
We didn't look pretty weak. I thought we went strong. Double F's always been cocky like that, so we're used to it, I guess.
What makes you guys so strong as a team?
Just the synergy we have. We've played a lot together, and I troll a lot in scrims, so like I gotta stop that.
So speaking of synergy, you guys are, you know, in a gaming house now, right? And Vile Rose, we've heard, is going to bring, you know, some family members into that gaming house. Is that what's going to go on with that situation there? Is that gonna actually go through?
We haven't got the gaming house yet, but we're looking for one. And yeah, he'd bring his family.
It's gonna be a larger than normal gaming house. I'm looking forward to that. So talking about then your actual practice regimen, if you're not in a house yet, how do you stay focused? How do you keep your practice regimen up?
Everybody we have a time to get on, and everyone's on. Everyone's ready to practice and be the best.
How do you basically, how do you guys practice? Like, do you just look for scrimmages? Do you watch a lot of your own games? Do you watch a lot of other games and try to learn from other players? Like, how do you kind of divide that up?
We have a coach, and like he screenshots a lot of plays, and we just go over them, and just to see what we messed up on and what we could do better. And yeah, that's pretty much screenshots.
Are you guys looking at the Korean scene for any input? Does he research those all? Because Cloud9, the other new team in the LCS, says that's pretty much all that they look at.
Yeah, we look at some Korean footages too, and we do a lot. We do a lot of everything.
Cool. So you guys come into the season, and you've looked great so far. Commanding a win over a team like Counterlogic Gaming has got to look good for you guys. What's coming up for you guys the rest of the split? How's it going to go?
We're just going to keep working hard and try not to lose the game so early, because it looks good when you have a win and no defeats.
So who's your biggest competition then? Who's going to get in the way of that 28-0?
TSM and Cloud9, I think, would be the most difficult, in my opinion. And everyone else, every team's good. I feel like everyone's solid, so it's going to be a tough ride.
All right, Chris, thank you very, very much, and we look forward to seeing you guys continue to do amazing throughout this season, and maybe we even see you in the World Finals one day at the end of the year. But Chris, thank you very much. It's time for our 5th match of opening day, which is going to be Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. Now, these teams come into the summer split as favorites to finish at the top of the standings, and after impressive wins by both squads, there's no reason to get off the hype trains.
Yeah, Cloud9 definitely lived up to the hype by beating Dignitas in less than 30 minutes. And Meteos has still not died in the LCS studios. He's been playing in here, and he has not died once. His Nasus was on point, going 1-0-7. He took those buff steals just in stride and just went straight for tower pushes.
Yeah, you take Lizard and Blue, I'll steal a turret, and we're going to be equal, and I'm going to go ahead of you in gold. But while Cloud9... while Cloud9 had more than a silver lining in their first game, if they want to prove they can really be a top team in the LCF, they have to prove they can beat the Spring Split champions, the most dominant team in the history of the league, Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, TSM looked great in today's win over Coast. It only took them 30 minutes to get the win, and Reginald showed off his skills roaming around the map as at Kazakhs. He got the early lead because Zed was roaming, and he just he did really phenomenally, 7-2-7 with that Kazakhs.
Yeah, he did absolutely amazingly as the player, and the TSM strat to get Reggie fed worked so well. But, an early win against Cloud9 would go a long way in asserting their summer split dominance. It might mean a little more than just one member of TSM.
Yeah, Wild Turtle is going to be facing off against his old team and his old support, Lemon Nation. TSM saw Cloud9 at the MLG Dallas and just scooped him up after Cloud9 won that Challenger tournament. And that left Lemon Nation to train yet another AD carry, Sneaky. He looked great in his first game in the LCS and go, 5-0-2 as that Draven in their win over Dignitas.
Absolutely impressive performance. Let's take a look at this game starting lineup. On the blue side, it is Team Solo Mid. Got Dyrus in the top lane, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald still in mid, Wild Turtle, that redemptive AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
And in the red corner, it's Cloud9. Balls is up top. Meteos is in the jungle. High is at mid. Sneaky's on AD, and Lemon Nation is supporting.
So let's see if these guys can see if Wild Turtle can beat his old team. It's going to be a fun match overall. So we talked about the hype trains, right? TSM, I mean, if you don't put them as at least top 2 this season, I'm wondering what you're doing with your power rankings, because they've been winning American events since forever.
Yeah, I mean, they placed first in the last split, so you might as well put them up there. And speaking of the hype train, we just interviewed, Chris. He just won. He's a player in this split, and he said these 2 teams right here, these are the 2 to watch out for. Very fortunate that we're going to see this game right now between these 2, so we can actually see, of the 2, who's even the most dangerous right at the beginning.
Yeah, that true test of skill is going to be a fun one to watch. Now, guys, we've got a good number of people up into the game lobby so far. We're not going to be too long until the game does indeed start for us. But you're looking at Cloud9 right there. They're fresh on the scene. We're fresh on the professional scene, I should say, right? They dominated the Challenger circuit for a while. And they kind of just keep knocking down every challenge that's put up in front of them.
Yeah, and they have not really bought into the hype train themselves. They said, yes, we know our team, we're very strong, and we're going to keep on playing, but they haven't set any ridiculous expectations of themselves. So they're playing a very relaxed, they're almost like the new kid in school that's just super cool about it. They're just going to waltz right in, win most of their games, and just let their actions speak for them.
It's funny, like how their sort of approach to the season has differed, because we talked to Reginald at the very beginning of the day, and he said, yeah, we went 21-7. I want to cut that down to like 3 losses. I think that's realistic. We can go 25-3. I think that's a realistic goal for this season. We're going to go for that. I talked to the Cloud9 guys, and they're like, we're going to go 1-20. We won, so 1-27. That's our goal, 1-27.
Yeah, they're also big fans of sarcasm and joking around too. So I don't know how much they actually mean that. Reggie, though, meanwhile, he's one of the hardest working guys that you'll meet, and he will not be satisfied until they finally end up one season going undefeated. He will keep on pushing the entire team because they're not even setting their sights on just being the best in North America. They want to be the best in the world.
They do want to be the best in the world. They've played so many world championships and in so many just global tournaments that it's an interesting sort of mix here because this is pretty much the old schoolest lineup you could get. It really, really is. I mean, the TSM name's been around there forever, almost as long as Counter Logic Gaming. A lot of those guys have been in that roster from the very beginning. And Cloud9, their roster's changed a fair bit. They really only came together, it's hard to say, right? Because like way back when it was like Orbit, like Niantanz was on that group, and there were like one or two of those faces you could still recognize here. And the lineup kept changing, the tag kept changing. They had like 17 tags so far, or whatever. And now they're like, great, now we're on the stage as well. Let's bring it.
Yeah, they've gone through quite a bit of changes, and one of those changes was even at TSM's hand, stealing away that wild turtle. But TSM, like we said, they want to be the best in the world, not just North America. They've really just had their butts handed to them every time they've gone up against Koreans. So they've really sort of got a chip on their shoulders, and they definitely put their noses to the grind and want to just train as hard as possible here. So when they do see the Koreans next time, hopefully it won't go quite as poorly as it's gone so far.
Well, you know it's good training for that, though, is the team that self-professes that all we do is copy the Koreans.
Yeah.
So Cloud9, at the very least, is good training for beating up Koreans.
Exactly. Cloud9 seems to be, modeling themselves after the teams that are TSM's kryptonite.
Yeah.
If one of the teams was going to, just murder TSM in the North American scene, it would be these guys that are self-professed mirrors to Korean teams.
Yeah, and it's fun, too, because a lot of the actual champion lineups are very similar as well, right? You look, both AD carries are Draven players. Lemonation played with Wild Turtle for a while. You look at High and Reginald, who are both going to play like Twisted Fate or Zed or Kha'Zix, like a heck of a lot. Like, it's going to be interesting also, even just as early on as Champion Select, where kind of everyone's contesting for the same things.
And Champion Select is going to be really interesting because Cloud9 have said that they don't play just their favorite champions. They play what's considered OP. They don't care. You don't like playing Zach? It doesn't matter. He's strong right now. You're going to learn him. And Zach, they actually got it picked away from them the last time they showed up. And I don't know if that's actually going to be such a big deal for them as it used to be because he has been recently, balanced. They toned down his passive HP regen, which was just
a little
ridiculously high there at 12.5. They pulled it down a full rejuvenation beads worth. If that means anything to you guys, like that's a full item that they took off of him. That's how ridiculously high it used to be, and now it's the same, around the same as most other melee champions. So
on top of that awesome real passive that he has, so definitely a great one there, and it even helps Meteos keep that 0 death streak.
Yeah,
because I feel like his Zac pass has been popped at some point.
He definitely has been. He's been cut into pieces, but they haven't been able to just finish off the last little piece of flubber.
Now we'll see if they can turn that one around this time because we are now into Champion Select, everybody. Of course, you can tell because it's on your screens, but Team Solomid are on the blue side. Cloud9 up in the red. The TF, wow, actually it's Reginald's team who's banning away Twisted Fate.
Yeah, if you model yourselves after Koreans, first thing you're learning is TF because that's 100% pick ban over there. So even after the balance changes to TF with the ultimate cooldown and all the stuff that we talked about earlier, still first ban right there for them. So 2-3 globals off the field now.
They are really targeting that out. The Karthus dropped away from Reginald. The Shen taken away from Dyrus. Cloud9 definitely respecting a lot of the solo winners here from TSM. Thresh dropped out as well, and it's TSM's time for their third and final ban to start through this Champion Select.
Yeah, not too surprising either, the bans from Cloud9, because at the end of the spring split, we talked about how everyone, has been just rolling right into the summer split. TSM made their big comeback using a lot of these global comps. They brought back the Karthus, they brought back the Shen with Nocturne combo, Dive Buddies just going straight to the back. So no surprises, want to get those off the field. The Jace not really surprising either because so many people after All-Stars have said, this is the most broken champion in the game. He's so strong. All these Koreans can just do the amazing things with him. Don't want to let him through.
So I'm intrigued to see how these picks end up panning through because it's interesting. So the Cloud9 bans, except for Kha'Zix, are pretty TSM aimed. Like, Kha'Zix is actually kind of shared on both rosters, but Karthus and Shen are kind of more one-sided in the ban orders, whereas like TF, Thresh, Jace, those are all shared picks. TSM are banning out champions that they could play themselves just to deny Cloud9 options.
Well, it's interesting because Cloud9 can actually play all those too. They're very disciplined in their training, and so they have learned these champions. Yeah. But they're so flexible. It doesn't matter if they ban out, their own champions. And the Kha'Zix thing, I have to say, is just purely reactive. They've taken what they've seen here so far today, and they're Reggie on that Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Don't want to see that again. So they're reactive with their bans, and they're flexible. They pick it up.
All right, so Team Sulamid have run down there and first pick the Elise. We've seen her be popular overall, and heck, we saw Oddman on it not that long ago. But Cloud9 running a very similar team so far. They've got the Kennen, they've got the Draven.
We've seen Kennen be ridiculously successful already today, and Draven as well. Very strong champion. You always want to take that away from Wild Turtle. We hyped this up a lot when Wild Turtle first joined the LCS, but Draven was what he was known for. That's how he crushed his way through solo queue. So taking that away from him is actually both really strong for Sneaky and taking away a really go-to pick here for TSM.
All right, well now it's Team Sulamid's turn to make their own choices here. But some of those options dropped out, and they're going to say, yeah, our bottom lane will indeed be Sona Ezreal. So a little bit of a new look for these guys.
Yeah, well, curious to see if we'll see a blue Ezreal from Wild Turtle. There's so many options with Ezreal. He's such a versatile character. Even though they haven't locked in the rest of their champions, so we can't really lock down where he's going. Reggie plays a mean Ezreal too. Keep that in the back of your minds. Odd1, not so much in the jungle. It's probably going to be that jungle Elise because, like Jat said, he has just been a fiend with that jungle Elise all the way through solo queue, got all the way up to challenger for the first time for him, and she just has so many tools to pull off interesting ganks that it's fun to watch.
It is fun to watch. And Cloud9, though, speaking of fun to watch, have grabbed that Zac with the big bounces, the elastic slingshots, and all that fun stuff, and they're still running a very similar team, and Meteos no stranger to Zac, of course.
Yeah, we talked it up at the beginning, and that's one of his favorite picks. They actually did let it get through. He's going to be going right back to that blob. We'll have to see if TSM can actually stomp out all four this time and be the first in the LCS studios to actually kill Meteos.
Ooh, I guess if there's a team that can do it, it would be TSM. Definitely a respectable team to fight up against. So, most of the lineup is here for Cloud9. TSM now has to lock in their full roster at this point, and that'll tell us what they're looking for here. Ooh, you must be this tall to enter top lane. They grab the Renekton, and the Orianna again being grabbed here for the mid lane.
So this is really interesting for me. I mean, the C9 picks, very reminiscent of Korean teams. No surprise there. Kennen, Ryze, and Zac all popular over there. I would like to see a switch here and go Ryze versus the Renekton. Switch him up top lane. Top lane Ryze, extremely strong. One of the really important reasons why Korean Ryzes and Ryze top lane in general is so strong, he can bully most bruisers. And since Renekton is AD, Ryze doesn't have to use his blue runes, those glyphs, for magic resist, which most mid lane Ryzes you.
Yeah.
He can get flat mana. So at level 1, the flat mana glyphs gives you an extra 100 mana, which is half of a Sapphire Crystal. If you start out Sapphire Crystal 2, then his nukes at the beginning of the game are just ridiculous, and he can bully these melee champions. We do see the switch before they actually pull out of the game, so they are definitely going to pull that top lane Ryze I'm so excited for, and I'll get to say why these Korean ones have been so looked up to. It's all about the starts. We saw, what was it, Skara.
Yeah.
Every time he got Ryze going up the Koreans, it kind of fell flat there, and everyone was like, what's happening? The Koreans are crushing with Ryze. Has a lot to do with the starts there and the extra mana from both the glyphs and the Sapphire start. So we'll have to see if Balls can actually emulate the Koreans and pull off that bully top lane with Renekton.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch. It's interesting, too, just because, so talking with Hai a little bit, he and Ball switched lanes a little bit. It's interesting because, like, some fan sites have actually Hai listed, like, as the official top laner, just because these guys switch around a little bit.
Yeah.
And he said basically, like, in talking to Hai, I talked to him a couple days ago, and he says, lanes switch around so much. Right, the matchups you look for, the lanes you look for, the champions you pick, they switch so much. It's not really like there's a top laner, mid laner. There's two solo laners, and Balls and I are those guys, and we'll go wherever we need to go. It doesn't really matter what our official title is.
That's such a good mentality. I'm so glad that there's teams that are accepting that now. Flexibility is key. That's really one of the reasons the Koreans dominated TSM so badly in all their earlier matchups, because of the flexibility of the Korean teams and taking TSM out of their elements. You know, with the jungle changes that are coming up, everything spying 155, it's going to be even more in that vein where matchups can go anywhere. Your duo lane can go to any lane easily. You're not going to have to worry about those double golem starts.
It's going to be fun watching what happens in 3.8, because when you no longer have the easy guess of like, oh, of course the duo lane is going to go where the double golems are. Like, I'm so excited for those mind games when that starts happening, because you've got almost nothing tying you to any of the specific teams. Or any of the specific lanes, I should say. I'm really looking forward to the matchups where it's like, can we hide the Kog'Maw? Can we hide the Vayne? Or, you know, what? Can you find the 2v1? Or is it going to be like, all right, well, 2v1 mid will always work because we get, like, the roam potential. Like, we're seeing that more. Like, the evolution of lanes even is really fun, because it used to be, okay, 2v2 bottom lane. Well, Red's going to actually go 2v1 top lane because double golems. And now it's like, well, we're going to 2v1 mid because we can kill a turret and, like, roam around a whole bunch. And those games just keep elevating.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the strategies really come full circle in League of Legends. It was a very long time ago that roaming supports were just the most popular strategy. I remember back even when I was playing, you know, roaming Taric was the thing. That was huge. Having the roaming Taric or roaming Alistar as your support was really commonplace. And having that come out very early levels with those hard CC moves was just devastating to so many teams. So we have fixed it back up. Went through the second champion select, and so we're going to get right back in soon.
Yeah, Scumbag Reginald joined before the odd one and was second in the little lineup, and we wanted to make sure you guys had the portraits lined up nice and equal for you guys when the game started. So taking that quick break to make him rejoin, and we're happy the load screen coming through. The game number 5. These teams have both started out 1-0. One of these guys has to take their first loss here. Meteos might even get his first death. We're going to see. No matter what, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting how the lanes actually do match up in this one, because C9 would be happy to go with standard matchups. A Draven lane, always happy to go up against another 2v2 lane, even though it is the really poke-heavy Ezreal Sona. And then, like we said already, Ryze is happy to go up against another solo laner here. So it seems like they're just going to be very flexible. We actually do have some magic resist on balls anyway, so even if he does end up out of a spot that he's not used to, he'll be just fine.
And I'm actually excited to see some of the other differences that have been performed early on in this game. Oh, the Scout Ward goes down. Cloud9 with a 10 gold lead. They've killed a special Scout Ward. GG.
Uh-oh, that could be huge. 10 gold.
They went on the mid laner. He's going to snowball ahead.
Another thing to point out here is we have the Kennen starting with the Doran's Blade. It's actually pretty popular start nowadays because Kennen can make such good use of his auto attacks early. If you start with that Doran's Blade and you, as soon as you get your electrical charge, the harass is just ridiculous on him.
Yeah, he's even went hybrid pen marks right here in this matchup. So he has 8 armor pen and 5 magic pen. So that little extra auto attack poke is still going to move on through. And, you know, Jat made the call at the very beginning of Champion Select. First time Cloud9 played was, oh, it might be balls on Ryze and high on Kennen. And so now, like, those two champions have been played by both players in the same lineups.
Yeah,
they've both now swapped it.
Yeah, we talked about flexibility being key, and you can't overstate it enough. It looks like Red's going to get slowed out here, but Sneaky not going to pursue him deep into the forest, and they get out with just that ward down here. The swaps are fairly interesting. Balls, actually, with that Ryze, looks like he'll probably be going middle, since we have Lulu Draven going up top here. And it is going to be high trying to face the 2 versus 1.
Well, they have pulled balls over to go in for this Golem invade. They spot Dyrus, the Odd One, and Reginald. Can they do enough damage? The ward is down. A lot of poke coming through with the Draven. Dyrus low on health. Has to take the early Orianna shield from Reginald. And they're just trying to buy time, of course. Cloud9 does not have their own smite here. Are they just trying to buy time? Already the Odd One has lost interest. They've successfully invaded that.
Yeah, all they were looking for was extra damage from that Golem. It was 3-on-3. Cloud9 were happy to take advantage of that. And now it looks like the same thing going down here versus Meteos.
This is rough for him. He's taking a lot of punishment right there. Down below 100 health. High forced away by Wild Turtle. So on both sides, the jungle invades have been very, very successful. And now it's High trying to pull aggro on the blue buff again. Meteos will smite that one away and get out.
All right, so the blue buff was picked up by Meteos, but Odd One abandoned his blue buff and went over to his red buff. So they both started out with a buff creep, so they're still around the same experience, and it actually won't hurt them too badly. Elise actually suffers a little bit without getting the blue, so Odd1's probably going to grab that one up next as soon as he does have another smite.
So let's see what these guys can now do with this one. Balls versus Reginald. Rise versus Oriana is not a matchup we're too afraid of seeing. We see that one very often. I don't know what the word was supposed to be there, but it's odd to see a top laner fighting against one.
Yeah, and it's interesting how Balls actually did opt to get those magic resist glyphs instead of going mana for the extra bully, and the lottery paid off. He's up against Oriana. The magic resist going to pay off here. It's interesting to see that he did not go with the hybrid pen runes though, so he's actually only got that magic resist. They're actually really popular on Rise too because he's able to make use of his auto attack. So interesting choices on both sides here from the rune perspective.
Balls didn't even go for the Magic Pen Mastery.
Nope.
He's just got the 10 CDR flat, and then he's just rocking it from there. So I think it's 0921 or 0219 is, I'm guessing, his Mastery build there. But TSM already diving back behind the turret here in this right-hand side lane, and High's just got to say, well, I'm getting zoned out pretty hard right here.
Yeah, so at this point, since the wolves are already gone for him, he doesn't even have anything to fall back on right now. All he can do is just throw shurikens at the back of the Odd1 and try and poke them down. Meanwhile, Meteos is farming his jungle, so they're taking jungle farm for lane pressure, and it doesn't really matter that much because even though the first turret did go down already, C9 here, Sneaky and Lemon did their work themselves, and they'll get the top turret to answer.
A great fast push right there. Only one turret shot lands on the champion, and Cloud9 starting out trading things equally. So, a very mirrored early game so far. Ball's happily putting some damage on Reginald, now pushing forward. A lot of pain. Reggie shields himself, but it's a little bit too late. And will Meteos look for something?
So far, the big difference has been the 10 gold from that ward.
Yeah!
But now the biggest move of the game coming out here, rushing this dragon. It's only a half-life, and Odd1's only level 3, so they can't do it with the contest from Meteos.
Big risk by them. They were hoping it wasn't warded, but it was. And as soon as Cloud9 walked down, they said, nope, just kidding. But worth a try. And Meteos makes his way back down to spots Wild Turtle. Says, get out of my jungle.
So just a little delay on the blue pill there. Well, about a little bit. He goes back to farming his jungle now. That actually has paid off a little bit for Meteos. He's a bit up on experience on the Odd1 now. So that will help out a little, but it's not going to be crucial here. Sneaky and Lemon Nation, really, though, they're extending extremely far, and they don't yet have wards to protect themselves.
I'm really interested by what happens in that lane because they did put some damage on that secondary turret. Now, when you compare to what TSM did, they didn't do anything at the bottom lane. They said, okay, we'll just get rid of that, kill the turret, and then we'll look for a dragon attempt. So there's more.
Yeah, they gained a little bit more here.
Progress was made.
For C9. They've got, a tiny chip off of that top turret. And it was just really a chance here taken by TSM. Go for the dragon. Maybe it's warded, maybe it's not. Wasn't, so they just pull out. Don't lose too much. And it's really just a very, very even game still. The thing about pushing that top lane more for C9 is that they're going to definitely need wards. They did that without any deep wards in the jungle. I mean, it's a fine move to do. They could actually send them back to that top lane, but all you have to do is have Lemon get you some vision so you can pull out if they do walk over with some ganks.
So we have some interesting new matchups coming through here because TSM have put their duo lane now to the middle and they've sent Reginald bottom. And it's interesting because Lemon Nation is actually holding up this duo lane. So it's going to be like Lemon Balls duoing and then Sneaky 1v1ing Reginald. We have really interesting matchups here in this game.
Yeah, and flexibility, we said it was going to be the name of the game here. Everybody has to be comfortable in every lane because these kinds of changes are going to be happening constantly. Odd1 coming down for a gank on this no ward by Sneaky. He's got to be very, very careful right now. Reggie's a huge wave, so generally you don't want to waste those huge waves going for a gank, but a face check might mean, here we go.
He's going to take some damage, he's going to slow down Odd1, then haste himself out of there. That ward, he's like, Sneaky, you don't have any ward coverage. Hold on, I got you, dog, and then walks into an Elise.
Yeah, so it was interesting that Odd1 was in place for the gank, but since there was about 200 gold in minion wave at the turret already, Reggie just goes for the assured farm for that one, and they actually pink ward Dragon and try and force this one while Kennen is top.
They're going pretty hard. High cannot make his way down. There are a lot of damage coming out on this one, and look at that. TSM making a really good, bold move. Their second try at Dragon is successful. They've built themselves a 5,000 gold lead. Great move.
And I like how they didn't take any unnecessary harass by forcing that gank down bottom. Just taking the guaranteed gold of the minion wave and then bringing everybody down, since there was no threat of more damage on that top turret. A really good trade by TSM right there, brings them up into the lead.
A great move indeed. So let's see what these guys can do to turn this one around, because Cloud9's got to say, well, we lost Dragon. Good move by you guys. Let's turn something else around. In sort of recent memory, I mean, Cloud9's been winning most of their games by outlaning the opposition and just being ahead by being the team, and they got to kind of snowball ahead on that one. Curious to see what they do when they finally don't have a gold lead at 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the way to doing it again with a nice gold, laning phase gold lead, but that Dragon just paid off for TSM, and they're back in this one. It looks like High is going to be the one stuck up in this top lane now, which is good. Kennon's got that Electro Surge that he can get away with very easily, and he does have his ward over by blue buff, so one lightning rush and he'll be out of harm's way.
All right, so we'll see if High can stay safe up in this matchup. He is finally dueling Reginald for the first time. We have a quote-unquote normal lane matchup in a way, sort of.
And then Reggie leaves.
Yeah. Just kidding. No, I think that's like the mission of these guys right now, is to never have a head-to-head matchup in any like reasonable way. Wild Turtle's going to be heading up against this Kennen, though, and he's going to try to hold this turret and get the farm from pretty much safety at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous still for him, because Kennen, he's an apt tower diver right now, and if he does build up the charges on Wild Turtle, the mini stun could be a huge chunk. All that High has to do is be able to push Turtle out of the lane to gain the advantage. It's very hard to lock down an Ezreal, but pushing him out of the lane is not out of his reach.
Well, Wild Turtle so far is looking like that standard blue build right now with the double longsword. I mean, maybe that's a brutalizer, but I'm guessing that is going to be the spirit of the Elder Lizard. One thing I do want to point out on High, though, because Kennen seems to have so many builds, a lot of the Koreans I see will max W first. They actually max the Electrical Surge. He is actually maxing the Thundering Shuriken, the Q there, for some extra poke, and I'm excited to see what he does with that.
Yeah, it's all about the poke here. That's especially potent when you are pushing towers like that and you want to get free poke under turrets. Long range of that Shuriken means that you can just back out of harm's way and get the free poke down. So little nice adaptation right there. As we progress through this game, though, without any first blood, we're going to start to be looking at larger fights, and most of those are really going to depend on, will Meteos be able to get off a good elastic slingshot out of vision of TSM, because it's going to be all about that Zac initiate for Cloud9.
And we almost had a 4v3 down at the bottom lane, actually. The mid laner and jungle, I say mid laner, it's balls, but whatever. They came down from the mid lane, walking through a TSM ward, and Reginald and Oddwin both showed up to defend Dyrus, but the turret was the turret. Cloud9 goes ahead. They're in structure kills. But Wild Turtle now has the push edge against High in the top lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be two people here. We have Lemon Nation also, or Xpecial, excuse me. So used to seeing Lemon on that support. Xpecial is coming up to support Wild Turtle in this push on top lane. So we'll have to see if Meteos' presence is going to be enough to stop them.
Well, right now it's going to be an interesting one. They're about to reach turret range right here. And here's the real moment of truth for does this push work. Meteos puts a ward down. Now both know someone's going to come in from the Tri-Brush. Put in a little bit of damage. Arcane Shift away, and look at that. Cloud9 with an easy wave clear saying, nope, we're not going to lose that turret.
Yeah, really expertly placed ward in that Tri-Bush. Not only does it see the Tri-Bush, but you get a little extra vision here on this corner for those sneaky elastic slingshots I said were going to be all important from Meteos. And something interesting about that elastic slingshot is, since Meteos maxes that first, not only do you gain maximum range, but the charge up time on the ability does not increase. So you're getting more max range, but you're also getting more distance gained per amount of time.
Yeah.
So you can actually catch people with that. So you jump a lot faster because you get to that max range at the same time.
Nice.
And it's a really good chase tool as well.
Well, that's going to be cool for him. We'll see if Meteos can keep that chasing going. Of course, so far they haven't quite found themselves any kills, but Cloud9 have built themselves a 300 gold lead, so the objective game being played by both these teams, and it's just a slight edge for the red guys so far. Sneaky has moved himself back to the mid lane. Looks like there's only one outer turret left, and they dedicate the resources to that.
First blue item here for blue Ezreal. He's been burning people with that Elder Lizard, but like Chad said, it's a good build. It just takes a while to reach its full potential. You have a little bit of a lull in the period where you're buying mana
for the tier that you're gonna upgrade, in which you don't get more power out of it because you're not buying AD.
Yeah, well, interesting note, by the way, as the ult from Ezreal comes across High. High accidentally burned his own ultimate not long ago, so
yeah.
A little effective thunderstorm there for him. Hopefully, actually the funny thing is, apparently in his first game, he also chugged his red elixir at level 1 on an accident as well, before lane even started. And he said he's actually had a new keyboard, and he's not used to it yet, so he's misclicking stuff sometimes.
Sure,
High.
the keyboard.
Uh-huh.
It looks like we are going to have a brawl here around the blue buff. Meteos goes right in on it, and Balls gets caught.
He has to flash away. Let's Bounce comes across to get some damage on the Dyrus. They actually get him down to half. Blue buff did get picked up by Meteos, but it was at least denied from Rise. It's a good thing there for TSM.
Meteos bounces in to grab it. You know, they still get it, but you're right. That would be optimal on Rise. Even though Balls has his tier stacking up, he constantly needs mana. Rise is so mana hungry in the early stages of the game. It's a huge benefit to have that.
Reginald forced to run away from High and Meteos. The rest of the team grouped up in the mid lane. Looks like we do have all 5 nearly to stand aside onto Reggie. Shield coming out from elimination. And looks like the standoff is about to begin. Cloud9 not showing any signs of leaving this area.
14 minutes in, still no first blood. Everybody keep that in mind.
Shockwave comes across. Sneaky forced to run back into the brush. Dyrus is nothing to jump to. Wild Tuna comes across. Oh my god, the burst! He goes down and the ult is back from High. Gets crescendoed. He's going to fall over. 1 for 1 so far in the battle. Dyrus finding himself getting shot at. The jump's not going to come by from Meteos. Actually times it a little bit too early. Almost gets the kill onto the odd one, but the health bars are incredibly low from TSM. They're very low on Cloud9 as well. Just the 1 for 1 and they back out.
So people always say, you know, the main difference between Ezreal players is isn't an Ezreal player who Arcane shifts towards the fight or an Ezreal player who Arcane shifts away from the fight. Right there, Wild Turtle goes straight into it, trying to get that first blood and first down. Sneaky pays for that with his life, but then High does the exact same thing. Dives in on them and feeds back 1 kill. Now it's going to be C9 on the Dragon.
No, he does not have that Zhonya. There's the initiation. A bunch of damage coming across. Red team picks up Dragon, but they're low on health, low by distance. But Reginald just gets stand aside, has to flash away. That's just going to be a Dragon, and no one will fall. But Dyrus says, okay, you'll take Dragon, I'll take top lane.
That was a really good move by Cloud9. We always talk about how the kills are not that important unless you capitalize on it with an objective. Grabbing that Dragon, huge for them because High was able to get back since he had died. He was coming from base. Now he defends the top turret right there, and he's going to delay that extra gold bounty.
Now the mid lane, though, Repel comes across. Shockwave as well. That's so good for them. Ball's taking so much damage, and he falls over. Reginald makes this kill score 2-1, and they're about to equalize the turrets 2-2.
The General dropping bombs right there. Him and Reggie with the combo. Repel up into the Raptors and just fall down with the Shockwave. Beautiful play right there. Able to catch out the Rise. Still fairly squishy because he's early in that Rise build. Hasn't been able to get up any of those resistances.
And they're going to get the knockup combo on. Reginald stand aside as well. Flash is not available. He will fall down. Odd one shows up, but he's not able to participate much in this one. Sneaky was exhausted. That also did not matter. Great kill pickup. Cloud9 making it 2-2.
You're right. So many knockups and knocks asides here for Cloud9.
Oh my gosh, the flanking Kennen Ninja. That was not obvious whatsoever. They come through on that one. Turret goes down 3-2 in more ways than one now for Cloud9.
So we have another flipping ninja coming out of the jungle and claiming some lives here. Looks like everybody's been training fairly hard with that little furball.
It's funny, too. They're not even always picking him because they wanted to play Kennen. You heard Chris say, yeah, I was going to deny that from the end. Oh, I actually did really well with him. I don't normally play Kennen much, but...
Seems like everybody's saying that. Yeah. Even in the All-Stars, the Koreans, it was just like, well, you know, I don't even play Kennen. I was just using that so that China would ban them against us. But now I'm going to play him because he's so fun and so strong.
Kennen is... And he came back out of nowhere. Like, nothing happened to Kennen. People just started playing him again.
Oh, you play him? I would play him too.
Same with Rise. Like, it's just funny watching champions like, you know, I forgot this guy exists. My God, he's good.
Yeah, and that is actually going to get the momentum really swinging here for Cloud9 for the first time really in this game. It does feel like somebody's got this big upper hand, and we're going to look for the next move for them because all of the outer turrets have been taken down from TSM. So the map here for Cloud9 is fully open. It's going to be up to them to wisely choose their next objective.
So we'll see what that ends up being when they go for that kind of stuff. Right now, pressure is down onto Dyrus. The spinning axe is doing a lot of damage. Dyrus does not have flash available, but he does have friends, and those actually help you save your flash, make them run away.
That's TSM. You know, they've been together a long time. They're pretty good friends. They'll back up old Dyrone when he's taking axes in the back. And it looks like Cloud9 not actually forcing any objectives right now because, well, there's nothing on the map. They're just defaulting back to that sort of, you know, we saw Dignitas always do it in the early season where they just push all lanes. So they're just trying to collect farm right now until something presents itself for them to actually fight over.
Well, Hayes happily pushing the bottom lane down, but the initiation comes in from the Oven against Lemonation. Shockwave does not land. Reggie has snapped back to him, and he could not pull in Lemonation. That would have been potentially a surefire kill, but it misfired.
The bombs were a dud on that mission. Odd1 did not actually pick up his payload before he lifted off, so Reggie was left holding the bomb on that one, and Shockwave hits nobody. Unsuccessful mission, but they were able to grab Lemonation.
As Joe would say, that was a mad wave. Let's see where this fight goes. Looks like a turret's going to go down. Minion's going to go down. Cloud9 forced to run. TSM heavily invading into the jungle, even without Orianna ultimate. They are pretty safe right here. Picked up by the Odd One. Burns his smite. TSM still looking good. Balls forced to flash away. Has the Odd One coming in as well. As comes the slicing Maelstrom. The left bounce, the crescendo. Everything's coming across both teams right now. He was going to fall over for his high. Gets the kill onto his special. The team is running away. Uh-oh, Meteos. He's been split into Boblin's team.
He's on the ground.
Survive. Will it be enough? Oh, Meteos! Meteos now! Meteos gets his first death in the LCS.
Oh, TSM claimed the medal. They finally take out Meteos. First ones to do it. And that fight started off because they caught Lemonation. They were able to push them down as Shockwave follow up. Reggie's not done yet.
Absolutely great play by Reginald. Max CDR Orianna gets Shockwaves pretty quickly. Great move. Now TSM moves to 4-4 in kills. Looking to equalize the turrets as well as they push down the mid lane. Making good work here.
Like I said, that one started off by the catch on Lemonation. Good cocoon by Odd One there, getting Lemon while he was clearing out some wards, and that zoning really split Cloud9 just terribly around that blue buff. So Balls got chunked early, had to burn his flash as well, and they were not able to recover from that. You also want to give props to Xpecial for a great crescendo right there to secure that team fight.
All right, so Elimination finds Wild Turtle a little bit there, but just makes him run away. Otherwise, he's going to be fine. Sneaky, trying to farm up. Has to be afraid. It goes to catch an axe. Reggie's like, I know where that's going to be. And the side comes across. So this could be a risky move. Nope. Reggie also has friends. So TSM, with teamwork, they're going to survive.
Yes, that giant glowing light on the ground. Good indicator of where to throw your skill shots.
Sneaky was less sneaky that time around.
Not so sneaky with Draven.
It's like bright glowing orange. I'm pretty sure most people.
Here we go. TSM looking to initiate. Odd One goes in with the ball.
And he's going to go some damage onto Balls. And here we go. Can he run back? The Shockwave lands onto 2. Otto takes a bunch of damage, but Balls takes even more. The Wild Growth comes across, and Wild Turtle says, that doesn't matter to me. I already am Wild. Takes that one away.
Great repositioning there by Reggie. He was not happy with Odd One's position. Moved up the ball with the command attack, just a smidgen to catch both Balls and Lemon and bring them back into the fight.
And TSM, you said it. If you can capitalize a kill with an actual objective, please do it. And they got that. So the Dragon goes down. They've traded that one back. TSM now exactly equal in gold to Cloud9. 21 minutes in, and this game is incredibly close.
Yeah, some great plays here by TSM, bringing them right back to even here. High going to shove up this top lane a little bit, but he's not going to be able to venture very far forth because look at the map. It's so dark here for Purple side. They've only got that one ward at the river. They're really lacking in vision right now. And so Lemon is going to try and get that back.
Let's see if he can do it right now. He is wearing just a regular Sightstone and Boots of Mobility, so he's been investing more in wards and hasn't been able to really upgrade that fully. You compare that to Xpecial, he does have the Ruby Sightstone, so he's actually having a better time warding, and I think that contributes a little bit.
Yeah, and Odd One also helping out for TSM, grabbing up a couple of wards whenever he does go back. Very team-oriented jungler there. People always want to give him props for doing his part as well in the war on vision.
The war on vision. It's interesting because actually you do want to like deny vision. It's like, guys, don't do sight wards.
The war on fog of war.
Oh,
Lemon
man.
pushing that bottom lane by himself, grabbing up some extra gold, so he'll try and answer. The arms race in the war on vision is really huge here. He wants to be able to upgrade his Sightstone.
The fog is departing. All right, Balls, though, he's going to be up against his turret in the top lane, farming stuff out. He's pretty happy with this one. And this seems to be sort of the Cloud9 sort of default setup. He's good to this point where you're like, we don't really know what to do, so we're gonna rock our lanes and hope we win 1v1s. And this time around, TSM's getting a little bit better out of this one.
There we go, X Special Herd, and he's one-upping Elimination. Now grabs the Oracles, but Reggie gets cut out.
Oh my gosh, the damage. Shotgun comes across, but that will not be enough to save him. Now Cloud9 says, all right, we got the kill. Your team caller, your major initiator is gone. What are they going to do to capitalize off this?
Oh, the elastic slingshots. I said that was going to be huge. And Meteos with the maximum elastic slingshot. The charge-up time doesn't change at all, so he's able to get in there and surprise Reggie. Now they're going past the turret.
And they get the knock up there. Oddwin forced to run back. A lot of damage coming in. The High is going to go in, all in. The Crescendo comes across. He gets shut down. A little too aggressive there. Meteos forced to flash out of the base. They will get a turret for this, but they still lost the kill. Now what's going to happen in this 4 versus 4? Slow comes down on a Wild Turtle. Darius and the Oddwin and co still chasing. Looks like Cloud9 has made their way out, though.
High in a little bit too deep there. Does pay for it with his life, but they got the turret anyway, so it wasn't a huge misstep for them. And since they had just killed Reggie, not much that TSM can force. They can't just go rush this Baron right now. It's too dangerous for them. 24 minutes almost into the game, Baron still does a large percent of your health and damage.
All right, that's going to be difficult then. So, the next major objectives coming up before too terribly long as Dragon eventually will respawn. That might be our next focus of contention. TSM, they did try to sweep out Baron, but look at that. Elimination had aggroed it with a Glitter Lance, and TSM takes a bit of damage for their trouble. So Special's going to walk right back in there and say, okay, there really aren't any wards here. I'll ward over the wall.
That is like support 101. You need to get a handle on aggroing Baron when your enemy is actually going into the clear out wards, because supports take so much damage from Baron. As you can see right now, they're going to burst it down after they cleared it out, and it's going to be up to Meteos to go for a steal here.
This is going to be rough. He does have Slingshot, but does not have Flash, so it's going to be a one-way trip for Meteos. Will he get death number 2? TSM stops hitting Baron, and Meteos has to stop. That was a beautiful move by them. There's no way across the wall this time around. This could be TSM's Baron. They're getting it lower and lower. Blue team picks it up. Meteos goes for the left bounce. Can they get the fight in time? Stand aside, hits Reginald. Shockwave hits Sneaky. Sneaky flashes backwards. There's the push onto Reggie. A lot of damage there. Balls in the mix as well. They find one. High as Zonia's. Oddwood taking a bunch of punishment. Zonia goes back up in the air. He's going to fall back down. Dyrus falls as well. 3 for 1 so far in this fight. Wild Turtle and Special forced to run back. Baron for a 3 for 1. That's a close trade.
Oh, so they did get Baron, so that was huge for them. But good job by Cloud9, able to follow that one up. TSM, they paused the Baron, waited for the elasticity of the elastic slingshot to run out, and so Meteos had to walk around. They already had the Baron, but AoE damage here. Again, the slicing maelstrom from cannons have just been deciding games today. And it looks like Cloud9 going to answer with an inhibitor turret.
And they've got 7 seconds left still to make some moves. The inhibitor could be theirs as well. They've got to be a little bit aware of a potential home guard re-engage. Special and Wild Turtle putting the damage. Meteos forced to run back low on health. Crescendo comes across High and Sneaky. Oh, they dodge away and don't quite get the Ezra ult across them. There's a stand aside as well. They're still trying to run backwards, but TSM might still be looking for it.
Yeah, it barely gets out with that lightning rush. High is going to be okay, though, and everybody recalls. Now they're going to try and purchase, because they did just claim about the same amount of global gold there. The buff still on important carries like Wild Turtle, though. So
and Special.
And Special, very important carry Special there.
He's the Edward school, man. He's got 2 kills.
It's actually, it gives him a lot of regen, so that's huge for Sona here, and they're going to answer with a mid turret of their own.
All right, that is a great pickup for them. So they traded what 1 turret apiece after the Baron, but Cloud9 did get an inhibitor. So. That's going to start putting a lot of pressure on that mid lane of the map. It's going to really just determine. So here's the weird thing, right? Because you've got 2 like differing factors. So one team has a Baron buff still, and one team has super minions. Like, what does that do to the map that I can't even comprehend who's going to start pushing harder?
So it actually has a really interesting effect, because Cloud9 can't really successfully dive a turret 5 versus 5 right now, but their lanes are going to be passively pushing. So TSM are going to have people farming, getting free farm on these lanes near their defensive turrets, and it's going to be up to Cloud9 to get their gold elsewhere, as you see the Dragon being taken right now.
Yeah, a lot of punishment onto that one. Easy pickup here, and again, you mentioned those lanes pushing, and Cloud9, yep, they're happily taking the objectives that they can. So they've now regained the gold lead, 39.3 to 38.8. This game incredibly close, and Cloud9's about to lose their record, by the way. We're hitting about 27.5 minutes in. TSM definitely a very strong opponent for these guys.
Dyrus and Oddwin, though, very late to recall. They were both up in that top lane, and that means a free turret for Cloud9.
Wow, absolutely impressive. So they pushed that lead forward, now above 1,000 gold, but I don't think 1,000 gold means a heck of a lot at this point in the game. TSM grouping up, defending successfully.
And we just had the blue Ezreal turn into his final form. We've got the Muramana upgrade, and we have the Iceborne Gauntlet finished. He is at his power spike right now. He's got all the essential pieces. Next thing he needs is just a little bit of lifesteal, and he will be a kiting machine for TSM. So, gold still very close. Game, even though the TSM base is open, very much up in the air right now.
I feel like we could name Ezreal after Pokemon. Like he starts as Squirtle and ends at Blastoise when he finally gets the Iceborne Gauntlet. I feel like Pokemon Ezreal's like a good choice right here.
All right.
So Blastoise is now here for TSM. They tamed that wild one, and it's now in his Pokeball here. TSM going to grab up the Golem buff. Reginald's going to like that one a heck of a lot. But these guys, you're right, they're not doing much with that Baron buff. Those lanes that keep pushing, they're really holding them back.
All right, you go with the Pokemon. I'll go with the Mega Man.
Oh.
I feel like he's got that Mega Man Ice Blaster upgrade right now. And Ezreal, yeah, that's gonna be a huge boon to TSM because the engage from Cloud9 is really important part. If they're able to get everyone inside of the Slicing Maelstrom, then it's gonna be team fight turn out beautiful for them because bounce around and the mini stuns are going to cause so much chaos. But if TSM are able to kite it out, if you can kite out a Slicing Maelstrom, they can easily turn that right back around. And Blue Ezreal is the perfect kite machine.
That's going to be a fun one to watch then, how well TSM can coordinate their team fights because they're stuck here under the turret while Turtle levels up by ulting a minion wave at the bottom. Nice job there. He's fashionably level 16 now. Still got that shiny blue stuff on his hands saying, yes, I will turn you to Frost. And we see that Cloud9, though, as the Baron buff has finally timed out, are saying, great, it's now our time to play the Siege game. Turret down below half health. Of course, the waves are still pushing into the middle and bottom.
Another, sort of side bonus of the blue build for Ezreal is that he gets so much cooldown reduction. He's got max cooldown reduction almost, 39%, and something is close enough to 40 for me. He can fire off his ultimates to clear waves even though they are passively pushing because of the downed inhibitor.
Yeah, it's back up.
He can just keep on firing that off. We saw him use to clear the last wave. Boom, he can get this middle wave with his ult as well.
Oh, Meteos is looking for it. Yeah, he was considering it, certainly. He charged up. There are no wards there. Another Ezreal comes by. Gets a nice fashionable amount of gold right there, getting closer and closer to max level. And that's actually so convenient, though. It's keeping bottom lane from killing their turret. They're able to play the siege that you normally don't get to do when your inhibitor falls down.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking a little bit of damage because it's the super minions in the middle and the bottom wave that's pushing, but it's definitely not as bad as it should be for TSM here. And they're stalling out right now, and the bottom turret actually won't go down. It is going to take a decent amount of damage, though.
Yeah, but it looks like all the recalls are coming through. The middle inhibitor has respawned, so TSM says, all right, your push is done. No, just kidding. High and balls saw them go back and get a couple hundred damage in that turret, then realized, okay, Reginald, I'm just kidding. I didn't mean it. It's cool. We're homies. I'm going to back out. Just let me go.
Yeah, if you don't actually have a minion wave there, towers do get, that extra resistances that makes them harder to take down. So they're definitely going to have to back off. Can't finish that one off. And what Cloud9 really needs is that Meteos Elastic Slingshot from Fog of War trying to catch someone on TSM out. If he's able to get a good one of those, then he can easily use Let's Bounce to group everyone up for High's Slicing Maelstrom. And that's really what they're going to be looking for in the next team fight.
It's going to be a fun thing to watch for Meteos. Let's see if you can bounce everyone back into the air and avenge yourself for that death you got earlier. I can't believe you did it.
Kind of let me down, actually. He
yeah.
is true. He is just a man like the rest of us. He is not a god.
He is a blob though. So hopefully that'll change. I don't know where that was supposed to go. But right now Cloud9 still hold on to their minor gold lead with the inhibitor back down. Baron coming up in about a minute. It's going to be another race for big objectives. We've seen these fights go back and forth, and the objectives getting just slugged down on either side whenever a fight goes down. I want to see how this goes.
Look at the tools available for each team, though. That's 10 summoners and, not 5 ultimates anymore because we just had Ezreal use his ultimate. But basically, everything is on the table right now. The next fight is going to be explosive. Everybody is going to have no excuses. You've got everything that you could possibly want ready. And here goes Meteos!
When the knockup is there, can they do the damage they need? Reggie and Wild Turtle taking a bunch of pain. They're going to try to collapse down on towards Dyrus right now. Meteor's taking a bunch of pain. Odd One goes in. The Slicing Maelstrom comes across. Here they get the free kill onto Elise. Dyrus taking more damage. Shotgun gets Sneaky. Sneaky flashes back, has barrier as well. Dyrus now taking more damage. Crescendo comes across almost everybody. Now can they get out? Reginald slowed by Meteos. Here comes Balls as well. The burst comes across to pick up Oriana, and the chase is on Cloud9 looking for Wild Turtle. But the Iceborne Gauntlet slows them down 2-0. Ezel comes across, doesn't quite land. The health bar is so low on Cloud9, except for Balls.
The key sign of a very well-played team fight is when everyone on your team comes out blinking red. Look at Cloud9, they're all low. Actually, Lemon not blinking anymore, he's gray.
I is going to say hello to Wild Turtle, but that was a little... Oh, it wasn't! He gets the kill, but that means only Sona is alive, and the rest of Cloud9 can take down Baron.
That was actually worth it for Hyde to go down in that exchange, because he took out Ezreal with him, and that gave the rest of his team time to get Baron, unmolested, and especially he was able to pick up the kill, but it doesn't do that much for him. He's already got most of the health items that he needs. It really is just going to mean probably the first aura for that support.
Odd One's looking to try to Smite steal this across the wall. No, I don't think Smite actually reaches from there, but he could have repelled and just gone for it maybe. I don't know. He didn't go for it. Either way, Baron, yes, and Dragon picked up here for the Cloud9 lineup. They're looking a little bit better here, up about now 3,000 gold as we crest 34 minutes in.
This is so close. I mean, we saw CLG in the last game winning team fights being down 10k gold.
Yeah.
And this one is so ridiculously close. Really, the big win for Cloud9 was actually getting the Baron buffs. That's going to do a lot more for them than the extra gold here. And it's going to be, again, another instance of TSM being on the back foot. This time, the huge thing is going to be the exposed inhibitor mid, though, because Cloud9 can force a team fight without having to work around a turret. They can just come straight middle and force you to fight out in the open.
And so let's see now how they can push this down, because you got to think that's going to be their target here with the Baron buff. And Ultimate's up on everybody on that roster. It should be looking pretty okay for them. Granted, TSM has their own, but Cloud9 should have the edge. They push down to the mid lane. All 5 are here. They even got the blue elixir there on Balls' Rise. This could be the push that they are looking for. Obi-Wan Kenobi's not going to dissuade them here. Let's see if they can get this one going.
I have to say the last team fight was really just how they wanted to play it. It was a good initiate from Meteos with the slingshot, and then Hai held on to his ultimate until they were in a great position for it, and he used to split up TSM once again. So it's very interesting. You have to watch each step of this, because neither team are grouping up for the AoE of the other.
Oh, they got a lot back on a Balls elimination, though. The Slicing Maelstrom comes across. Look at the knockups everywhere. Dyrus dropped low, trying to get out. Dyrus does fall down. High popped his Zonias. A 1-for-0 so far. Ezel whiffs everybody. They get the inhibitor. Now the next move for Cloud9, 5-on-4. They've got to be aware of the healing, though. They're going in for the turret right now in the Nexus. This could be rough. Stun lands onto High. Is it going to be enough damage? Poke comes in from Ezreal. Still trying to chase down High. Still forced to run back. He's on fire. Is he going to die? Wild Turtle gets the kill. 1-for-1, and Cloud9 are running. No, here comes the Odd One. Can he find more? Rune Prison. Oh my gosh, the burst. He gets a shield, though. That's not going to be enough. Another kill picked up here for Cloud9. And they're going to back out this time. Maybe for real, but we don't know.
Yeah, they're probably going to want to. They just had Odd One go try and catch somebody. Just kidding. Get bursted down. The no resistances in spider form for Elise actually just showing pretty big right there. He got burned down extremely quickly.
And actually, he went for his first item was Spectral Wraith, actually. It's interesting to see her go AP and Spellvent more so than max health. And I don't know if that was a really big factor there, but it's interesting to look at.
I mean, all the jungle items that do build out of that machete are so cost effective. It's really just your play style, and Odd One's been constantly spamming that item first in solo queue. Because there's a lot more, brawling in solo queue, and having that spell vamp is huge. So I guess that, carried over. It is interesting to see no Rylai's or something like that, but after this, he usually goes Locket. You get some more defensive stats, extra shields, so it kind of makes up for it there.
Yeah, that is his build path. The elimination, force back, hops his Shurelius as well as part of that one. And it's interesting that you kind of say that's what he's been doing in solo queue, because that to me feels like the Cloud9 playstyle in a way. They make the game like a controlled solo queue, where they all play so well individually. They play kind of sort of long laning phases, and feel free to disagree if you want, but
no, I mean that's perfectly valid. If you're a team that's made up of guys all 5 in the top 10 of your solo queue ladder, then you'll be happy to go with the solo queue game, because we're all on the top of the ladder. That just plays right into our strategy.
So yeah, it's exactly how they would want it to unfold here.
All right, so Origami seems to be the hobby of Cloud9. Pushing on through Wild Turtle, now level 18, holding on to this bottom lane, but middle inhibitor dead. The Baron buff has, at the very least, timed out, so that's one thing back into TSM's favor, but we saw last time this middle inhibitor had been dropped down. TSM had to hold on to a turret for a very, very, very long time and try to have Wild Turtle wave clear other lanes. We'll see if they can do this again. Game is still very close. Cloud9 looks for the bottom lane this time.
It should be a pretty easy engage here if they do want it. Again, to keep in mind the positioning at this point in the game is so crucial. You have to watch your threats being next to each other. You don't want Sneaky and Balls to stand right next to each other. No. Because if you can get that into a shockwave crescendo, like TSM have been looking for, then that's actually a lot of your DPS down, and you'll have to fully rely on High to distract everyone, get in there, use a Slicing Maelstrom plus Zanya's combo.
Right now, High is playing the poke game, though, with that maxed out Q. Looking for some kind of opening there. Even what Leandry's for get even some more like long-lasting poke damage when he hits people down. Meteo's right now playing the role of initiator, hiding off behind the wall in Fog of War and saying, maybe I can land another knockup. He's gotten them. Basically, he's been the initiator for every one of these fights so far. His judgment's been great for those.
Yeah, that's exactly what they have to have with their team time, because the only other option would be High flashing in there. Flipping Ninja with the Flash Zanyas.
No, right now, though, it's Meteos just playing the mobile split pusher here. Jumps into that top lane, gets them another turret picked up here. So 7-4 in turret kills. Cloud9 are working the map to their favor, building a about 4,000 gold lead for this.
Yeah, Zach, like I said before, the Elastic Slingshot, not only is it a great ganking tool, it's great for getting around the map even. Yeah. 8-second cooldown at this point in the game for him because he's gotten that cooldown reduction. High, again, is that the second ultimate
that we've seen?
That High has burned that we've actually caught. Yeah. So we don't know how many there are, but he is definitely very trigger happy.
I feel like he was like typing I'm recalling and didn't hit enter or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, High, you got to sort that problem out. That's like at some point that's going to be like really bad.
I mean, to say the least, it's a little embarrassing.
I know why they banned Karthus.
Oh, everybody would see that one. There's no way you're going to get out of free if you burn that Karthus ultimate. What's this large laser beam on my head?
All right, well, Cloud9 have picked up the Dragon, though. They've actually kept good control of those neutral objectives. They've gotten the only I say the only Barons, that's actually completely incorrect, but Dragons have been in their favor. Meteos wave through again in mid, and Baron is actually back up. So the battle is going to continue for the neutral objectives. These guys, as much as they like make openings into the enemy base, the defense from both sides has been so good that neither team has ever like even really come that close to closing out the game.
40 minutes already, and this game has just been tense the whole time.
Yeah.
It's definitely very, very close here. I mean, we still have, okay, so that was the last super minion that they just killed off, but the inhibitor is exposed. And it is going to be easy for Cloud9 to force the one that they want. Baron buff is up as well, though.
Here comes the re-engage from the side, though, from High. Gonna get as many stuns and knockdowns as he can. Look at the damage up on the back line. Wild Turtle with a ton of shields. Shotgun comes across so many. Sneaky is unstoppable, picking up a kill. Darius in the front. He has to force back as well. Ball's still getting jumped on. Wild Turtle takes so much damage. Oh, that is a 4-for-0 so far. Cloud9 wiped the floor with TSM in that fight.
There we go. You get the flanking engage here for Cloud9. That was what they wanted to use. Alls was able to distract. It was basically leading them into a quarter like some 300 move, and then everyone jumping over for the avalanche. It looks like the surrender is even going to come out after that ridiculously intense game.
Cloud9 defeating the defending North American champions. Yes, indeed.
No inhibitors down and TSM lose.
Wow. 40. I mean, you got 40-second respawn time.
I mean, everybody's dead, but I guess they're just like, yeah, you know, you guys got us. They were obviously going to shove down the middle, and you can get it before everyone respawns. But it's still that's definitely the first game we've had where a zero inhibitor down win.
Way to go! I suppose, yeah. Well, I mean, they were knocking on the front door right as the surrender vote came through. I don't think it was a rage surrender, though. I really think that was.
It was obvious that Cloud9 can finish that off because the death chambers are too long.
Okay.
It's just very surprising.
right.
It's very surprising to see. You know, I guess we're trending more towards the StarCraft manner style. Well, they'll call it GG when they know they're beat. That just hasn't really been the normal thing in League of Legends yet, where like people don't want to surrender. They want to watch their Nexus explode here. So this is really a new thing. So I like that.
And it is a lot of respect given to Cloud9 saying, yeah, there's no way you throw this one. We know you've got it at this point, right? And yeah, you said it like verbatim, right? Like inhibitors weren't dead, but it's like, you got it.
I mean, everybody's in the Xpecial could pull off some hero moves. They don't have faith in Xpecial defending against the entire Cloud9
He voted
team.
no, right? It's 4-1 vote.
It was a 5-0 vote. Even Xpecial had no faith in himself.
Wow.
Sad.
That is a sad hamster. But guys, we've got a replay of one of those amazing fights. This was a fun game to watch. Kobe,
this was a ridiculous game to watch. Very tense all game long, and we can see the Baron fight this one. So this was just after they let the Elastic Slingshot expire so they could secure the kill. But Meteos gets right in there, and that's a let's bounce for everybody. The Shockwave only on Sneaky means there's no more AoE left for TSM, and they get destroyed by the high ultimate right there. They can just clean everything back up, and really the sustained damage from this team comp of Cloud9 just too much for TSM right there. If you can't Shockwave more than one person, then that comp is going to crumble.
And you saw it right there. And actually, one of the things you mentioned was actually the mark of a good team fighting team is that all the health bars are low, but they're all still alive at the end there. I watched Balls for most of that fight, and he kind of got in there, did a whole bunch of damage at once, bursted through with his ultimate, and then was like, I'm at like 1/3 and started kiting back from Dyrus. And, like, knew exactly what kind of damage he could take and got through it. It's just, I like seeing games like this where it's not that there was no action, right? You said it in the middle of the game. It was tense the whole way through. The gold lead never more than like 3,000 gold apart. Advantages going back and forth. Turrets, Dragons, Barons. Like, that's the kind of game you watch, and you're like, I know both these teams are excellent. Like, neither can close it out, but it's because of how good the other team is, not because of missteps.
You have to give props. I mean, I think Chris had it right when he said these are two teams you have to be scared of, because both of them played really, really well throughout that entire game. And you really have to give props to TSM, even though they did go down. Especially with the mana move that we haven't seen before, the surrender coming out with their inhibitors standing.
Yeah, so, of course, a very, very good game. And we're not even done, guys. Coming up, we're going to be joined by Cloud9 Sneaky to talk about their huge 2-0 start. And then it's our final game of opening day when Team Coast takes on their former shot caller Bloodwater and Vulcan. The North American LCS Summer Split will continue right after this.
Oh, fuck me. I hit ulti. God damn it, whatever. Oh, that's true. This game is lay hard for me. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Darius.
Kill Darius. Kill Reggie. Can you get Reggie?
Yeah, he's slowed. I'm jumping. Get back.
Turtle.
Way to go.
Welcome back to opening day of the North American LCS Summer Split. And right now, we'd like to welcome Cloud9 Sneaky to the desk. As you can tell, you can see him right here. He's a little bit less sneaky.
What's up?
I don't know. That was random. I keep doing that. I don't know why. So, first of all, congratulations on your win. So you had to come and fight the basically #1 team in North America based on results in your first week here at LCS. Was that some kind of pressure put on you?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into the game. I wasn't really sure how I was going to plan out because we scrimmed them a lot, and we've had good results against them. But on lands, TSM is by far the strongest in NA.
So how do you think this kind of sets you up then for the rest of the season? Because you've been crushing forever. You guys finally actually, got a close game for once, and you dethroned the #1 team at NA. Like, what's that make you guys?
I think it's puts us in a pretty good spot, but we're still not at the end of the season or anything. So this is a really good start for us.
Okay. So you guys also, you practice very closely with TSM. Like you guys even went to their house. You've been streaming a lot with them. What is that relationship like? Is it just another team for you guys, or are you guys, closer than average?
We're a lot closer than every other team, but we're still good friends with everyone. We're just hanging out, just talk to each other. Like, I'm really close to Turtle now.
Does it make the games like this any more or less intense?
Definitely makes it more intense.
So, like you mentioned Turtle a second ago, that you're close friends with him. I noticed you guys picked up Draven pretty early on there. Was that just because you really like playing Draven, or because you want to steal it from Wild Turtle, or mix it both, or what?
It was kind of both. I played Draven a lot, but me and him kind of talked about it. We kind of thought it was like a cheese pick in a way, but I played it last game, and then he actually played it first game. So we kind of both brought it back. It's still strong, never nerfed.
What makes Draven a cheese pick?
Just compared to other carries, it's more cheesy because I feel like he's the strongest duelist out of all of them, even over Vayne and Twitch and stuff. He just dumpsters skirmishes, and then when you go into team fights, he just gets wrecked pretty hard if you play it bad.
So how do you play around that? Because you guys had a lot of team fights that game, and you didn't even die that game.
You just have to position correctly, stay far back. If you fight without your flash, you're pretty much screwed if you get hit by any CC, and if they follow up on it.
All right. So like a good Draven player, like I'm a bad Draven player. Well, a good Draven player, when you go to a team fight, what makes you make the decision between, yes, I'm going to pick up this axe, no, I'm not going to pick up that axe?
It really depends on where it flies. Usually it'll fly to the left or right of you, but if it ever goes forward, you should not pick it up unless you're actually chasing and they're also backing up, because then you're just going to get destroyed walking into the mall.
Is there any way that you can control it to go, or is it just reactive?
It's always controlled where you're doing it from, because whenever you click right after you throw it, it just follows that. But sometimes if you're trying to move a little bit forward to dodge something, then it might screw up the axe positioning.
All right, so of course you played that very, very well, never died, so good job on choosing the right axes to catch right there. So I want to kind of zoom back out to your team overall as a whole, because you crushed the challenger scene. You said you've gotten off to a good start so far, but you're not necessarily sure where you're going to go. How do you guys plan on keeping up this sort of success?
We'll just keep our same practice regimen, TSM, whoever else. We like scrimming the amateur teams, because it doesn't really give our strats and stuff to everyone else, but we still like scrimming them.
Do you think it's like worse practice scrimming challenger teams because they're a little bit weaker of teams, or is it just completely fine for you guys?
There's actually some really good challenger teams out there. They put up a good fight. They beat us a few times every now and then. They're pretty good.
Do you find it's hard to scrimmage and learn proper lessons when you fight, just because you're so dominant, right? Is it hard to learn good lessons when you tend to win most of your games?
Not necessarily. You learn about team comps. You just pick what you want to pick, always. Even if you're winning them all, it's still good practice, because then you learn about team communication as well, and just positions and spots. So losing and winning is both beneficial.
Cool. So a lot of teams, have had the problem where they they go to scrims, but they aren't really practicing anything specific. They're just playing to play and get better. Do you guys have specific areas of the game that you're trying to focus on before you go into the scrims?
It would usually be team comps, or maybe if we saw some specific strategy we wanted to try, which that one's not too often, but team comps, we always go in with the plan for that.
How do you have to sort of change the mid-flight? Like if a ban flies in, do you just scrap it and go for a whole new comp, or do you have like, well, if they ban Shen, we could run Zac and it would work similarly?
We wouldn't scrap a whole team comp if we got one ban out. It would just be replaced by another champion that would fit also well with it.
Okay.
Is having a gaming house crucial to this type of practicing? I know you guys even had one before you were in the LCS.
Yeah, it's definitely crucial. It puts you all on the same schedule, all on the same house. You just get friendly with each other. Arguments are easier, stuff like that.
All right, so I asked this question at the end of every interview, and so far you guys have said 0-28, 1-27. What's your prediction on record for the rest of the season?
2-26.
2-26. 2-26. Cloud9, you've heard it right here. Sneaky. He's got the predictions. We'll see if he's right. So far, so good. He's got the 2 wins. We'll see if he can get the 26 to go on. So again, thank you very much. Let's move on. It's time for our last match of the day. And even though Team Coast finished higher than Vulcan in the spring playoffs, Bloodwater and crew believe they're still the better team.
I think Team Coast is kind of overrated. I don't think they're going to win anything.
We scrim with Vulcan a lot. They're one of our main scrim partners, and it's pretty back and forth. They win, we win.
Their playstyle changed a bit. It's not something we're not used to.
For them bringing in Shifter instead of Gente, I don't know how it worked, because Gente was pretty solid, but Shifter makes plays, so we just time will tell.
We definitely got to shut down ManCloud. He's probably like the scariest player. He's like the backbone of their team.
So if Zion carries, they win. If he doesn't, they lose.
I think every lane evenly matched. It'd be a very close game.
We feel really confident going against them. I don't think there should be a problem when we're playing them.
I'm really confident. We'll see if that pays out. So now that we've heard from the players, let's get into the game. It's Team Coast versus Vulcan. After a big win against Curse in their first game, Vulcan is picking up right where they left off at the end of the spring split.
Yeah, they beat Curse for the 3rd place in that playoffs last split, and then they beat them again earlier today. So they're, picking up right where they left off. Psycho Sid, he was unstoppable in the top lane as Kennen, 9-0-5.
And technically legendary even. That's actually brutal. Now, Vulcan, of course, looked great in their first game today, but history repeated itself again when Team Coast lost to the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean, Team Coast, they couldn't capitalize on their first blood, and they got beat by TSM in 30 minutes, like we said. Even though Team Coast struggled today against TSM, though, they finished the spring split hot. They went 8-5 over the last 3 weeks, and then they took 2nd place in the playoffs, thanks in part to a strong showing by Zion Spartan. Zion is now the team captain coming into the summer split, and his spring playoff performance had a lot to do with that. It was really strong, 39, 18, and 61. Another part of being a team captain, though, is not just performing well in game. It's keeping the morale up after losses like they just had. So we'll have to see if they can keep their heads in the game.
Yeah, it's kind of what happened really in the, or it's something that was talked about, I would say, in the video that opened up the day where PewDiePie talks about, like, yeah, everyone's playing 5 games, someone's going on tilt. Yeah. Someone's going to go on tilt and throw it all away.
I feel like somebody goes on tilt every single time in the LCS studios because there's always one team or the other is yelling right from the get-go.
All right, so guys, let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Coast, fittingly in blue. Zion Spartan up at the top lane, Nintendudex in the jungle, Shifter back in the mid lane, Don't Mash Me on AD carry, and Daydreamin' on support.
And on the red team, it's Vulcan. Psycho Sid is up top. Smithy's in the jungle. ManCloud is at mid. Zuna's on the AD, and supporting is Bloodwater.
But before we get into Champions Select, guys, I want to check in with who you think is going to win this match. According to LOLesports.com, 53% of you guys think that Team Coast is going to make a big splash in this game.
That is so close, especially for the online polls.
Yeah.
That's one of the closest ones that we've had. So definitely everybody feeling like this is a very even matchup. I actually would have to agree.
It is going to be really, really brutally close. It's funny, too, because their matches in the spring split weren't initially close, right? GGU started out, back when they were GGU, started out 3-0 against them. Vulcan finally came back and got a win at the very end there. But So apparently, history doesn't seem to mean much. These teams have changed so much over the last couple of months. They've all gotten a lot stronger. They're all putting up a lot better results, and it's going to be one heck of a match.
I mean, we're gonna have to keep an eye out on Shifter, especially after the interview that we just had. He said he was having the jitters, and that's to be expected. This is, he just started here for the summer split, so. I mean, it's a little more scary when you have Reggie jumping on you, but still, we'll have to see if he's gotten past his first day summer split jitters.
I mean, ManCloud is also that's just an intimidating name to fight against. So we'll see if the jitters remain for these guys. Of course, as Champ Select has begun, Kennen and Lee Sin are being dropped out. Seems some lessons have been learned by the Coast lineup.
Yeah, the Jace there, finally getting a man for himself. So many people jumping on that bandwagon. I mean, he's got so many abilities.
Yeah. So, okay, let's see this, right? We got 5 bans coming on through. The Rise dropped out as well. I mean, we've seen those guys picked up so regularly by these teams. The Kazakhs banned out as well. That seems to be the perennial, 6th ban right now in LCS.
It's interesting, Jace is also a really strong part of poke comps, too. So, a little hit to the poke comps if that was what we were going to see from Team Coast. But it leaves open that global here. First Karthus we're going to see today.
All right, so Karthus and Caitlyn picked up here for the Vulcan squad. Now, Zuna ran Kate last time, and I was trying to think about why they would run Kate, because normally he plays these hyper carries, and you had said backstage, it's like, well, yeah, because they were trying to shut down on St. Vicious. They're trying to get some early game pressure to kind of put the hurt onto Curse early on and put him 2v1 in that mid. I'm curious to see what the Kate pick is for this time around.
Yeah, so usually she can, put a lot of pressure on the turrets, and it's very interesting in this one too. We've got a second game where they're just giving Bloodwater Sona, which has been one of his, that's like his go-to support. He loves being on Sona and hitting those game-changing crescendos, but more focus here for the opponents have been going time and time again to the Thresh.
Wow, so the Thresh grabbed up, which means Fiddlesticks is going to be jungle or mid. That's going to be fun no matter where he goes. And of course, Ezreal grabbed as well from the Coast lineup. Ooh.
So if you are going to run jungle Fiddlesticks, then I would definitely expect Vulcan to hit a 2v1 mid lane or a 2v2 mid lane, because Fiddlesticks early is pretty easy to abuse. He's not a very intimidating early game jungler here. So if they're exactly. If you're able to, terrifying freak, you're terrifying. If you're able to get an extra man in there or extra woman with Sona to get over there and harass, then it can really set him behind. So very interesting to see where that Fiddlesticks is actually going to go, because mid Fiddlesticks, like you said, very popular in solo queue right now, even among the challenger tier.
That's going to be a fun one to look out for. And now, oh man, it's just going to be good. I also like they have matching summoner spells right now. It's just so cute.
I was going to say, it's a nice little green theme that we're having here.
Yeah.
I don't.
Ezreal's ruining it.
Yeah. I think they might hold on to those.
Unless he runs limited edition skin, then at least he can match once again. But Vulcan looking up for their new champion picks here. They've added some more females to the roster. They've grabbed Elise and Sona in there. So yeah, you said the Vulcan Sona, or sorry, the Bloodwater Sona just still in there, and Elise can run on any of these open lanes still.
Yeah, Elise could be that jungle that, Odd1's a real big fan of, or it could go into a solo lane quite easily. We've seen so many Karthus do the 2v1 and, take that on their shoulders, try and CS from afar with the lay waste, that we might have, Karthus bottom or something if they do want to get, for the second time in a row, that pressure middle with the Caitlyn Sona.
Okay, let's see what happens here. The pressure going to be pretty big, as you said. Getting rid of that Fiddlesticks is going to be important, and Coast have to make some choices. Looks like these are 2 laners right here, so if these are the lock-ins between Zed and Riven, we're going to see jungle Fiddlesticks. Zed is in. Riven's in. We got to line up for Coast.
A lot more AD coming in here for Team Coast, and that's really nice, because if you do go with a AP jungler, then you have to be very careful about your solo lanes, because if you're too AP heavy, it's very easy for the opponents to rush those bulwarks and just nullify a lot of your damage.
Okay, so the Coast lineup grouped in here. Good mix of damage types, as you mentioned, and now it's Vulcan's turn to grab a top laner or a jungler. Right, now looking at Shogath, which actually could still be either one, so I don't even know what they're going to go for here.
Yeah, that would add a lot of meat to the Vulcan lineup here, which is something that Coast really don't have. They would be relying more on CC and burst damage. Like Fiddlesticks, the Fear, the Terrify is just one of the most annoying CCs in the game because it lasts so long. Basically takes you, out of the team fight. And they'll have definitely the damage to back it up here. So it's going to be very touch and go for Coast here. If they're able to pull it off well and coordinate it with their CC, then that's a very devastating team comp. But if they get caught in some AoE like Ruptures or Feral Screams, then it's going to be rough.
Okay, so the lineups are there on your screen. And I think I'm just going to talk about Fiddlesticks the entire time in this game. We'll just follow him around. I'll zoom in all the way. It'll be wonderful. It'll be great. But the lineups are here, and the grudge match is about to begin. Second and third place last season. These teams have so far repeated the history of their playoff matches. Bloodwater, they said, Coast is overrated. We can take him down and take that title away. I want to see if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, we did have Double Lift with some trash talk beforehand and having to pay for that one. So we'll have to see if Bloodwater also going to eat his words.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if anyone's going to eat anything, it would probably be Smithy on Shogat, just because guys, a ravenous appetite. As we tick down into Champion Select, man, I mean, it's fun to see so many different setups here. Right? The Jungle Fiddle just,
Yeah, whenever you go up against the Fiddle team, immediately what I'm looking for in the other team is who's going to be stopping the Fiddle and finding him when he's charging his ultimate, because you don't want that Fiddle to come at you from Fog of War. We talked about Zach with the initiates from Fog of War are amazing. The Fiddle initiates from Fog of War are devastating. So something like Nocturne is always really nice to have against him, because not only can you jump right over to Fiddlesticks, but you can deny vision. Something to jump back to him, because he is very squishy if you can get over there and burst him down. For Vulcan, it's not really going to be, diving on him unless it is Elise or Cho'Gath just trying to stop him with that long-range Rupture. It's going to be them trying to disengage. What the other option for a Fiddlesticks is to bait him into the ultimate and not let him know that you have vision of him, and then back out, so that you can wait the duration.
Yeah, it's really interesting to look at, because, after they saw Fiddlesticks, Bloodwater still went for Sona instead of someone like Janna or someone like Lulu or anyone with a knockback in general, or like a Gragas, which we've seen from top laners like Voyboy. But yeah, they've got a 3-second or 2.5-second silence. They've got the crescendo. Like, maybe they just try to burst out Fiddlesticks when the game starts.
Yeah.
We'll see how these guys end up playing it out as the game has begun. Vulcan in the red trunks, Coast in blue, and here we go.
So picking that Sona instead of a Janna really shows you the mentality of Vulcan. They're thinking so much more offensively than defensively.
He landed a lot of damage. The Dark Wind coming across as well. Vulcan moving forward very, very hard. Early Vision Ward goes down, and it doesn't actually spot the tree, blocks the vision line. Unless they just couldn't attack it. Hold on, I'm going to check real quick. They can't see the ward.
No, that's a very, very unfortunate event here for Vulcan. They weren't able to get that ward, even though they burned a pink. And it looks like they get chased out of the jungle as well, so nothing gained here for that early invade.
Except some damage on their health bars, so they will regenerate on back up. Karthus, Mandatory Cloud, already recalled on back. The rest of Coast now sitting atop of a ward, watching the front of their jungle. Nintendude wards over as well, so a lot of early moves made for wards. And we'll see what ends up happening after this vision comes out.
So I was talking about the mentality here of Vulcan with the Sona pick instead of Janna is really... Janna is, what a lot of people will default to with Fiddles, like you're saying, but it means that they're looking to initiate and get the kills. They're thinking much more offensively. Flash crescendos are Bloodwater's forte. He loves doing that, so he wants to play the AoE game. He wants to get in there. He's like, sees Fiddlesticks charging up. He's going to flash in, try and stop him, and follow it up with the Mandatory Cloud, Karthus AoE.
All right, so you've called it the Zuna duo lane right here, trying to put pressure against that Fiddlesticks. And Shifter's going to try to hold on as Zed right here. So far, none of the jungle has been touched. We get into the very beginnings of this game. Let's see how it plays out. Right now, they're pushing down on a Shifter's turret. Nintendo got his blue successfully, now has Drain. He's going to make his way through the jungle. Smithy had started red on Shogath. He's going to make his way towards blue.
So that's exactly what Team Coast wanted. They defended the level 1 invade successfully, and Fiddles got to start his blue. He's past the very, very scary point of jungle Fiddlesticks. Blue is just essential for him. Now he can spam his Drain Life and continue to sustain throughout the jungle without worrying about getting low.
Guys, looks like Nintendo is pretty safe in this one. We just saw Mancloud taking a bit of poke on his side, though.
opened up Cloth 5 knowing he'd be 1v2ing, and has now put Smithy down to defend this lane.
Yeah, he's got seen out by a ward, but it doesn't really matter since he's just coming to clear anyway. So it's just going to be that standard meta of the jungler camping lane, just trying to save their turret. They won't want any early damage on it. And it actually is a good combo for CSing. Cho'Gath and Karthus, both a lot of AoE. They can wave clear very, very easily.
And you're going to see those minions not even reach the turret right here. Only 4 last hits on Fiddlesticks, or sorry, only 4 on Karthus, but Smith is getting some, put some damage down. Burn Smite, and looks like they're just going to try to work down Daydream and keep their turret healthy. So far it's working for him though.
Yeah, ManCloud's lay waste pretty weak right now, so he's having a bit of trouble. But Smithy's getting pretty nice and fed up there. Only a force here, 6 CS on Karthus means that it's going to delay those stacking items that they always love to go, the Tier and the Rod of Ages. Nintendo gets a nice little bit of burst here.
Yeah, he's wearing Zuna down. Problem is he's got a Sona teammate. I don't really feel like Zuna cares about taking damage at this point until Shifter hits 6. Zion Spartan actually roaming down early, shoved at the top lane, looking for a flank on mid.
Yeah, he's going to bypass this ward in the river, try and come behind. The flashes are available, and Nintendo could flash in fear, but it's too late. They get the flash from Caitlyn, so it was a successful gank there.
Really, really good flash by Zuna. Managed to dodge the stun or the knockup that would have come out from Zion Spartan. And now we look back at the bottom lane, that sort of 2v2, because you've got ManCloud and Smithy fighting Daydream and Mash Me. And we're going to see how well they can wave clear and keep this turret alive. Pretty well so far.
There we go. Some good harass there with the Rupture, too. Gonna allow them to relieve some of the pressure as both recall, and nobody in this game has teleport. We haven't seen teleports taken a lot lately because there's been such a move away from the teleport spell in favor of the extra laning presence that your Ignite or your Barrier or your Exhaust will give you.
Yeah, especially when you got a guy like Zed who just wants to all-in you and make sure you die in that one combo. You know, it's interesting just the trade that comes in here because yeah, they just want to accentuate their individual roles right here. But speaking of accentuating their individual roles, the tower pushing here from that Coast 2 versus 1 really coming in strong. Nintendo even showing up to make that happen as well. Like Smithy, he's clearing a little bit, but that turret's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that, Jungle Fiddlesticks is getting past the early part of the jungle game very easily.
Pulled in, Feared ignited, and the damage output is there. Mandatory Cloud forced back, and he's going to be a little painful on that one. Survives with a couple hundred health, but that hurt.
So, Nintendo makes 2 appearances, gets 2 flashes. We could contribute the other flash design, I guess, if you really want. But the Jungle Fiddlesticks, before he's even level 6, he doesn't even have that Crow Storm right now. He's already making really big plays. They're going to get the first turret, and if they wanted to, they could then switch over and protect the all-important mid turret that's really low right now.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty good for them. So Nintendo specifically is out-leveling, out-golding, and outperforming, I would say, that Cho'Gath jungle. So you mentioned the early jungle being the rough part. Well, Coast have managed to coast right past that, and now comes the mid lane counter push from Vulcan. It's going to be their own 3v1. They've got that one easily.
Yeah, not quite quick enough there from Coast. They did get a pink ward down, so they have control over vision around Dragon, but they aren't going to take that chance like TSM did with going with the very early Dragon and paying for that with a lot of map control and health bars. This Ezreal is pretty slippery.
Yeah.
Probably be able to get out even if there was the Cho'Gath that was able to get past the pink ward and gank him.
So far, he's been landing very, very well. On top of that, he has 53 minions, tied for highest in the game. Now with Zuna, these AD carries trading their farms pretty well. But we haven't looked at this top lane very much. Zion Spartan and Psycho Sid both have hit level 6 now, but it's about to be interfered with. Nintendo shows up.
Nintendo shows up. No ward. Here comes the fear.
And the silence comes by as well. The stun lock coming as well. Oh man, Psycho Sid really dropped low. He's saving the cocoon to dodge Wind Slash, but the team is now on top of him. This is not good. Oh, he goes the other way. Can Psycho Sid get out? He's trying. No, there comes the jump from Zion Spartan. Burns the flash. First blood picked up to Curse.
And he was already... Curse with the play from outside the game. Yeah, Zion was already winning that game, that lane. So now it's really going to snowball hard. And they're actually even just going to put a lot of pressure on this top turret and try and up the map control game here, as they've already switched over AD and support to middle. They really want to solidify their hold on all these outer turrets. Even this Fiddlesticks auto attack is pretty pitiful. He's doing work on that top turret.
He's trying. It's getting there overall. He's getting there. All right. The turret's going to start losing more health. That is
gonna be theirs.
And that means the level 6 for Fiddlesticks, so he's going to be ridiculously scary now.
Yeah.
The vision for Vulcan is going to have to be kept up, because if you have him Crowstorm over some wall, it will be extremely hard to get out. I keep calling it Fear, but his Q spell, the Terrify, which actually fears instead of Terrify, which is fairly confusing for some members of the League community. Terrify is something in our game where your character will run away from whoever terrified you, like Hecarim. When you use Hecarim ult, you automatically run away from him. Fear is the mechanic where you sort of run around in circles, and that's why everyone hates Fiddlesticks, because it's ridiculously annoying to not have control.
I may or may not have run into your turret.
Yeah, whoops.
Oops. All right. Well, that's one of the harsher CCs there. Mandatory Cloud, though, level 6, trying to hold on to this mid lane, but his turret is taking so much damage. It seems the Smithy Man-Cloud combo is just not holding turrets well enough. The health bar just keeps dropping whenever they're defending something.
It looks like this middle turret is really going to be under a lot of duress. We've got a recall from Mandatory Cloud, and we still have the ADN support there, so they could make this push while everyone's holding the side lanes as well. It's not like Coast has collapsed on this mid or anything. They're still creating the threat on every single lane.
Right now they're threatening that mid lane still. Zion Spartan pushing that top, and you can just see every one of these turrets is just under so much pressure. As you mentioned, they're making so many good moves, and they've got a decent gold lead for all their troubles. Bloodwater and Smithy have held onto that mid lane for now. Zion Spartan, he's warding for himself. He just keeps wanting to push. That ward is there to keep watching for ganks.
She's very scary, we'll say. We have a Riven. When Riven gets fed, extremely scary. Very early snowball champion. And since, like I said, he was already winning the lane, and then he got the gank for the first blood, plus tower money means he's a beast right now.
But here comes the damage onto Daydream, and this could be bad for him. Oh, the box landing so much slow. Mandatory Cloud, can he do enough damage? Smithy gets slowed down again, gets ignited. Mashme saving his support, but Daydream is now in a rough spot. Can Man-Cloud put out enough damage? No, he has to be afraid of Mashme as well. Could this be enough damage? He's not going to go for the Requiem just yet, because here comes the Zion Spartan. He goes for it. Can he get the... Oh my gosh, not enough damage. They don't get anything there, but here comes the counter engage. Zion goes down. Shifter, though, is going to get the kill back, and here we go. More pressure going in. This fight is so hectic. The Zed does fall down. Psycho Sid now chasing Nintendo. Crowstorm didn't end up doing a whole heck of a lot. Still getting chased down by Elise. Psycho, can he do much more? Gets terrified. He's going to be about to flash the way. This balancing silence doesn't quite get hit by True Shot Barrage, but the minions are almost enough, but not quite. Vulcan get away from that one with an interesting fight.
Shifter and Nintendo were fighting on top of Mandatory Cloud's corpse there. That was really what turned that back around for them, taking a lot of damage there. But we have to give props to Daydream and really running circles around them there. He's dodging the lay waste when it counts, and he was able to get off the last second death sentence onto Smithy, who was just baited in for that kill, and that meant that we do have Don't Mash Me picking up a red buff off of Vulcan's jungle.
Oh, that is so good. I mean, as much as you might want... Actually, heck, it's Red Ezreal. He's got Red Buff, he's got a Bloodthirster. Mash Me is Red Ezreal.
Red Ezreal, much more terrifying than the blue Ezreal this early in the game.
But not less terrifying than Nintendo, who puts that one down. Daydream puts the Lantern on a friend, but might have overextended. There comes the Cocoon. Daydream taking so much damage, falls over to Psycho Sid. Great pickup there, but they're not done. Nintendo does dodge the Rupture. That might get him out. A lot of pain coming out from Shifter, though. And Vulcan cannot keep chasing.
A little too overconfident with his footwork there. Daydream, and this time overextends, pays for that with his life. Good Cocoon here by Psycho Sid to make them answer, and this gold lead goes down a little bit for Coast here. Vulcan coming back in it.
Absolutely great. So 2,000 gold separates these teams right now. Mash Me putting up the dance moves in the mid lane. Gotta like that one a little bit. I'm a fan of that. But Vulcan finding another way to get themselves back in. They have looked for this dragon. Zuna got hurt.
Dangerous.
Uh-oh.
Crowstorm over the top. Oh, the dragon with the last shot.
That is harsh.
Don't Mash Me against
6v5 is not fair. That's how Ghost are winning at 6v5.
Here we go. Nintendo in the bush. Is it going to go for Bloodwire? A little bit of fear here. And Don't Mash Me comes in.
And here we go. The Crescendo has to come back across. Psycho Sid, can he help up in time? Has to put the Cocoon down. They're still trying to run away. Can they get the last bit of damage? There it is. Zion Spartan with the Wind Slash. Makes it 5-3. Coaster looking great.
Now they've got control. But we have Mandatory Cloud shoving this bottom lane. He's a little bit out of position, but they can't get there before this recall war finish, so they'll grab the dragon instead. Free global objective taken for Team Coast.
That was absolutely great. They've gotten the kill. They know everyone's back. They got the pink ward down. They know the coast is clear.
and the Dragon is theirs, putting the gold lead now almost 5,000 gold ahead. Coast, they're looking great right now.
They are looking extremely strong. They still have their top and bottom outer turrets up too, which is actually really huge for them, because the invade here from Vulcan, they don't know exactly where to go right now. They don't have a lot of extra vision on this map, and since the Dragon's down, they're floundering a little bit. You can see them just milling around, wasting time in the mid game. Is just the most crucial thing you don't want to do in League of Legends, is just wasting time walking around.
Yeah.
You just want to be doing damage to at least something.
Exactly, and so right now you're seeing how much these guys can capitalize on what they're doing. It's Psycho Sid help. Look, even like lands a melee Q to help Smithy bring that down a little bit faster and give his team a little bit more time to move around the map. Zuna, though, he's looking afraid, has no ward coverage, has to hide away from Shifter. He's afraid of that 1v1 burst potential.
Yeah, and normally we'd be seeing Zuna on one of those late game carries, like you said. But since he did go for the Caitlyn and the early pressure that they didn't really gain much off of, they didn't stop anything with the Fiddlesticks jungle. It means that Vulcan don't really have that late game 6-item Tristana to fall back on, so they're a little bit, out of their comfort zone, and this is not the norm for them.
Is it enough that they can rely on a late game 6-item Mancloud? Normally he's on someone like Ryze anyway who hyper carries. I am curious to see how this late game ends up panning out, because you've just got very different compositions, and I mean, how do you really call how well a Fiddlesticks comp runs? We don't see it enough.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks comps are very hit and miss, because it depends so much on the Crowstorm. Mandatory Cloud gonna get his exhaust baited out here by Zion because he used his ult. Could easily have been dive. Dope. You're talking about the 6 items though on the Mandatory Cloud. Turns out he didn't start the early tier like we see most of them do, so he hasn't had that stacking up, and his 6 items gonna be a lot less fearsome as we see some contest. Some fighting here around the blue buff.
As ult hits 2, they've got ward coverage as well. Zeismartin comes back in, takes another exhaust, eats a lantern, and says, that's fine, I'll be all right. The rupture misses, and Coast have taken control of this golem right here. I don't see anyone stealing it away at all. So Nintendude happily wearing another blue buff. And it's crazy, the Fiddlesticks is the one doing the counter jungling. I don't see that much.
Yeah, he's all over that jungle. He's got an Oracles on the jungle Fiddlesticks, and here comes the Crowstorm.
Oh my gosh, jumps right onto Zuna. Doesn't even need the death mark. That's just showing off at that point. Zuna evaporates before his own very eyes, and that turret, that might just go to Curse, but the minions are running out of health.
Caw. Indeed. There we go. He shows his... So, I was going to talk about that Oracles before this. Yeah. It's actually, it's a big money sink, and that's really harsh to Fiddles because Fiddle is very squishy, and you usually want to get some durability, but it's so important that you cast your Crowstorm from Fog of War, and that there's no wards you're standing on, that I love this buy by Nintendo.
That is
very,
really cool.
Very smart buy by him. He knows that he's not ulting into a trap here.
Yeah, and the cool thing is as well is look at his build. He's gone for Spirit of the Ancient Golem first of all. He's got the components for a Runic Bulwark now in his inventory. He's going tank Fiddlesticks and saying, yeah, I'm going to get rid of all the vision. He got 3 points in Drain, then started maxing Terrify. And he's just like, yeah, I will CC your team, and Crowstorm still hits hard.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks has so much CC. It's a pretty good route. Cooldown reduction extremely effective on him as well. You don't have to build pure damage and carry with the devastating Crowstorm. You can add just so much utility with that character if you play it right and you clear out the wards like he's doing. You just have to control the vision game.
That's going to be fun to watch if he can keep doing this. That Oracles has helped him so far. JG, with the... Oh, I just realized. You can Crowstorm onto a lantern. How did I not think of that before? Like, how are you ever going to stop that Crowstorm? He's going to Crowstorm from like 2 screens away, then show up.
So far back. That would be beautiful. We'll have to see if they can actually pull that chain off. I don't know if they've even thought of this one.
They have to have. That's too convenient. They first picked Thresh, and they went for it afterwards. So I just want to see it once. I don't even care if they lose the game at that point. I want to see a Lantern Crowstorm.
Worth it? We'll shout it for them. They don't even have to type it in all chat.
I got you covered, Coach.
Freak will cover you if you go for the move, guys. As a side note, we talked about 6-item Karthus. This right now, this is one of the least threatening Karthus that I've seen in a very long time. He's gone full defensive mode here. He finally just now picked up that blasting wand, so he'll be able to at least make a Rod of Ages. But up until this point, he has just been, a pinata for Team Coast.
That's so weird to see, too. Mandatory Cloud is a player that I usually characterize as going pretty
pretty aggressive in most situations, tends to hyperscale, tends to have a crazy impact on the game. But it's Roa, Zonia's Karthus. He's not even completed either one. And it's weird, like, this is a Vulcan who did amazingly and was incredibly aggressive and took down Curse. Like, there's a great squad, and it seems like Coast has their number right now.
The early kill there for Zion, I have to say, I keep going back to this first blood for him in a winning lane on a snowball champion like Riven is just so devastating. You lose so much control. They lost all their top real estate up there, and it was even dangerous for Smithy to go into his jungle up there because you could have Zion coming down for ganks like we saw. He even ventured down middle because he was pushing so far.
So beautiful stuff then by this Coast lineup, right? Making the adaptation, saying, oh, we're winning this lane. We can kind of use this to keep control over half the map and make your lives even harder right here. So it's cool to see these guys make the moves as the game progresses. So you move into the 19th minute. Mandatory Cloud is doing a little bit of jungling, trying to get his gold going up. He's at 114. He's doing pretty well as far as minion kills are concerned. And you look at the individual gold, and the right members, I think, are keeping up.
Yeah, and we have Don't Mash Me using his gold to go more blue route after, he started with the Bloodthirster and they had their power spike. Now that they have control of the game and they're so far ahead, he can spend his money on those mana items and go through that lull period before you actually build them into the Muramana and actually reap the damage benefits because they're already in control of the game. They don't need his extra presence right now, so they could just ride that Bloodthirster damage all the way through the mid game.
And especially you consider the fact that Zuna still has not completed his Infinity Edge yet. He's about 100 gold away from getting enough for combining it, but Vulcan has to wait for that to come on through. So yeah, you're right. It's just such a convenient timing here for the Coast guys. And I'm curious to see when Vulcan decides to turn it on and when they decide to turn aggressive. They've only got one turret kill. Right now they're just playing the farm game, trying to get Karthus scaled up into the late game and trying to get Caitlyn to, a couple more items here, I guess.
And it looks like this Coast team is a bit more durable than I initially thought too. I was saying, they're going to rely on their CC and coordination because they have so much damage. But since you point out the tank Fiddlesticks is actually building extremely tanky right now. He's going to be tough to take down. And then Thresh as well is always one of the more chunky supports. So they actually have, albeit an unorthodox front line, a very strong front line.
It's ironic too, because even Vulcan's doing that. They've got Sunfire, Cape on Psycho Sid. The Karthus as well as building tanky. Both these guys are like, we're going to wait out the Crowstorm damage, then turn back on you. We're going to survive the burst from Shifter and then turn back on you. Both these teams are doing some kind of unorthodox things, but I think they're going to work really on both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be all about can the combo here from Coast dive and take out Zuna, because most of Vulcan's damage is on Zuna. And Caitlyn, if you can stick here with one Terrify from Fiddlesticks, they're going to be able to just burst her down. She does not have Cleanse, and she's very far away from building a QSS if she decides to go that route. So one Terrify here from Nintendo could be most of the damage just gone from Vulcan.
Wow, that could be a rough thing for them. Let's see. These guys can make those fights happen. Infinity Edge has been completed for Zuna. Coast just happily sweeping away these traps, and Zuna says, hey, putting them back down. I like cupcakes from the field. Get off my lawn. Mandatory Cloud, though, still fighting up against Zion. Spartan. Zion kind of walking into the damage, then says, well, I have a shield. I'll walk right back out. Man Cloud is just simply farming with that blue buff, trying to get himself to the late game.
Ooh, the Lantern Juke of a crescendo.
That was impressive there. Good job, Daydreamin' and everyone else involved. Nice try there by Bloodwater. Rupture comes across, but looks like the damage is there for Coast. They find another turret, but the fight might be starting. Ezreal comes across. Damage onto Smithy. Zion Spartan forced to run back for this. Still looking for it. The box comes across. Daydreamin' has to flash away from Rupture, and the re-engage comes in. Smithy's in front. Happy birthday! Nintendo is in the mix doing a whole bunch of damage. They find 2 for 1, 3 for 1 so far. The engage is still coming across. Zuna, Sid forced to run away. The damage is not enough from the Requiem, and that is a great team fight win for Coast.
Coast able to kite Vulcan while they were trying to pull back, wait for the cooldowns, and then Zion, surprise, turns around. That's why he's team captain, made the call to re-engage with his stun plus knock-up combo and just destroy Vulcan.
Wow, and just an amazing setup here. Nintendo has gone for a Sightstone as well, so he is Ruby Sightstone, make that a different pick right there, is sharing those ward duties quite a lot. The vision game, Coast are really playing the vision game here.
This is a 2,300 HP Fiddlesticks coming at you right now. So you definitely don't want to burst him down. Like, he didn't even have to go Zanya's. You don't want to focus, you know, this Fiddlesticks anymore because he hasn't built any AP. It's definitely scary when he comes at you with the birds, but really he's using it as a gap closer to get his Terrify off.
And that is going to be all kinds of fun for him. So, man, fun for him. A lot of pain for the opposing team. We've seen that so far. Nintendo's been part of 7 of his team's 9 kills with Tank Fiddle, and man, it's looking successful right here. Ruby Sightstone. I mean, we see Sightstone Lee Sin, and we're like, all right, sure, you're not buying combat stats because you're trying to jump towards. I get it. Like, okay, Sightstone Lee Sin. Ruby Sightstone Fiddle, though, that is like very much a new one. Like, it's just, I don't know, like I keep seeing these things that are like so brand new in this split, and I'm like, actually, yeah.
And don't forget that he bought the first Oracles. He bought the early Oracles.
Yeah.
Nintendo's shouldering half of this Vision game, basically. He is support jungle Fiddlesticks.
No one fights the war on Vision alone. Nintendo and Daydream definitely grouping up for this one. But it's Vulcan who are looking to finally turn something back around. Zion Spartus with split pushing on the right-hand side is nearly about to get that turret, and Vulcan say, all right, enough is enough. We got to group for some kind of a fight. They're pushing down mid.
This is very hard for them, though, because the Frozen Fist has been completed by Don't Mash Me, so he's got the slow fields, and he can kite. Even if Vulcan push down mid with all 5 people, they're going to have a very tough time, and they're going to lose both side lanes at the same time. Zion sneaking around from behind.
The double split push so incredibly strong. They don't have Zed, but Zion says, yeah, I'm just going to drop out some minions. The inhibitor is laid bare as well. That could very well be their next target. Psychosid tries to wave clear out. Shifter looks like he's going to get this turret for free.
Yeah, he is going to get that one. Vulcan's going to be scared to go up there. It's the entire team of Coast right now. Extremely wealthy, and they just have the better positioning. Now the exposed inhibitor mid is going to be the next target. That's very easy. Coast is ready to pick any sort of team fight. I just wanted to touch on real quick. It's interesting how the tank Fiddlesticks works because Coast, they rely on Zion a lot to carry. And since they let him build carry and full damage, like he's full damage Ribbon going up here, they have to switch it over and move around their threats to just play around the people that they have on their team. They've done a really nice job of that.
And it's gone so very well for them. Looking for their first win this season of the LCS. Of course, we're only in day 1. Close match against TSM. Now in a so far reasonably convincing match against Vulcan, but they've not closed it out just yet. Smithy face checking some friends. Oh, the Terrify is so dangerous on him. Forced to run back. Down to half health. Crescendo goes back across. Look for Nintendo. Can they get the burst damage? The box comes across trying to defend, and here comes Zion Spartan. ManCloud is taking so much damage, he will fall over. Nintendo actually drain tanks him for a little while there, and the rest of Coast does back out, saying we'll wait for Defile, then we'll come back in.
If that was a conventional AP Fiddle, they could have bursted him down, but it's not. That is support tank Fiddle, and they are going to shove this one in, get a very easy inhibitor without the Karthus threat on the table.
And there we go. Inhibitor starting to lose health. Zion in front, using those shields to stay alive. Sid still in the front lines. They're looking for something here. These Vulcan players, they can't quite find that stun. Nintendo, though, still in the front lines, taking more damage. Drop lower and lower, now within feast range. But here comes Shifter, and he is just dropping down the opposition. Here comes the Crowstorm as well. Smithy forced to run back. They do trade the kill onto Shifter, though. They might have just enough to defend the inhibitor. Losing more health. Stun comes out of Mashme. Do they have the damage? Mashme shifts for the kill. Gets that one up, and here comes the Requiem. Is it going to be enough? One falls over, but Zion Spartan is not done. Picks up a double kill. They trade actually 3 for 2 and grab the inhibitor.
Zion's such a hero. He'll go back in as soon as his shield is up. His health bar keeps bouncing back from 33% almost up to full with the lifesteal and the shields that he keeps comboing. Very well played. And Don't Mash Me staying in there trying to get the inhibitor. They actually even were able to get kills on top of that. Huge play for Coast right there, taking out that first inhibitor of the game.
Very, very beautiful yet hectic team fight. And those are the battles that are the funnest to watch, where things just happen back and forth, and you've got to rely on that shot caller to say, now we go in, hold on, let's go back. Okay, now 5v4, go back in, find those initiations. And the back and forth engagements are so fun to watch, and they're so hectic, and it really shows you who's the better team fighting team, who's practiced, who's rehearsed, and who trusts their team to make these moves.
Yeah, and that was a huge cooldown there for Vulcan too. They used the Requiem, but you saw how ineffectual it was. For damage, he's basically got a very, very late Rod of Ages, only halfway stacked at 27 minutes, and he's already upgraded his boots all the way to Home Guard because they've been pushed in so far. He hasn't been able to spend that money on any more power. Just finally now getting that usually large rod, so at least he's got some oomph to the next Requiem that goes off. But it really has not been enough to dissuade Coast from even diving in on them.
And not in the slightest. So the push still coming in from these guys. The Lantern comes across saying, okay, we can run towards your red buff. Gonna stay on top of War, but not care too much. And the Zion Spartan split push, it's been going on pretty much all game. It's impressive to see a split pusher still be a part of 7 kills. He keeps coming back in time to show up for team fights and make his mark in the game.
Yeah, well, 4 dashes will do that for you in your champion kick. He's a quick little bunny.
But the rest of the team is up to the top lane right here. 4 strong. Net Turtle is losing a lot of health. Mashme, though, getting pushed back by Zuna. The hook will not land. Zuna forced to run back, though, taking a lot of pain. Daydream is, though, in the middle of the mix, taking a bunch of pain as well. Zion Spartan wins the duel against Psycho Sid in the quote-unquote top lane. And now Mandatory Cloud forced to push down on minions. This turn's going to be theirs. Happy Birthday comes in from Nintendo. Gets the Terrify. Will they have the damage? Zedo comes by. Yep. Smithy is a dead Void creature. Now Mad Cloud's taking damage. There's no chasing him down as well. He's going to get out of this one. But the inhibitor going to go to Coast.
Watching that solo down bottom lane where Zion just took out Sid. When we have Zion pop his ultimate, he had 422 attack damage right there.
Ow.
Giant chunks coming out with every swipe.
And the burst onto Zuna. They land the Terrify. He just disappears right away. Mandatory Cloud going to go down as well. And now the only thing left is a dead Fiddlesticks. Good job to the turret right there. But they're going to move on for the Nexus turrets right here. One's going to go down. There's only 2 members of Vulcan left alive versus the 4 of Coast. This could be it. Coast look for their first win of the season. That's going to be the Nexus falling down, taking out Vulcan. Congratulations, Team Coast.
Great play from them right there. They came back, convincing win. I really like the new plays too. Tank jungle Fiddlesticks, fully supportive with all the wards and the very early oracles, bringing a new angle to the game and just pulling it off so well. I feel like the only reason it worked this well, though, was because of that first blood on Zion. Just gave him so much confidence and so much power to bully whatever area of the map he decided to go to.
And that was just such a good game, though, and an adaptation at the very least. Certainly, Zion Spartan with the dueling power, great stuff. Well, I shouldn't even say dueling power, just the fight power in general, making those happen, and the adaptations that came out of that one. I want to point out one more thing, though, on the Nintendo build. Went for the Alacrity enchantment for 15 extra move speed on his Boots of Mobility. So that dude was zipping around the map, looking for things to do, trying to get in range in battles.
Yeah, and, you know, he finished it off with the an Aegis of the Legion, so team-oriented with this Fiddlesticks pick. I feel like there's gonna be an increase in solo queue, but it was very effective, and I like the change because having just a tanky Fiddlesticks, people's natural reaction is trying to burst down. You saw them catch out Fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I forgot he's a tank. We can't burst him.
And it's ingrained in people's minds, right? He's been there since beta. It's been kill him before he Zonias.
Exactly.
No Zonias, and there's no killing him.
Everyone's natural reaction, but not going to be this one. So it's kind of that Prolly effect where they bring something new to the table. Vulcan didn't quite know how to react, and Coast get the win.
Absolutely impressive by these guys, and of course, you know, mixing in the new with the old, the blue Ezreal starting out with the Bloodthirster, but the extra crowd control it gave, and the mix of styles too. Because do you really itemize MR against Tank Fiddle when you've got Riven, Zed, and Ezreal all doing physical damage? Do you just kind of let that go through and be like, yeah, Crowsham's gonna hurt?
Yeah, if you ignore armor and there's a Zed on the other team, then it's gonna be very easy for him to bop you.
And then if you ignore MR, you just get popped by someone else, man. But I don't know, the tanky Karthus build didn't quite work for me either. You know, like he still got popped right there. Was it just a rough laning phase?
Well, I don't know. Vulcan really strayed away from their normal late game carries and late game builds as well too. So I think that was sort of it was planned by the team, didn't quite work out how they wanted to though.
All right, well, of course, nice try by them. So coming up, Team Coast Nintendo X and Daydreamin' will join us in the interview lounge to talk about their first win of the split. Plus, we'll break down the best action from an incredible opening day. 2013 North American LCS Summer Split. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the 2013 North American Summer Split. Rivington III here. As we close out the day, joining us in the interview lounge is going to be Daydreamin' and Nintendo X. After their first win, you guys now 1-1. And I have to ask, you know, coming up from the last split, it was a little worrisome in the beginning, but you guys rallied. You found that win. Was that same momentum used here in your second game?
I mean, the momentum, it was kind of hard to find because we had some trouble, like we're all moving into the gaming house and whatnot. And honestly, this Super Week, I'm not looking forward to playing any of these teams. Like everybody's freaking top tier. Like they're all scary. So that first one was huge for us, and I think we can ride this momentum for the rest of the week.
All right, we'll see. You guys definitely bringing out some of the unorthodox picks coming out here. Kind of reminded me of way back in the day, the tank Eve and the jungler or whatnot. But you bring out the tank Fiddle now. We saw Fizz last season when you guys kind of found a rut. Is this going to be a common thing? Do you guys just like to bring it out and show them how it's done?
I think tank Fiddle's OP. It's something I just kind of stumbled upon in solo queue. I think I accidentally bought the Ancient Golem instead of the AP item, and I was like, wow, why am I building AP? I can just be a tank and just crow storm into everybody. Who needs Zonias? So it's kind of a funny thing you stumble upon and you kind of mold into something of your own. I'm really proud of it, honestly. It worked really well.
Absolutely, yeah, it worked very well in the game. Daydreamin', with these kind of new things coming up, obviously you're now very well set in the team coming in week 7 previously. How's everything been feeling?
It's been feeling great. I mean, it's great to be back in the LCS and playing again. I mean, it's the best feeling in the world just to be here and winning, losing or winning. I mean, it's so much fun.
And you guys finally got a house coming up. Talk to us about that a little bit.
I mean, I haven't moved in yet because I still got to graduate. I'll be graduating next week, so that's cool, I guess. And then, yeah, I'll be moving in that weekend, and it's gonna be fun.
Right on. Nintendo, anybody? Is people already in it? Or are you guys getting prepped?
Yeah, right now I moved in just this past weekend along with Don't Mash Me, and Shifter and Zion arrived yesterday. But Zion's flying back, so he's got to graduate, and he's flying back in. So it's kind of a mess right now, but hopefully by like week 2, we'll have everybody in the house and be a big, happy family.
And you guys, you're seeing the potential and obviously what you can utilize out of a house already.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've really gotten to that potential since we haven't really practiced since we've been in the house. Like I've been streaming a lot, but I think seeing what we can do without a house, it's like, hey, let's get a house and see how good we can be, and I'm excited for that.
So what has it been like for Coast? Obviously, you talked to Zion and Shifter a little bit about the change and what everybody has been doing, but like go with Daydreamin'. What's the direction of the team now? What are you guys kind of focused on the most as Team Coast?
We just are aiming to be the best. We want to be able to compete at an international level, and we just, with the new name and everything, we just kind of start fresh and just go at it strong.
I actually remember your clip from the bumper video of saying it's all about the world. It's all about getting to the World Championship. Nintendo, for this, being in the jungle, obviously, there's quite a lot of pressure on you from game to game. It comes from the internet, it comes from everywhere. How do you get through that? And really, where do you kind of get these, obviously you said Jungle Fiddle, the tank, was kind of a mix-up, but where do you get these ideas to just say, this will work, let's go with it and get by everything?
I found a mistake that I was making kind of mid last season was I was settling like I'm good enough in the jungle, so I'm going to stop playing it. I'm going to play other roles and learn other stuff, but really, like I was still kind of far behind, and like solo queue is a little different from competitive play, but I found fun experimenting with things, new junglers, what have it, and that's really where I've found my passion lately. So I think it's made me a better jungler, and yet the media does give you a lot of pressure as a jungler. I've felt it a lot, obviously being on like the 8th place team like the whole season and being the jungler, it's got to be his fault. But I think I bounced back. I think the whole team's bounced back, and honestly, I just want to make my team look good. I don't care about myself anymore.
Absolutely. Guys, last question thank you for doing this interview as well. Where do you see yourself this season in the competition now? There's obviously, we said the blackout, since you guys haven't been able to scrim against each other and all the the team changes really. Where do you see yourself kind of right now after today's games?
It's kind of crazy. I mean, every team is so good right now. Like everyone in the NA scene's just improved like vastly.
Yep.
And so it's really hard to predict where we're going to be, but I'm still confident we're, if not the best, but in the top 3 teams in NA.
Yeah, if you had to give a number, I'd say like third right now, maybe. I don't know. Like, we didn't have the strongest performance today, but we'll get there.
No, it's, exactly what I was looking for. Being modest, knowing what's going on, but you guys are working for it, and you've shown that you can pull out some crazy stuff and make it happen, and almost seamlessly when it did. So thank you, Daydreamin', Nintendo Dex, and congratulations on the win. Guys, there's so much more to come from Super Week. We have 2 more days to go. The action is over for today, but reviewing it is not. Jat's going to go through some of the replays for us on the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, Riv. And I actually have 2 team fight clips from the TSM versus Cloud9 game that we saw, our 5th match of the day. And just to set up this clip real close right here, the gold is only 500 different, and TSM is trying to force around the Baron buff. You can see on the minimap, specifically, there are only 2 members of Cloud9 trying to get here, Meteos and Lemon Nation. And Meteos has charged up his elastic slingshot. He wants to go over the wall to Baron, but TSM has all stopped hitting it. So let's actually roll this fight right now at full speed to kind of see what happens. It means Meteos has to run around. He's kind of panicking right now, but the rest of Cloud9 is going in. He ends up jumping after the Baron. Let's pause it right here, because at this point, Meteos is all in. The fight is happening, whether or not TSM has just stolen the Baron. Everyone has made the call. Big thing to note here is the tank initiation line of TSM, the Odd One and Dyrus, is the farthest away from the potential fight. So it's very hard for TSM to close in, and this is one of the reasons that Cloud9 won this fight, despite not having an advantage. Let's roll this at half speed to see how the Odd One and Dyrus try to enter the fight. Meteos keeps bouncing around. The Orion ultimate only hits Sneaky, and let's pause it again right here, because the attempted entrance from the Odd One and Dyrus has kind of failed. Dyrus has sliced, but did not hit, so he can't use his second dash. The Odd One's stun, as you can see, has completely missed. Now the things you need to track is how Cloud9, since they can bypass the TSM's tank line, go into TSM and take out their team. There's also one other small thing we need to track in this fight, if you can, is the DPS difference between Wild Turtle and Sneaky. Draven versus Blue Ezreal in a straight-up brawl, specifically. Let's keep rolling this at half speed. You can see Sneaky is untouched. He's poking around, whereas Wild Turtle had to jump backwards at the top of the screen. At this point, Sneaky is able to wreck through the Odd One and Dyrus. The fight was essentially decided when the tank line of TSM could not enter the start of this fight, and they rolled through the rest of them with their impeccable coordination. So that was a 3-for-1. It led to an inhibitor and set up this later fight. The game is still close. The gold is now 600 in the other direction, and the team fighting specifically from Cloud9 today was amazing. Let's just get into this clip at half speed to see how it happens. Meteos jumps in, gets the Let's Bounce onto Reginald, popped by the Orianna ult, but the fight really hasn't begun yet. You can see TSM's planning a counter initiation as they get bounced around. They recognize the ult is gone, and let's pause it actually right here, because if one thing Cloud9 had today, it was target selection and communication. Everyone on Cloud9 right here is kind of on the retreat. But once the Odd One goes up for the repel, when he goes down, they'll know that he has absolutely no escapes, and they will blow him up immediately. Let's roll this at half speed just so we can see how it happens. He goes down. Everyone turns on the Odd One. He is gone. Hai decides to initiate. At this point, the fight, again, is going to be about Sneaky versus Wild Turtle. Pause it right here, because Sneaky has been hit by the Orianna ultimate, and he is right next to Dyrus. So TSM thinks they could be able to follow up, but look at the rest of TSM's team. They're in a crescent way down here at the bottom, and they can't necessarily close to Sneaky. So if Sneaky can somehow exit the fight, they're going to be able to close down on the rest of TSM. Keep rolling this at half speed, please. This is how close these team fights were. They were absolutely insane. Sneaky went down, finished off Dyrus, and at this point, it's another choice for Cloud9. Who do we go on? They say Reggie. Flash slow. Flash by balls, and the Q onto Reginald. They finish off that fight. They get a 2-for-0, and they ended up parlaying this one into a Baron. So this entire game was so close. Those team fights were on a razor's edge, but because Cloud9 had better communication and slightly better execution, they came out on top. 2-0 now, and the expectations only go up from here. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Jat. So, with those expectations in mind, let's check out the standings heading into Thursday's matches. The top belongs to the 2 new North American LCS teams. Cloud9 is flying high at 2-0, while Velocity Esports is undefeated in second place.
Team Coast, TSM, and Vulcan are all tied for third with a record of 1-1, while CLG, Curse, and Dignitas come out of the opening day without a win and are sitting in the cellar, I guess, last place.
and we'll see if they can turn it around. But all 3 of those teams will have a chance to turn it around tomorrow because we have 6 more huge games. It all starts with Curse and Edward fighting for their first win of the split when they take on the undefeated Velocity. Then CLG and Dignitas battle to avoid starting the summer 0-2. Followed by Cloud9 looking to continue their incredible LCS debut when they face off against Curse.
And then it's Dignitas and Skara taking on TSM and Reginald, followed by Vulcan looking to hand Velocity their first loss in the LCS. And day 2 wraps up with Team Coast taking on Counter Logic Gaming.
It all starts at 1 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And that's it for the opening day of the North American LCS Summer Split. So for myself, Kobe, Jat, Riv, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching.
Hey, I stopped him. I might be able to get him too.
No, just push, Ryan. Push.
Oh,
Nice.
shit, good shit.
Just peel back.
I need help.
He's exhausted. Can you get him?
He has no. Come.
Good
stuff. Hey, yeah. Baby, let's go. Good. Nice. Great job. Let's go.
Velocity, let's go.
Put you in the back. I'm in the back. I'm just getting whoever's in the front.
GG, Chris. Yeah. That's it, Chris.
Nice shit, Chris. Good job.
Kill theirs. Break it, Walter.
In the game.
Go. Nice. That's GG.
That's GG.
G fucking G.
That's here. That's on his way.
I'm gonna turn, okay?
I'm coming. Go.
Nice job. Kill Smithy.
I got fucking Bloodwater's cleared. Bloodwater's still cleared.
Nice.
Thank you.